Section 35 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Tales from Shakespeare by Charles and Mary Lamb. 1. The Tempest. There was a certain island in the sea, the only inhabitants of which were an old man whose name was Prospero, and his daughter Miranda, a very beautiful young lady. She came to this island so young that she had no memory of having seen any other human face than her father's. They lived in a cave, or cell, made out of a rock. It was divided into several apartments, one of which Prospero called his study. There he kept his books, which chiefly treated of magic, a study at that time much affected by all learned men, and the knowledge of this art he found very useful to him, for being thrown by a strange chance upon this island, which had been enchanted by a witch called Sycorax, who died there a short time before his arrival, Prospero, by virtue of his art, released many good spirits that Sycorax had imprisoned in the bodies of large trees, because they had refused to execute her wicked commands. These gentle spirits were ever after obedient to the will of Prospero. Of these, Ariel was the chief. The lively little sprite Ariel had nothing mischievous in his nature, except that he took rather too much pleasure in tormenting an ugly monster called Caliban, for he owed him a grudge because he was the son of his old enemy Sycorax. This Caliban Prospero found in the woods, a strange misshapen thing, far less human in form than an ape. He took him home to his cell and taught him to speak, and Prospero would have been very kind to him, but the bad nature which Caliban inherited from his mother, Sycorax, would not let him learn anything good or useful. Therefore he was employed like a slave, to fetch wood and do the most laborious offices, and Ariel had the charge of compelling him to these services. When Caliban was lazy and neglected his work, Ariel, who was invisible to all eyes but Prospero's, would come slyly and pinch him, and sometimes tumble him down in the mire, and then Ariel, in the likeness of an ape, would make mouths at him. Then, swiftly changing his shape in the likeness of a hedgehog, he would lie tumbling in Caliban's way, who feared the hedgehog's sharp quills would prick his bare feet. With a variety of such like vexatious tricks, Ariel would often torment him, whenever Caliban neglected the work which Prospero commanded him to do. Having these powerful spirits obedient to his will, Prospero could by their means command the winds and the waves of the sea. By his orders they raised a violent storm, in the midst of which, and struggling with the wild sea waves that every moment threatened to swallow it up, he showed his daughter a fine large ship, which, he told her, was full of living beings like themselves. "Oh, my dear father," said she, "if by your art you have raised this dreadful storm, have pity on their sad distress. See, the vessel will be dashed to pieces. Poor souls, they will all perish. If I had power, I would sink the sea beneath the earth, rather than the good ship should be destroyed, with all the precious souls within her." "Be not so amazed, daughter Miranda," said Prospero. "There is no harm done. I have so ordered it that no person in the ship shall receive any hurt. What I have done has been in care of you, my dear child. You are ignorant who you are or where you came from, and you know no more of me but that I am your father and live in this poor cave. Can you remember a time before you came to this cell? I think you cannot, for you were then not 3 years of age." "Certainly I can, sir," replied Miranda. "By what?" asked Prospero. "By any other house or person? Tell me what you can remember, my child." Miranda said, "It seems to me like the recollection of a dream, but had I not once 4 or 5 women who attended upon me?" Prospero answered, "You had, and more. How is it that this still lives in your mind? Do you remember how you came here?" "No, sir," said Miranda, "I remember nothing more." 12 years ago, Miranda," continued Prospero, "I was Duke of Milan, and you were a princess and my only heir. I had a younger brother whose name was Antonio, to whom I trusted everything, and as I was fond of retirement and deep study, I commonly left the management of my state affairs to your uncle, my false brother, for so indeed he proved. I, neglecting all my worldly ends, buried among my books, did dedicate my whole time to the bettering of my mind. My brother Antonio, being thus in possession of my power, began to think himself the Duke indeed. The opportunity I gave him of making himself popular among my subjects awakened in his bad nature a proud ambition to deprive me of my dukedom. This he soon effected with the aid of the King of Naples, a powerful prince who was my enemy." "Wherefore," said Miranda, "did they not that hour destroy us?" "My child," answered her father, "they durst not, so dear was the love that my people bore me. Antonio carried us on board a ship, and when we were some leagues out to sea, he forced us into a small boat, either without tackle, sail, or mast. There he left us, as he thought, to perish. But a kind lord of my court, one Gonzalo, who loved me, had privately placed in the boat water, provisions, apparel, and some books which I prize above my dukedom." "Oh, my father," said Miranda, "what a trouble must I have been for you then!" "No, my love," said Prospero, "you were a little cherub that did preserve me. Your innocent smiles made me bear up against my misfortunes. Our food lasted till we landed on this desert island, and since then my chief delight has been in teaching you, Miranda, and well have you profited by my instructions." "Heaven thank you, my dear father," said Miranda. "Now pray tell me, sir, your reason for raising this sea storm?" "Know then," said her father, "that by means of this storm my enemies, the King of Naples and my cruel brother, are cast ashore upon this island." Having so said, Prospero gently touched his daughter with his magic wand, and she fell fast asleep. For the spirit Ariel just then presented himself before his master to give an account of the tempest, and how he had disposed of the ship's company. And though the spirits were always invisible to Miranda, Prospero did not choose she should hear him holding converse, as would seem to her, with empty air. "Well, my brave spirit," said Prospero to Ariel, "how have you performed your task?" Ariel gave a lively description of the storm, and of the terrors of the mariners, and how the King's son, Ferdinand, was the first who leaped into the sea, and his father thought he saw his dear son swallowed up by the waves and lost. "But he is safe," said Ariel, "in a corner of the isle, sitting with his arms folded, sadly lamenting the loss of the King, his father, whom he concludes drowned. Not a hair of his head is injured, and his princely garments, though drenched in the sea waves, look fresher than before." "That's my delicate Ariel," said Prospero. "Bring him hither. My daughter must see this young prince. Where is the King and my brother?" "I left them," answered Ariel, "searching for Ferdinand, whom they have little hopes of finding, thinking they saw him perish. Of the ship's crew not one is missing, though each one thinks himself the only one saved, and the ship, though invisible to them, is safe in the harbor." "Ariel," said Prospero, "thy charge is faithfully performed. But there is more work yet." "Is there more work?" said Ariel. "Let me remind you, master, you have promised me my liberty. I pray, remember I have done you worthy service, told you no lies, made no mistakes, served you without grudge or grumbling." "How now?" said Prospero. "You do not recollect what a torment I freed you from? Have you forgotten the wicked witch Sycorax, who, with age and envy, was almost bent double? Where was she born? Speak, tell me." "Sir, in Algiers," said Ariel. "Oh, was she so?" said Prospero. "I must recount what you have been, which I find you do not remember. This bad witch Sycorax, for her witchcrafts too terrible to enter human hearing, was banished from Algiers, and here left by the sailors. And because you were a spirit too delicate to execute her wicked commands, she shut you up in a tree, where I found you howling. This torment, remember, I did free you from." "Pardon me, dear master," said Ariel, ashamed to seem ungrateful. "I will obey your commands." "Do so," said Prospero, "and I will set you free." He then gave orders what further he would have him do, and away went Ariel. First to where he had left Ferdinand, and found him still sitting on the grass in the same melancholy posture. "Oh, my young gentleman," said Ariel, when he saw him, "I will soon move you. You must be brought, I find, for the Lady Miranda to have a sight of your pretty person. Come, sir, follow me." He then began singing: "Full fathom 5 thy father lies, Of his bones are coral made, Those are pearls that were his eyes, Nothing of him that doth fade, But doth suffer a sea change Into something rich and strange. Sea nymphs hourly ring his knell, Hark, now I hear them ding dong bell." This strange news of his lost father soon aroused the Prince from the stupid fit into which he had fallen. He followed in amazement the sound of Ariel's voice, till it led him to Prospero and Miranda, who were sitting under the shade of a large tree. Now Miranda had never seen a man before except her own father. "Miranda," said Prospero, "tell me what you are looking at yonder." "Oh, father," said Miranda in a strange surprise, "surely that is a spirit. How it looks about! "Believe me, sir, it is a beautiful creature. Is it not a spirit?" "No, girl," answered her father. "It eats and sleeps, and has senses such as we have. This young man you see was in the ship. He is somewhat altered by grief, or you might call him a handsome person. He has lost his companions, and is wandering about to find them." Miranda, who thought all men had grave faces and gray beards like her father, was delighted with the appearance of this beautiful young prince. And Ferdinand, seeing such a lovely lady in this desert place, and from the strange sounds he had heard, expecting nothing but wonders, thought he was upon an enchanted island, and that Miranda was the goddess of the place, and as such he began to address her. She timidly answered that she was no goddess, but a simple maid, and was going to give him an account of herself, when Prospero interrupted her. He was well pleased to find they admired each other, for he plainly perceived they had, as we say, fallen in love at first sight. But to try Ferdinand's constancy, he resolved to throw some difficulties in their way. Therefore, advancing forward, he addressed the prince with a stern air, telling him he came to the island as a spy, to take it from him who was the lord of it. "Follow me," said he. "I will tie you neck and feet together. You shall drink sea water, shellfish, withered roots, and husks of acorns shall be your food." "No," said Ferdinand, "I will resist such entertainment till I see a more powerful enemy," and drew his sword. But Prospero, waving his magic wand, fixed him to the spot where he stood, so that he had no power to move. Miranda hung upon her father, saying, "Why are you so ungentle? Have pity, sir. I will be his surety. This is the second man I ever saw, and to me he seems a true one." "Silence," said the father. "One more word will make me chide you, girl. What! An advocate for an impostor! You think that there are no more such fine men, having seen only him and Caliban. I tell you, foolish girl, most men as far excel this, as he does Caliban." This he said to prove his daughter's constancy, and she replied, "My affections are most humble. I have no wish to see a goodlier man." "Come on, young man," said Prospero to the prince. "You have no power to disobey me." "I have not indeed," answered Ferdinand, and not knowing that it was by magic he was deprived of all power of resistance, he was astonished to find himself so strangely compelled to follow Prospero, looking back on Miranda as long as he could see her. He said, as he went after Prospero into the cave, "My spirits are all bound up, as if I were in a dream. But this man's threats, and the weakness which I feel, would seem light to me, if from my prison I might once a day behold this fair maid." Prospero kept Ferdinand not long confined within the cell. He soon brought out his prisoner, and set him a severe task to perform, taking care to let his daughter know the hard labor he had imposed on him. And then, pretending to go into his study, he secretly watched them both. Prospero had commanded Ferdinand to pile up some heavy logs of wood. King's sons not being much used to laborious work, Miranda soon after found her lover almost dying with fatigue. "Alas," said she, "do not work so hard. My father is at his studies. He is safe for these 3 hours. Pray rest yourself." "Oh, my dear lady," said Ferdinand, "I dare not. I must finish my task before I take my rest." "If you will sit down," said Miranda, "I will carry your logs the while." But this Ferdinand would by no means agree to. Instead of a help, Miranda became a hindrance, for they began a long conversation, so that the business of log carrying went on very slowly. Prospero, who had enjoined Ferdinand this task merely as a trial of his love, was not at his books, as his daughter supposed, but was standing by them invisible, to overhear what they said. Ferdinand inquired her name, which she told, saying it was against her father's express command she did so. Prospero only smiled at this first instance of his daughter's disobedience, for having by his magic art caused his daughter to fall in love so suddenly, he was not angry that she showed her love by forgetting to obey his commands. And he listened, well pleased, to a long speech of Ferdinand's, in which he professed to love her above all the ladies he ever saw. In answer to his praises of her beauty, which he said exceeded all the women in the world, she replied, "I do not remember the face of any woman, nor have I seen any more men than you, my good friend, and my dear father. How features are abroad I know not, but believe me, sir, I would not wish any companion in the world but you, nor can my imagination form any shape but yours that I could like. But, sir, I fear I talk to you too freely, and my father's precepts I forget." At this Prospero smiled and nodded his head, as much to say, "This goes on exactly as I could wish. My girl will be Queen of Naples." And then Ferdinand, in another fine long speech, for young princes speak in courtly phrases, told innocent Miranda that he was heir to the crown of Naples, and that she would be his queen. "Ah, sir," said she, "I am a fool to weep at what I am glad of. I will answer you in plain and holy innocence. I am your wife if you will marry me." Prospero prevented Ferdinand's thanks by appearing visible before them. "Fear nothing, my child," said he. "I have overheard and approve of all you have said. And, Ferdinand, if I have too severely used you, I will make you rich amends by giving you my daughter. All your vexations were but trials of your love, and you have nobly stood the test. Then, as my gift, which your true love has worthily purchased, take my daughter, and do not smile that I boast she is above all praise." He then, telling them that he had business which required his presence, desired they would sit down and talk together till he returned, and this command Miranda seemed not at all disposed to disobey. When Prospero left them, he called his spirit Ariel, who quickly appeared before him, eager to relate what he had done with Prospero's brother and the King of Naples. Ariel said that he had left them almost out of their senses with fear at the strange things he had caused them to see and hear. When, fatigued with wandering about and famished for want of food, he had suddenly set before them a delicious banquet, and then, just as they were going to eat, he appeared visible before them in the shape of a harpy, a voracious monster with wings, and the feast vanished away. Then, to their utter amazement, this seeming harpy spoke to them, reminding them of their cruelty in driving Prospero from his dukedom, and leaving him and his infant daughter to perish in the sea, saying that for this cause these terrors were suffered to afflict them. The King of Naples and Antonio, the false brother, repented the injustice they had done to Prospero, and Ariel told his master he was certain their penitence was sincere, and that he, though a spirit, could not but pity them. "Then bring them hither, Ariel," said Prospero. "If you, who are but a spirit, feel for their distress, shall not I, who am a human, being like themselves, have compassion on them? Bring them quickly, my dainty Ariel." Ariel soon returned with the king, Antonio, and old Gonzalo in their train, who had followed him, wondering at the wild music he played in the air to draw them on to his master's presence. This Gonzalo was the same who had so kindly provided Prospero formerly with books and provisions, when his wicked brother left him, as he thought, to perish in an open boat in the sea. Grief and terror had so stupefied their senses that they did not know Prospero. He first discovered himself to the good old Gonzalo, calling him the preserver of his life, and then his brother and the king knew that he was the injured Prospero. Antonio, with tears and sad words of sorrow and true repentance, implored his brother's forgiveness, and the king expressed his sincere remorse for having assisted Antonio to depose his brother, and Prospero forgave them. And upon their engaging to restore his dukedom, he said to the King of Naples, "I have a gift in store for you too," and opening a door showed him his son Ferdinand playing at chess with Miranda. Nothing could exceed the joy of the father and the son at this unexpected meeting, for they each thought the other drowned in the storm. "Oh, wonder!" said Miranda. "What noble creatures these are! It must surely be a brave world that has such people in it." The King of Naples was almost as much astonished at the beauty and excellent graces of the young Miranda as his son had been. "Who is this maid?" said he. "She seems the goddess that has parted us and brought us together." "No, sir," answered Ferdinand, smiling to find his father had fallen into the same mistake that he had done when he first saw Miranda. "She is a mortal, but by immortal providence she is mine. I chose her when I could not ask you, my father, for your consent, not thinking you were alive. She is the daughter of this Prospero, who is the famous Duke of Milan, of whose renown I have heard so much, but never saw him till now. Of him I have received a new life. He has made himself to me a second father, giving me this dear lady." "Then I must be her father," said the king. "But oh, how oddly will it sound that I must ask my child forgiveness." "No more of that," said Prospero. "Let us not remember our troubles past, since they so happily have ended." And then Prospero embraced his brother, and again assured him of his forgiveness, and said that a wise overruling Providence had permitted that he should be driven from his poor dukedom of Milan, that his daughter might inherit the crown of Naples; for that, by their meeting in this desert island, it had happened that the king's son had loved Miranda. These kind words which Prospero spoke, meaning to comfort his brother, so filled Antonio with shame and remorse that he wept and was unable to speak, and the kind old Gonzalo wept to see this joyful reconciliation, and prayed for blessings on the young couple. Prospero now told them that their ship was safe in the harbor, and the sailors all on board her, and that he and his daughter would accompany them home the next morning. "In the meantime," says he, "partake of such refreshments as my poor cave affords, and for your evening's entertainment I will relate the history of my life from my first landing on this desert island." He then called for Caliban to prepare some food, and set the cave in order, and the company were astonished at the uncouth form and savage appearance of this ugly monster, who, Prospero said, was the only attendant he had to wait upon him. Before Prospero left the island, he dismissed Ariel from his service, to the great joy of that lively little spirit, who, though he had been a faithful servant to his master, was always longing to enjoy his free liberty, to wander uncontrolled in the air, like a wild bird, under green trees, among pleasant fruits and sweet-smelling flowers. "My quaint Ariel," said Prospero to the little sprite, when he made him free, "I shall miss you, yet you shall have your freedom." "Thank you, my dear master," said Ariel, "but give me leave to attend your ship home with prosperous gales before you bid farewell, to the assistance of your faithful spirit. And then, master, when I am free, how merrily I shall live." Here Ariel sung this pretty song: "Where the bee sucks, there suck I, in a cowslip's bell I lie. There I crouch when owls do cry, on the bat's back I do fly. After summer merrily, merrily, merrily shall I live now, under the blossom that hangs on the bough." Prospero then buried deep in the earth his magical books and wand, for he was resolved never more to make use of the magic art. And having thus overcome his enemies, and being reconciled to his brother and the King of Naples, nothing now remained to complete his happiness but to revisit his native land, to take possession of his dukedom, and to witness the happy nuptials of his daughter and Prince Ferdinand, which the King said should be instantly celebrated with great splendor on their return to Naples. At which place, under the safe convoy of the spirit Ariel, they, after a pleasant voyage, soon arrived. End of Section 35. Section 36 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Shakespeare, Section 2. A Midsummer Night's Dream. There was a law in the city of Athens which gave to its citizens the power of compelling their daughters to marry whomsoever they pleased. For upon a daughter's refusing to marry the man her father had chosen to be her husband, the father was empowered by this law to cause her to be put to death. But as fathers do not often desire the death of their own daughters, even though they do happen to prove a little refractory, this law was seldom or never put in execution, though perhaps the young ladies of that city were not unfrequently threatened by their parents with the terrors of it. There was one instance, however, of an old man whose name was Egeus, who actually did come before Theseus, at that time the reigning Duke of Athens, to complain that his daughter Hermia, whom he had commanded to marry Demetrius, a young man of a noble Athenian family, refused to obey him because she loved another young Athenian named Lysander. Egeus demanded justice of Theseus, and desired that this cruel law might be put in force against his daughter. Hermia pleaded in excuse for her disobedience that Demetrius had formerly professed love for her dear friend Helena, and that Helena loved Demetrius to distraction, but this honorable reason which Hermia gave for not obeying her father's command moved not the stern Egeus. Theseus, though a great and merciful prince, had no power to alter the laws of his country. Therefore he could only give Hermia 4 days to consider of it. At the end of that time, if she still refused to marry Demetrius, she was to be put to death. When Hermia was dismissed from the presence of the Duke, she went to her lover Lysander, and told him the peril she was in, that she must either give him up and marry Demetrius, or lose her life in 4 days. Lysander was in great affliction at hearing these evil tidings, but recollecting that he had an aunt who lived at some distance from Athens, and that at the place where she lived the cruel law could not be put in force against Hermia, this law not extending beyond the boundaries of the city, he proposed to Hermia that she should steal out of her father's house that night, and go with him to his aunt's house, where he would marry her. "I will meet you," said Lysander, "in the wood a few miles without the city, in that delightful wood where we have so often walked with Helena in the pleasant month of May." To this proposal Hermia joyfully agreed, and she told no one of her intended flight but her friend Helena. Helena, as maidens will do foolish things for love, very ungenerously resolved to go and tell this to Demetrius, though she could hope no benefit from betraying her friend's secret, but the poor pleasure of following her faithless lover to the wood, for she well knew that Demetrius would go thither in pursuit of Hermia. The wood in which Lysander and Hermia proposed to meet was the favorite haunt of those little beings known by the name of Fairies. Oberon, the king, and Titania, the queen of the fairies, with all their tiny train of followers, in this wood held their midnight revels. Between this little king and queen of sprites there happened at this time a sad disagreement. They never met by moonlight in the shady walks of this pleasant wood, but they were quarrelling, till all their fairy elves would creep into acorn cups and hide themselves for fear. The cause of this unhappy disagreement was Titania's refusing to give Oberon a little changeling boy, whose mother had been Titania's friend, and upon her death the fairy queen stole the child from its nurse and brought him up in the woods. The night on which the lovers were to meet in this wood, as Titania was walking with some of her maids of honor, she met Oberon, attended by his train of fairy courtiers. "Ill met by moonlight, proud Titania," said the fairy king. The queen replied, "What, jealous Oberon, is it you? Fairies, skip hence, I have forsworn his company." "Tarry, rash fairy," said Oberon, "am not I thy lord? Why does Titania cross her Oberon? Give me your little changeling boy to be my page." "Set your heart at rest," answered the queen. "Your whole fairy kingdom buys not the boy of me." She then left her lord in great anger. "Well, go your way," said Oberon. "Before the morning dawns I will torment you for this injury." Oberon then sent for Puck, his chief favorite and privy counsellor. Puck, or as he was sometimes called, Robin Goodfellow, was a shrewd and knavish sprite, that used to play comical pranks in the neighboring villages, sometimes getting into the dairies and skimming the milk, sometimes plunging his light and airy form into the butter churn, and while he was dancing his fantastic shape into the churn, in vain the dairymaid would labor to change her cream into butter. Nor had the village swains any better success. Whenever Puck chose to play his freaks in the brewing copper, the ale was sure to be spoiled. When a few good neighbors were met to drink some comfortable ale together, Puck would jump into the bowl of ale in the likeness of a roasted crab, and when some old goody was going to drink, he would bob against her lips, and spill the ale over her withered chin. And presently after, when the same old dame was gravely seating herself to tell her neighbors a sad and melancholy story, Puck would slip her three-legged stool from under her, and down toppled the poor old woman. And then the old gossips would hold their sides and laugh at her, and swear they never wasted a merrier hour. "Come hither, Puck," said Oberon to this little merry wanderer of the night. "Fetch me the flower which maids call love in idleness. The juice of that little purple flower, laid on the eyelids of those who sleep, will make them, when they awake, dote on the first thing they see. Some of the juice of that flower I will drop on the eyelids of my Titania when she is asleep, and the first thing she looks upon when she opens her eyes she will fall in love with, even though it be a lion or a bear, a meddling monkey or a busy ape. And before I will take this charm off from her sight, which I can do with another charm I know of, I will make her give me that boy to be my page." Puck, who loved mischief to his heart, was highly diverted with this intended frolic of his master, and ran to seek the flower. And while Oberon was waiting the return of Puck, he observed Demetrius and Helena enter the wood. He overheard Demetrius reproaching Helena for following him, and after many unkind words on his part, and gentle expostulations from Helena, reminding him of his former love and professions of true faith to her, he left her, as he said, to the mercy of the wild beasts, and she ran after him as swiftly as she could. The fairy king, who was always friendly to true lovers, felt great compassion for Helena, and perhaps, as Lysander said they used to walk by moonlight in this pleasant wood, Oberon might have seen Helena in those happy times when she was beloved by Demetrius. However that might be, when Puck returned with the little purple flower, Oberon said to his favorite, "Take a part of this flower. There has been a sweet Athenian lady here who is in love with a disdainful youth. If you find him sleeping, drop some of the love juice in his eyes, but contrive to do it when she is near him, that the first thing he sees when he awakes may be this despised lady. You will know the man by the Athenian garments which he wears." Puck promised to manage this matter very dexterously, and then Oberon went, unperceived by Titania, to her bower, where she was preparing to go to rest. Her fairy bower was a bank where grew wild thyme, cowslips, and sweet violets, under a canopy of woodbine, musk roses, and eglantine. There Titania always slept some part of the night, her coverlet the enamelled skin of a snake, which, though a small mantle, was wide enough to wrap a fairy in. He found Titania giving orders to her fairies how they were to employ themselves while she slept. "Some of you," said her Majesty, "must kill cankers in the musk rose buds, and some wage war with the bats for their leathern wings, to make my small elves' coats. And some of you keep watch that the clamorous owl that nightly hoots come not near me. But first sing me to sleep." Then they began to sing this song: "You spotted snakes with double tongue, thorny hedgehogs, be not seen. Newts and blindworms do no wrong, come not near our fairy queen. Philomel with melody, sing in our sweet lullaby. Lulla, lulla, lullaby. Lulla, lulla, lullaby. Never harm, nor spell, nor charm, come our lovely lady nigh. So good night with lullaby. When the fairies had sung their queen asleep with this pretty lullaby, they left her to perform the important services she had enjoined them. Oberon then softly drew near his Titania, and dropped some of the love juice on her eyelids, saying, "What thou seest when them dost wake, do it for thy true love take." But to return to Hermia, who made her escape out of her father's house that night, to avoid the death she was doomed to for refusing to marry Demetrius. When she entered the wood, she found her dear Lysander waiting for her, to conduct her to his aunt's house. But before they had passed half through the wood, Hermia was so much fatigued that Lysander, who was very careful of this dear lady, who had proved her affection for him even by hazarding her life for his sake, persuaded her to rest till the morning on a bank of soft moss, and lying down himself on the ground at some little distance, they soon fell asleep. Here they were found by Puck, who, seeing a handsome young man asleep, and perceiving that his clothes were made in the Athenian fashion, and that a pretty lady was sleeping near him, concluded that this must be the Athenian maid and her disdainful lover, whom Oberon had sent him to seek, and he naturally enough conjectured that, as they were alone together, she must be the first thing he would see when he awoke. So, without more ado, he proceeded to pour some of the juice of the little purple flower into his eyes. But it so fell out that Helena came that way, and instead of Hermia was the first object Lysander beheld when he opened his eyes. And, strange to relate, so powerful was the love charm, all his love for Hermia vanished away, and Lysander fell in love with Helena. Had he first seen Hermia when he awoke, the blunder Puck committed would have been of no consequence, for he could not love that faithful lady too well. But for poor Lysander to be forced by a fairy love charm to forget his own true Hermia, and to run after another lady, and leave Hermia asleep quite alone in a wood at midnight, was a sad chance indeed. Thus this misfortune happened. Helena, as had been before related, endeavored to keep pace with Demetrius, when he ran away so rudely from her. But she could not continue this unequal race long, men being always better runners in a long race than ladies. Helena soon lost sight of Demetrius, and as she was wandering about, dejected and forlorn, she arrived at the place where Lysander was sleeping. "Ah," said she, "this is Lysander lying on the ground. Is he dead or asleep?" Then gently touching him, she said, "Good sir, if you are alive, awake." Upon this Lysander opened his eyes, and, the love charm beginning to work, immediately addressed her in terms of extravagant love and admiration, telling her she as much excelled Hermia in beauty as a dove does a raven, and that he would run through fire for her sweet sake, and many more such lover-like speeches. Helena, knowing Lysander was her friend Hermia's lover, and that he was solemnly engaged to marry her, was in the utmost rage when she heard herself addressed in this manner, for she thought, as well she might, that Lysander was making a jest of her. "Oh," said she, "why was I born to be mocked and scorned by every one? Is it not enough, young man, that I can never get a sweet look or a kind word from Demetrius? But you, sir, must pretend in this disdainful manner to court me? I thought, Lysander, you were a lord of more true gentleness." Saying these words in great anger, she ran away, and Lysander followed her, quite forgetful of his own Hermia, who was still asleep. When Hermia awoke, she was in a sad fright at finding herself alone. She wandered about the wood, not knowing what was become of Lysander, or which way to go to seek after him. In the meantime, Demetrius, not being able to find Hermia, and his rival Lysander, and fatigued with his fruitless search, was observed by Oberon fast asleep. Oberon had learnt by some questions he had asked of Puck that he had applied the love charm to the wrong person's eyes, and now, having found the person first intended, he touched the eyelids of the sleeping Demetrius with the love juice, and he instantly awoke, and the first thing he saw being Helena, he, as Lysander had done before, began to address love speeches to her, and just at that moment Lysander, followed by Hermia, for through Puck's unlucky mistake it was now become Hermia's turn to run after her lover, made his appearance. And then Lysander and Demetrius, both speaking together, made love to Helena, they being each one under the influence of the same potent charm. The astonished Helena thought that Demetrius, Lysander, and her once dear friend Hermia were all in a plot together to make a jest of her. Hermia was as much surprised as Helena. She knew not why Lysander and Demetrius, who both before loved her, were now become the lovers of Helena, and to Hermia the matter seemed to be no jest. The ladies, who before had always been the dearest friends, now fell to high words together. "Unkind Hermia," said Helena, "it is you who have sent Lysander to vex me with mock praises. And your other lover, Demetrius, who used almost to spurn me with his foot, have you not bid him call me goddess, nymph, rare, precious, and celestial? He would not speak thus to me, whom he hates, if you did not set him on to make a jest of me. Unkind Hermia, to join with men in scorning your poor friend. Have you forgot our school-day friendship? How often, Hermia, have we two, sitting in one cushion, both singing one song, with our needles working the same flower, both on the same sampler wrought, growing up together in fashion of a double cherry, scarcely seeming parted. Hermia, it is not friendly in you, it is not maidenly to join with men in scorning your poor friend." "I am amazed at your passionate words," said Hermia. "I scorn you not. It seems you scorn me." "I do," returned Helena, "persevere, counterfeit serious looks, and make mouths at me when I turn my back, then wink at each other, and hold the sweet jest up. If you had any pity, grace, or manners, you would not use me thus." While Helena and Hermia were speaking these angry words to each other, Demetrius and Lysander left them to fight together in the wood for the love of Helena. When they found the gentlemen had left them, they departed, and once more wandered weary in the wood in search of their lovers. As soon as they were gone, the fairy king, who with little Puck had been listening to their quarrels, said to him, "This is your negligence, Puck, or did you do this wilfully?" "Believe me, King of Shadows," answered Puck, "it was a mistake. Did not you tell me I should know the man by his Athenian garments? However, I am not sorry this has happened, for I think their jangling makes excellent sport." "You heard," said Oberon, "that Demetrius and Lysander are gone to seek a convenient place to fight in. I command you to overhang the night with a thick fog, and lead these quarrelsome lovers so astray in the dark that they shall not be able to find each other. Counterfeit each of their voices to the other, and with bitter taunts provoke them to follow you, while they think it is their rival's tongue they hear. See you do this till they are so weary they can go no farther, and when you find they are asleep, drop the juice of this other flower into Lysander's eyes, and when he awakes he will forget his new love for Helena, and return to his old passion for Hermia. And then the two fair ladies may each one be happy with the man she loves, and they will think all that has passed a vexatious dream. About this quickly, Puck, and I will go and see what sweet love my Titania has found." Titania was still sleeping, and Oberon, seeing a clown near her who had lost his way in the wood, and was likewise asleep, "This fellow," said he, "shall be my Titania's true love." And clapping an ass's head over the clown's, it seemed to fit him as well as if it had grown upon his own shoulders. Though Oberon fixed the ass's head on very gently, it awakened him, and rising up, unconscious of what Oberon had done to him, he went toward the bower where the fairy queen slept. "Ah! What angel is that I see?" said Titania, opening her eyes, and the juice of the little purple flower beginning to take effect. "Are you as wise as you are beautiful?" "Why, mistress," said the foolish clown, "if I have wit enough to find the way out of this wood, I have enough to serve my turn." "Out of the wood do not desire to go," said the enamored queen. "I am a spirit of no common rate. I love you. Go with me, and I will give you fairies to attend upon you." She then called 4 of her fairies. Their names were Peas Blossom, Cobweb, Moth, and Mustard Seed. "Attend," said the queen, "upon this sweet gentleman. Hop in his walks and gambol in his sight. Feed him with grapes and apricots, and steal for him the honey bags from the bees. Come, sit with me," she said to the clown, "and let me play with your amiable hairy cheeks, my beautiful ass, and kiss your fair large ears, my gentle joy." "Where is Peas Blossom?" said the ass-headed clown, not much regarding the fairy queen's courtship, but very proud of his new attendants. "Here, sir," said little Peas Blossom. "Scratch my head," said the clown. "Where is Cobweb?" "Here, sir," said Cobweb. "Good Mr. Cobweb," said the foolish clown, "kill me the red humble-bee on the top of that thistle yonder, and good Mr. Cobweb, bring me the honey bag. Do not fret yourself too much in the action, Mr. Cobweb, and take care the honey bag break not. I should be sorry to have you overflown with a honey bag. Where is Mustard Seed?" "Here, sir," said Mustard Seed. "What is your will?" "Nothing," said the clown. "Good Mr. Mustard Seed, but to help Mr. Peas Blossom to scratch. I must go to a barber's, Mr. Mustard Seed, for methinks I am marvelous hairy about the face." "My sweet love," said the Queen, "what will you have to eat? I have a venturous fairy shall seek the squirrel's hoard and fetch you some new nuts." "I had rather have a handful of dried peas," said the clown, who with his ass's head had got an ass's appetite. "But I pray let none of your people disturb me, for I have a mind to sleep." "Sleep then," said the Queen, "and I will wind you in my arms. Oh, how I love you, how I dote upon you!" When the fairy king saw the clown sleeping in the arms of his queen, he advanced within her sight, and reproached her with having lavished her favors upon an ass. This she could not deny, as the clown was then sleeping within her arms, with his ass's head crowned by her with flowers. When Oberon had teased her for some time, he again demanded the changeling boy, which she, ashamed of being discovered by her lord with her new favorite, did not dare to refuse him. Oberon, having thus obtained the little boy he had so long wished to be his page, took pity on the disgraceful situation into which, by his merry contrivance, he had brought his Titania, and threw some of the juice of the other flower into her eyes. And the fairy queen immediately recovered her senses, and wondered at her late dotage, saying how she now loathed the sight of the strange monster. Oberon likewise took the ass's head from off the clown, and left him to finish his nap with his own fool's head upon his shoulders. Oberon and his Titania now being perfectly reconciled, he related to her the history of the lovers and their midnight quarrels, and she agreed to go with him and see the end of their adventures. The fairy king and queen found the lovers and their fair ladies at no great distance from each other, sleeping on a grass plot, for Puck, to make amends for his former mistake, had contrived with the utmost diligence to bring them all to the same spot, unknown to each other, and he had carefully removed the charm from off the eyes of Lysander with the antidote the fairy king gave to him. Hermia first awoke, and finding her lost Lysander asleep so near her, was looking at him and wondering at his strange inconstancy. Lysander presently opening his eyes, and seeing his dear Hermia, recovered his reason, which the fairy charm had before clouded, and with his reason his love for Hermia, and they began to talk over the adventures of the night, doubting if these things had really happened, or if they had both been dreaming the same bewildering dream. Helena and Demetrius were by this time awake, and a sweet sleep having quieted Helena's disturbed and angry spirits, she listened with delight to the professions of love which Demetrius still made to her, and which, to her surprise as well as pleasure, she began to perceive were sincere. These fair night-wandering ladies, now no longer rivals, became once more true friends. All the unkind words which had passed were forgiven, and they calmly consulted together what was best to be done in their present situation. It was soon agreed that as Demetrius had given up his pretensions to Hermia, he should endeavor to prevail upon her father to revoke the cruel sentence of death which had been passed against her. Demetrius was preparing to return to Athens for this friendly purpose, when they were surprised with the sight of Egeus, Hermia's father, who came to the wood in pursuit of his runaway daughter. When Egeus understood that Demetrius would not now marry his daughter, he no longer opposed her marriage with Lysander, but gave his consent that they should be wedded on the 4th day from that time, being the same day on which Hermia had been condemned to lose her life. And on that same day Helena joyfully agreed to marry her beloved and now faithful Demetrius. The fairy king and queen, who were invisible spectators of this reconciliation, and now saw the happy ending of the lovers' history, brought about through the good offices of Oberon, received so much pleasure that these kind spirits resolved to celebrate the approaching nuptials with sports and revels throughout their fairy kingdom. And now, if any are offended with this story of fairies and their pranks, as judging it incredible and strange, they have only to think that they have been asleep and dreaming, and that all these adventures were visions which they saw in their sleep. And I hope none of my readers will be so unreasonable as to be offended with a pretty, harmless Midsummer Night's Dream. End of Book 1. Section 37 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 2. Old-Fashioned Stories. Simple Susan by Maria Edgeworth. Adapted by Louis Chisholm. 1. Queen of the May. Simple Susan lived 100 years ago. Mr. Price was Susan's father. He rented a small farm and was always hard at work. No more honest man could be found far or near, and he loved his little daughter from the bottom of his big heart. Mrs. Price was Susan's mother. She was a good woman who was always busy cooking or cleaning or sewing. The bread and cakes made by her were better than those made by any one else in the village. When she was not doing household work, she earned money by taking in plain needlework. All who knew Mrs. Price liked her, and were sorry she was so far from strong. That no girl had a better mother than Susan, everyone agreed. John and William were Susan's little brothers. They were quite sure that no other boys in all the world had such a good sister as theirs. Our story begins on the evening before the 1st of May. Now, 100 years ago, May Day was looked forward to with glee by all English children living in the country. Early that morning, the lads and lasses of the village, gaily decked with flowers, would go merrily singing from house to house. In their midst would walk the Queen of the May, or sometimes, seated in a chair twined round with blossom, she would be carried from door to door by her little companions. With a wreath of their gayest flowers they would crown her their queen, and for her would be woven the fairest garlands. After the May carols were sung, cake, coppers, or small coins would be given to the boys and girls. To choose their queen and to arrange their flowers, the children would meet on the last day of April. This they did in the village where Susan lived, and their meeting place was in a corner of a field close by a large pink hawthorn. A shady lane ran past on one side of the bush. On another side a sweetbrier hedge separated it from the garden belonging to an attorney. This attorney was a very cross man, so cross that the village people were always in fear of him. Although he had hedged and fenced his garden, it sometimes happened that there would stray into it a pig or a dog or a goat or a goose belonging to a poor neighbor. Then the attorney would go to the owner of the stray animal, and in a harsh voice demand money to pay for the damage it had done. Nor did this cruel man let people walk along the paths through his meadows, although they did no harm. He blocked up the stiles with stones and prickly shrubs, so that not even a gosling could squeeze under them, nor a giant climb over. Even the village children were afraid to fly their kites near his fields, lest they should get entangled in his trees, or fall on his ground. Mr. Case was the name of this attorney, and he had one son and a daughter called Barbara. For long the father paid no attention to the education of his children, for all his time and thought were given to money-making. Meanwhile, Barbara and her brother ran wild with the village children. But suddenly Mr. Case decided to send his son to a tutor to learn Latin, and to employ a maid to wait upon Barbara. At the same time he gave strict orders that his children should no longer play with their old companions. The village children were not at all sorry when they heard this. Barbara had not been a favorite among them, for she always wanted to rule them and to secure for herself the chief part in their games. When Barbara saw that she was not missed by her old friends, she was vexed, and she became angry when she found that they paid no attention to the grand air with which she now spoke, nor to the fine frocks which she wore. To one girl Barbara had a special dislike. This was none other than Susan Price, the sweetest tempered and busiest lass in the village, and the pride and delight of all who knew her. The farm rented by Susan's father was near the house in which Mr. Case lived, and Barbara, from her window, used to watch Susan at work. Sometimes the little girl was raking the garden plots in her neat garden, sometimes she was weeding the paths, sometimes she was kneeling at her beehive with fresh flowers for her bees, and sometimes she was in the henyard scattering corn among her eager little chickens. In the evening Barbara often saw her sitting in the summer house, over which sweet honeysuckle crept, and there, with a clean 3-legged pine table before her, upon which to lay her work, Susan would sew busily. Her seams were even and neat, for Mrs. Price had taught her daughter that what is worth doing is worth doing well. Both Susan and her mother were great favorites in the village. It was at Mrs. Price's door that the children began their May Day rounds, and it was Susan who was usually Queen of the May. It was now time for the village children to choose their queen. The setting sun was shining full upon the pink blossoms of the hawthorn when the merry group met to make their plans for the morrow. Barbara Case, sulkily walking along in her father's garden, heard the happy voices, and crouching behind the hedge that divided her from the other children, she listened to their plans. "Where is Susan?" were the first words she overheard. "Yes, where is Susan?" repeated a boy called Philip, stopping short in a tune he was playing on his pipe. "I want her to sing me this air. I can't remember how it goes." "And I wish Susan would come, I'm sure," cried Mary, a little girl whose lap was full of primroses. "She will give me some thread to tie up my nosegays, and she will show me where the fresh violets grow, and she has promised to give me a great bunch of her cowslips to wear to morrow.
I wish she would come." "Nothing can be done without Susan," cried another child. "She always shows us where the nicest flowers are to be found in the lanes and meadows." "Susan must help us weave the garlands," said another. "Susan must be Queen of the May," shouted several together. "Why does she not come?" grumbled Philip. Rose, who was Susan's special friend, now came forward to remind them that when Susan was late it was always because she was needed at home. "Go, Rose, and tell her to make haste," cried the impatient Philip. "Attorney Case is dining at the Abbey to day, and if he comes home and finds us here, perhaps he will drive us away. He says this bit of ground belongs to his garden, but that is not true, for Farmer Price says we all have as much right to it as he has. He wants to rob us of our playground. I wish he and Bab, or Miss Barbara, as I suppose we must call her now, were 100 miles away, I do. Just yesterday she knocked down my ninepins on purpose as she passed, with her gown trailing in the dust." "Yes," cried Mary, "her gown is always trailing. She does not hold it up nicely like Susan, and in spite of all her fine clothes she never looks half so neat. Mamma says she hopes I shall grow like Susan, and so do I. I should not like to be vain like Barbara, were I ever so rich." "Rich or poor," said Philip, "it does not become a girl to be vain, much less bold, as Barbara was the other day. She stood at her father's door and stared at a strange gentleman who stopped near by to let his horse drink. I know what he thought of Bab by his looks, and of Susan too, for Susan was in her garden, bending down a branch of the laburnum tree, looking at its yellow flowers, which had just come out, and when the gentleman asked her how many miles it was to the next village, she answered him modestly, not bashfully, as if she had never seen any one before, but just right. Then she pulled on her straw hat that had fallen back while she was looking up at the laburnum, and went her way home, and the gentleman said to me after she was gone, 'Pray, who is that neat, modest girl?'" "But I wish," cried Philip, interrupting himself, "I wish Susan would come." Barbara, still crouching on the other side of the hedge, heard everything that was said. Susan was all this time, as her friend Rose had guessed, busy at home. She had been kept by her father's returning later than usual. His supper was ready for him nearly an hour before he came home, and Susan swept the hearth twice, and twice put on wood to make a cheerful blaze for him. At last, when he did come in, he took no notice of the blaze or of Susan, and when his wife asked him how he was, he made no answer, but stood with his back to the fire, looking very gloomy. Susan put his supper upon the table, and set his own chair for him, but he pushed away the chair and turned from the table, saying, "I shall eat nothing, child. Why have you such a fire to roast me at this time of year?" "You said yesterday, father, I thought, that you liked a little cheerful wood fire in the evening, and there was a great shower of hail. Your coat is quite wet. We must dry it." "Take it then, child," he said, pulling it off. "I shall soon have no coat to dry. Take my hat too," he went on, throwing it upon the ground. Susan hung up his hat and put his coat over the back of a chair to dry, and then stood looking at her mother, who was not well. She had tried herself with baking, and now, alarmed by her husband's strange conduct, she sat down, pale and trembling. The father threw himself into a chair, folded his arms, and gazed into the fire. Susan was the first who ventured to break the silence. Fondling her father, she tried to coax him to eat the supper prepared for him. This, however, she could not persuade him to do, but he said, with a faint smile, that he thought he could eat one of her guinea hen's eggs. Susan thanked him, and showed her eagerness to please her dear father by running as fast as she could to her neat chicken yard. Alas! the Guinea-Fowl was not there. It had strayed into the garden of Mr. Case. She could see it through the paling. Going to the garden gate, Susan timidly opened it, and seeing Miss Barbara walk slowly by, she asked if she might come in and take her Guinea-Fowl. Barbara, who at that moment was thinking of all she had heard the village children say, started when she heard Susan's voice. "Shut the gate," she said crossly. "You have no business in our garden. As for the hen, I shall keep it. It is always flying in here and plaguing us, and my father told me I might catch it and keep it the next time it got in, and it is in now." Then Barbara called to her maid Betty, and bid her catch the mischievous bird. "Oh, my guinea hen, my pretty guinea hen!" cried Susan, as mistress and maid hunted the frightened, screaming creature from corner to corner. "Now we have it," said Betty, holding it fast by the legs. "Then pay damages, Queen Susan, or you may say good bye to your pretty guinea hen," said Barbara in a rude tone. "It has done no damage," said Susan, "but tell me what I must pay." "A shilling," said Barbara. "Oh, if only sixpence would do!" said Susan. "I have but sixpence of my own in the world, and here it is." "It won't do," said Barbara, turning her back. "Nay, but hear me," cried Susan. "Let me at least come in to look for its eggs. I only want one for my father's supper. You shall have all the rest." What is your father or his supper to us? Is he so particular that he can eat none but guinea hen's eggs?" said Barbara. "If you want your hen and your eggs, pay for them, and you shall have them." "I have only sixpence, and you say that won't do," said Susan with a sigh, as she looked at her favorite, which was in the maid's cruel hands, struggling and screaming in vain. Susan went away feeling very sad. At the door of her father's cottage she saw her friend Rose, who had just come to summon her to the hawthorn bush. "They are all at the hawthorn, and I have come for you. We can do nothing without you, dear Susan," cried Rose, running to meet her the moment she saw her. "You are chosen Queen of the May. Come, make haste. But what is the matter? Why do you look so sad?" "Ah," said Susan, "don't wait for me. I can't come to you, but," she added, pointing to the tuft of cowslips in the garden, "gather those for little Mary. I promised them to her. And tell her the violets are under a hedge just beside the stile, on the right as we go to church. Good bye. Never mind me. I can't come. I can't stay, for my father wants me." "But don't turn away your face. I won't keep you a moment. Only tell me what is the matter," said her friend, following her into the cottage. "Oh, nothing. Not much," said Susan. "If I had not wanted the egg in a great hurry for father, it would not have vexed me. To be sure, I should have clipped my guinea hen's wings, and then she would not have flown over the hedge. But let us think no more about it now," she added, trying to hide a tear. When Rose, however, learned that her friend's guinea hen was kept a prisoner by Barbara, she was hot with indignation, and at once ran back to tell the story to her companions. Section 38 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan 2. Bad News. As Susan entered the cottage parlor, Farmer Price drew his chair close to his wife. "You see there is something amiss with me," he said. "I must tell you what it is." Her father lowered his voice, and Susan, who was not sure that he wished her to hear what he was going to say, moved from behind his chair. "Susan, don't go. Sit down here, sweet Susan," he said, making room for her beside him. "I am afraid I was cross when I came in to night, but I had something to vex me, as you shall hear." Then the farmer told how, a fortnight before, lots had been drawn in the nearest town to see which men there and in the surrounding village should leave home to be trained as soldiers. For 100 years ago it was in this way that men were found to defend their country. Only if they were under 18 or above 40 years of age could they escape drawing lots. "Now, as I would be 40 in 10 days," said the farmer, "I was told just to call myself 40 then and there. But the truth is the truth, and should be spoken at all times, come what may. And when the lots were drawn, it fell to me, among the others, to leave home to be trained to fight. I was thinking how unhappy we should be to part, when I heard that if I paid 9 guineas to another man, he would take my place, and I could remain at home with you. I had not the money, for you know the bad luck we had with the sheep this year, and how they died one after the other. But I went to Mr. Case and asked him to lend me the money. He said he would if I handed over to him my lease, for he said, if you do not repay me the guineas, I shall keep the lease until you do. That was a fortnight ago, and to night Attorney Case tells me he has discovered that, owing to some mistake in the lease, we may be turned out of the farm at any time. But I have not come to the worst part yet." Here Farmer Price stopped short, and his wife and Susan gazed anxiously into his face. "The truth must be told," he said with a deep sigh. "I must now leave you in 3 days." "Must you?" said his wife faintly. "Susan, dear, open the window." Susan ran to do as she was bid, and then returned to her mother's side. The fresh air soon revived the poor woman, and she begged her husband to go on with his story, and to hide nothing from her. Farmer Price had no wish to hide anything from those he loved so well. He believed that the truth should be spoken at all times, but never had he found it so difficult as at this moment. What had happened was this. Attorney Case had met Farmer Price that evening. The farmer was coming home whistling from a new ploughed field. The attorney was on horseback, and had just dined at the Abbey with Sir Arthur Somers. The Abbey had until lately belonged to Sir Arthur's elder brother, but now that he was dead, Sir Arthur owned the estate. Attorney Case had looked after the property for the elder brother, and was anxious to be employed by Sir Arthur. There were many farms on the estate, and it had been part of the attorney's work to look after the repairs and to collect the rents. Unfortunately, he had an unpleasant way of dealing with the farmers, ordering them as he had no right to do, and being harsh with those who, through misfortune, had not enough money to pay their rent in full. As the attorney met Farmer Price, he stopped him, saying, "A word with you, Farmer Price, if you please. Walk alongside my horse and listen. You know the field with the pink hawthorn where the village children play? I am going to add it to my garden. I hear you say it does not belong to me. What do you mean by that?" "I mean what I say," said Price. "The field is not yours." So angry was the Attorney on hearing this, that he at once made up his mind to hurt the farmer as much as he could. "My good man," he said, "you will remember that a fortnight ago I lent you 9 guineas. To morrow morning you must return them to me." "Those guineas," replied the farmer, "I paid, as you know, to the man who said he would go instead of me to be trained as a soldier. But he has not yet gone, and I can still get the guineas back from him and go myself to be trained." The Attorney was not prepared for this answer. "I do not want to drive you to do that," he said, pretending to be kind. "Now about the field. You do not want to add it to the farm, do you?" "Certainly not, for it is not mine." "Then why object to my having it?" "Because it is not yours. The children who play there have the right. It belongs to the village. Truth is truth." "And a debt is a debt," shouted the angry Attorney, "and must be paid. Bring me my 9 guineas." With a heavy heart Farmer Price walked on. He passed the door of his cottage and went in search of the man to whom he had paid the money. The man was quite willing to return it, as there were many others, he said, who would be willing to give him the same sum or more for his services. The moment Price got the money, he took it straight to Mr. Case, laid it on his desk, and was going away, when the Attorney called out, "Not so fast. You have forgotten your lease." "Ah, yes, my lease. I had forgotten it. Let me have it." "Pardon me," said the Attorney with a cruel smile, "but I cannot let you have it. On reading it over, I find that, owing to a mistake, you may be turned out of the farm at any time. I must keep it to show Sir Arthur. I have no doubt he will want me to look after things for him, as I did for his brother. Now perhaps you wish you had quietly let me add the field to my garden." Farmer Price said nothing, but dragged himself home a sad man. End of Section 38. Section 39 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan 3. Susan's Guinea-Fowl. When Susan had heard her father's story, she quite forgot the loss of her guinea hen, and thought only of her poor mother, who, try as she might, could not bear the bad news. In the middle of the night Susan was roused, as Mrs. Price had become ill, and it was not until early morning that the poor woman fell asleep, her daughter's hand locked fast in hers. Susan remained sitting by the bedside, breathing quietly. Then, seeing the candle burn low, she gently withdrew her hand, and on tiptoe went to put out the light, lest the unpleasant smell should wake her mother. All was silent. The gray light of dawn stole into the little room, the sun rose slowly, and Susan peered through the small panes of the lattice window at the glorious sight. A few birds began to chirp, and as the little girl listened to them, her mother started and spoke in her sleep. Susan quickly hung up a white apron before the window to keep out the light, and at the same moment she heard in the distance the voices of the village children singing their May Day songs. Soon she could see them, Philip leading the way, playing upon his pipe and tabor, the others following with nosegays and garlands in their hands. They were coming toward the cottage. Quickly but quietly Susan unlatched the door and ran to meet them. "Here she is! Here's Susan!" they exclaimed joyfully. "Here is the Queen of the May!" "And here's her crown!" cried Rose, pressing forward. But Susan put a finger to her lips and pointed to her mother's window. Philip's pipe stopped at once. "Thank you," said Susan, "but my mother is ill. I can't leave her, you know." Then, as she gently put aside the crown, her companions asked her to say who should wear it for her. "Will you, dear Rose?" she said, placing the garland upon her friend's head. "It's a charming May morning," she added with a smile. "Good bye. We shall not hear your voices or the pipe when you have turned the corner to the village, so you need only stop till then, Philip." "I shall stop for all day," said Philip. "I have no wish to play any more." "Good bye, poor Susan. It's a pity you can't come with us," said all the children. Little Mary ran after Susan to the cottage door. "I forgot to thank you," she said, "for the cowslips. Look how pretty they are, and smell how sweet the violets are that I wear. And kiss me quick, or I shall be left behind." Susan kissed the little breathless girl, and returned softly to the side of her mother's bed. "How grateful that child is to me for a cowslip only! How can I be grateful enough to such a mother as this?" she said to herself, as she bent over the pale face of her sleeping mother. Her mother's unfinished knitting lay upon a table near the bed, and Susan sat down in her wicker armchair and went on with the row, in the middle of which Mrs. Price had stopped the evening before. "She taught me to knit, She taught me everything that I know," thought Susan, "and best of all, she taught me to love her, to wish to be like her." Mrs. Price, when she awoke, felt much better, but slowly there came back to her memory the sad news she had heard the evening before. She asked herself if it could have been a dream, but no, it was all too true. She could recall her husband's look as he had said, "I must leave you in 3 days." Then suddenly she roused herself. "Why, he'll want 100 things," she said. "I must get his linen ready for him. I am afraid it's very late, Susan. Why did you let me sleep so long?" "Everything shall be ready, dear mother, only don't hurry," said Susan. And indeed her mother was not able to bear any hurry, or to do any work that day. Susan's loving help was never more wanted. She understood so well, she obeyed so exactly, and when she was left to herself, judged so wisely, that her mother had little trouble in directing her. She said that Susan never did too little or too much. Susan was mending her father's linen when Rose tapped softly at the window and beckoned her to come out. She went. "How is your mother in the first place?" said Rose. "Better, thank you." "That is nice, and I have a little bit of good news for you besides. Here," she said, pulling out a purse in which there was money. "We'll get the guinea hen back again. We have all agreed about it. This is the money that has been given to us in the village this May morning. At every door they gave silver. See how generous they've been. 12 shillings. Now we are a match for Miss Barbara. You won't like to leave home, so I'll go to her, and you shall see your guinea hen in 10 minutes." Rose hurried away, filled with joy at the thought that she would soon return to Susan with her lost bird. Miss Barbara's maid, Betty, was the first person she saw on reaching the Attorney's house. Rose said she must see Barbara, and was shown into a parlor where the young lady sat reading a book. "How you startled me! Is it only you?" she said, looking up and seeing no one but the maid. Then, as she caught sight of Rose, she went on, "You should have said I was not at home. Pray, my good girl, what do you want?" she said, turning to Rose. "Is it to borrow or to beg that you are here?" "The person from whom I come does not wish either to borrow or to beg, but to pay for what she asks," answered Rose. Then, opening her well-filled purse, she held out to Barbara a bright shilling, saying, "Now please be so good as to give me Susan's guinea hen." "You may keep your shilling," replied Barbara. "It would have been enough if it had been paid yesterday when I asked for it, but I told Susan that as it was not paid then, I should keep the hen, and I shall. You may go back and tell her so." While Barbara spoke, she had been looking into the open purse in Rose's hand. She thought she could count at least 10 shillings. Could she not manage to get 5 of them for the guinea hen, she wondered. Rose little guessed what was going on in Barbara's mind, and exclaimed angrily, "We must have Susan's favorite hen, whatever the cost. If 1 shilling won't do, take 2. If 2 won't do, take 3." And she flung the coins one after the other on the table. "3 won't do," said Barbara. "Then take 4." Barbara shook her head. A 5th shilling was offered, but Barbara, seeing that she had the game in her own hands, was silent. Then Rose threw down shilling after shilling till 12 bright pieces lay on the table, and her purse was empty. "Now you may take the guinea hen," said Barbara. Rose pushed the money toward the greedy girl, but at the same moment remembered that it had not belonged to herself alone. At once she seized the silver coins, and saying that she must first see if the friends with whom she shared them were willing to part with them, she ran off. When the children heard Rose's story, they were amazed that even Barbara could be so mean, but they all agreed that at any cost the Guinea-Fowl must be set free. In a body they went to Susan and told her so, at the same time handing her the purse. Then they ran off without waiting to be thanked. Rose only stayed behind. Susan knew that she must accept the present gladly, just as she would give one gladly. She was much touched by the kindness of her friends, but she took the purse as simply as she would have given it. "Well," said Rose, "shall I go back for the guinea hen?" "The guinea hen," said Susan, starting from a dream into which she had fallen as she looked at the purse. "Certainly I do long to see my pretty guinea hen once more, but I was not thinking of her just then. I was thinking of my father." Now Susan had often that day heard her mother wish that she had but money enough in the world to pay the man who was willing to be trained to fight instead of her husband. "This, to be sure, will go but a little way," thought Susan, "but still it may be of some use." She told her thought to Rose, and ended by saying that if the money was given to her to spend as she pleased, she would give it to her father. "It is all yours, my dear good Susan," cried Rose. "This is so like you. But I'm sorry that Miss Bab must keep your guinea hen. I would not be her for all the guinea hens, or guineas either, in the whole world. Why, the guinea hen won't make her happy, and you'll be happy even without it, because you are good."
"Let me come and help you to morrow," she went on, looking at Susan's work, "if you have any more mending to do. I never liked work till I worked with you. I won't forget my thimble or my scissors," she added, laughing, "though I used to forget them when I was a wilder girl. I assure you I am clever with my needle now. Try me." Susan told her friend that she would most gladly accept her help, but that she had finished all the needlework that was wanted at present. "But do you know," she went on, "I shall be very busy to morrow. I won't tell you what it is that I have to do, for I am afraid I shall not succeed. But if I do succeed, I'll come and tell you directly, because you will be so glad." End of Section 39. Section 40 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan, Section 4. Susan visits the Abbey. Susan, who had always been attentive to what her mother taught her, and who had often helped her when she was baking bread and cakes for the family at the Abbey, now thought that she could herself bake a batch of bread. One of the new servants from the Abbey had been sent all round the village in the morning in search of loaves, and had not been able to procure any that were eatable. Mrs. Price's last baking had failed for want of good yeast. She was not now strong enough to attempt another herself, and when the brewer's boy came to tell her that they had some fine fresh yeast, she thanked him, but sighed and said she feared it would be of little use to her. But Susan went to work with great care, and the next morning when her bread came out of the oven it was excellent. At least her mother said so, and she was a good judge. It was sent to the Abbey, and as the family had not tasted any good bread since they had come there, they also were warm in its praise. With some surprise they heard from the housekeeper that this excellent bread was made by a young girl only 12 years old. The housekeeper, who had known Susan since she was a child, was pleased to have a chance to speak about her. "She's the busiest little creature, ma'am, in the world," she said to her mistress. "I can't so well call her little now, though, since she's grown tall and slender to look at. And glad I am she is grown up good to look at, for handsome is that handsome does, ma'am. She thinks no more of her being handsome than I do myself, yet she has as proper a respect for herself, ma'am, as you have, and I always see her neat, and she is always with her mother or fit people, as a girl should be. As for her mother, she dotes upon her, as well she may, for I should myself if I had half such a daughter, ma'am. And then she has 2 little brothers, and she's as good to them, and my boy Philip says taught them to read more than the schoolmistress did. But I beg your pardon, ma'am, I cannot stop myself when once I begin to talk of Susan." "You have really said enough to make me wish to see her," said her mistress. "Pray send for her now. We can see her before we go out to walk." The kind housekeeper gladly sent off her boy Philip for Susan, who was never so untidy that she could not come at once when sent for. She had been very busy, but orderly people can be busy and neat at the same time. Putting on her usual straw hat, she set out for the Abbey. On the way she overtook Rosa's mother, who was going there too, with a basket of fresh muslin. When Susan reached the Abbey, her simple dress and manners, and the good sense with which she answered the questions put to her, pleased the ladies greatly. They saw that the housekeeper had not spoken too highly of the farmer's daughter. These 2 ladies were the sisters of Sir Arthur Somers. They were kind and wise, kind in wishing to spread happiness among their poor neighbors, and wise in wishing these people to be happy in their own way. They did not wish to manage them, only to help them. As Sir Arthur was always willing to aid his sisters, it seemed as if they would prove a blessing in the village near which they had come to live. When Susan took leave of the ladies, she was told they would call at her home that evening at 6 o'clock. Such a grand event as Susan's visit to the Abbey soon became known to Barbara Case and her maid, and together they watched for her return. "There she is! She has just gone into her garden," cried Bab. "We'll run in at once to hear all about it." Susan was gathering some marigolds and parsley for her mother's soup. "Well, Susan, and how are things going with you to day?" asked Barbara. "My mother is rather better, she says, thank you, ma'am." "Ma'am! How polite we have grown all of a sudden," said Bab, winking at her maid. "One can see you have been in good company. Come, tell us all about it." "Did you see the ladies themselves?" asked Betty, "or only the housekeeper?" "What room were you in?" went on Bab. "Did you see Miss Somers or Sir Arthur?" "Miss Somers," replied Susan. "Betty, she saw Miss Somers. I must hear about it. Susan, stop gathering those things and have a chat with us." "I can't indeed, Miss Barbara, for my mother wants her soup, and I'm in a hurry." And Susan ran home. "Would you believe it, her head is full of soup now?" said Bab to her maid. "She seems to think nothing of her visit to the Abbey. My papa may well call her simple, Susan, but simple or not, I mean to get what I want out of her. Maybe when she has settled the grand matter of the soup,
she'll be able to speak. I'll step in and ask to see her mother. That will put her in a good humor in a trice." Barbara went to the cottage and found Susan standing over a pot on the fire. "Is the soup ready?" she asked. "I'll wait till you take it in to your mother and go in with you. I want to ask her how she is myself." "Sit down then, miss," said Susan. "I have put in the parsley, so the soup is nearly ready." Barbara sat down and plied Susan with questions. How was Miss Somers dressed? Were the sisters dressed alike? What were they having for dinner at the Abbey? Above all, what could Miss Somers mean by saying she would call at Farmer Price's cottage at 6 o'clock that evening? "What do you think she could mean?" asked Barbara. "What she said," replied Susan, "that she would be here at 6 o'clock." "That's plain enough," said Barbara. "But what else do you think she meant? People, you know, often mean more or less than they say." "They do," answered Susan with a smile that made Barbara guess of whom she was thinking. But Bab did not mean Susan to know that she had guessed, so she said, "I suppose you think that Miss Somers meant more than she said." "I was not thinking of Miss Somers when I said what I did," replied Susan. There was a pause, and then Bab remarked, "How nice the soup looks!" Susan had poured it into a basin, and as she dropped over it the bright yellow marigold, it looked very tempting. She tasted it, and added a little salt, tasted it again, and added a little more. Then she thought it was just as her mother liked it. "Oh, I must taste it," said Bab, seizing the basin greedily. "Won't you take a spoon?" said Susan, trembling as she saw the big mouthfuls Barbara took with a loud noise. "Take a spoon, indeed!" exclaimed Bab. "How dare you? How dare you speak so to me? Take a spoon, pig, was what you meant to say. I'll never enter your cottage again." And she flounced out of the house. Susan stood still, amazed at the beginning of Barbara's speech, but her last words explained the sudden outburst. Some years before this time, when Susan was a very little girl and could scarcely speak, as she was eating a basin of bread and milk for supper at the cottage door, a great pig came up and put his nose into the basin. Susan was willing that the pig should have some share of the bread and milk, but as she ate with a spoon and he with his large mouth, she soon found that he was likely to have more than his share, and she said to him, "Take a spoon, pig." The saying became a proverb in the village, and Susan's little companions quoted it when any one claimed more than his share of anything good. Barbara, who was then not Miss Barbara, but just plain Bab, and who played with all the poor children in the village, was often reproved by Susan's proverb. Susan, as she grew up, forgot the childish saying, but Barbara remembered it, and it was this that she thought was in Susan's mind when she asked her to take a spoon. "Indeed, miss," said Betty, when she found Barbara in a passion upon her return from the cottage, "indeed, I wonder you set your foot within the door. Your own papa has been at the Abbey all morning, and you can hear all you wish to know from him." Barbara at once ran to her father's parlor, but she saw at a glance that he was in no mood to answer questions. Instead of leaving him alone, she did all in her power to find out why he had been at the Abbey, and what he had seen and heard there. And when she found that her father would tell her nothing, she ran back to her maid, saying, "Papa is so cross, I cannot put up with him." End of section 40. Section 41 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan 5, Susan's Pet Lamb. It is true that Attorney Case was not in a happy mood. His visit to the Abbey had made him feel sure that Sir Arthur and he would not agree about the treatment of the farmers who lived on the estate. One matter they had talked about was Sir Arthur's wish to enlarge his grounds and make a drive round them. A map of the estate lay upon the table, and they looked at it together. "Ah, but I see this new road for the drive would run through Farmer Price's garden," said Sir Arthur. "That would never do." "It need not trouble you," said Attorney Case. "You may do as you like with Price's land." "How so?" asked Sir Arthur. "His lease will not be out for 10 years, I believe." "True, that would have been the case had there not been a mistake in it. I have the lease, and can show you." The heartless man then went on to explain to Sir Arthur what the mistake was. Sir Arthur remained silent. "Oh, I see," said the Attorney. "You do not wish to annoy Farmer Price. But just put the matter into my hands, and I will manage it for you." "You seem to forget that to take the farm out of this poor man's hands would be to ruin him," replied Sir Arthur quietly. "Indeed," said the wicked Attorney. "Indeed, I should be sorry for that, if it were not that Farmer Price is such an unruly, stubborn man." "An unruly man, is he? If that be so, the sooner he leaves the place the better.
When you go home you will be good enough to send me the lease, that I may, for myself, see the mistake." Attorney Case got up to go, but before he went he thought he must try to find out if Sir Arthur was going to employ him to look after the estate, that is, if he was to be the agent. "I will not trouble you about this lease, Sir Arthur," he said, "but will hand it to your agent if you will inform me who is to have that post." "I mean to be my own agent," answered Sir Arthur, "and will myself look after the happiness of the people among whom I have come to live." It was the surprise of this reply that had sent Attorney Case home so cross that Barbara had said to Betty she could not put up with him. When his daughter had left him alone, the Attorney walked up and down the room deep in thought. "At any rate," he said to himself at last, "if Sir Arthur means to manage the estate himself in summer, he at least will need an agent in winter. I must try to get the post." And he still walked up and down, trying to think of some plan by which he would find favor at the Abbey. Now that morning he had heard the housekeeper at the Abbey ask the servants if any lamb were to be had in the village, as Sir Arthur would like to have it one day soon for dinner. Knowing that he himself treated those farmers best who from time to time gave him presents, Attorney Case thought that if he sent a gift to Sir Arthur it might help him get what he wished. No sooner had the idea struck him than the Attorney went to the kitchen. Standing at the door was a shepherd boy. Barbara too was there. "Do you know of a nice fat lamb?" the Attorney asked the lad. Before the shepherd boy could answer, Barbara exclaimed, "I know of one. Susan Price has a pet lamb that is as fat can be." At once Attorney Case walked over to Farmer Price's cottage. He found Susan packing her father's little wardrobe, and as she looked up he saw she had been in tears. "How is your mother to day, Susan?" inquired the Attorney. "Worse, sir. My father goes to morrow." "That is a pity." "It can't be helped," said Susan with a sigh. "It can't be helped? How do you know that?" said Mr. Case. "Sir, dear sir," cried she, looking up at him, and a sudden ray of hope beamed in her sweet face. "What if you could help it, Susan?" he said. Susan clasped her hands in silence. "You can help it, Susan." She started up. "What would you give now to have your father at home for a whole week longer?" "Anything, but I have nothing." "Yes, you have a lamb," said the hard-hearted Attorney. "My poor little Daisy?" said Susan. "But what good can she do?" "What good can any lamb do? Is not lamb good to eat? Why do you look so pale, girl? Are not sheep killed every day? And don't you eat mutton? Is your lamb better than anybody else's, think you?" "I don't know," said Susan, "but I love her dearly." "More silly you," said he. "She feeds out of my hand. She follows me about. I have always taken care of her. My mother gave her to me." "Well, say no more about it then. If you love your lamb better than both your father and your mother, keep it, and good morning to you." "Stay, oh stay!" cried Susan, catching his coat with an eager trembling hand. "A whole week, did you say? My mother may get better in that time. No, I do not love Daisy half so well." The struggle in her mind ceased, and with a calm voice she said, "Take the lamb." "Where is it?" said the Attorney. "Grazing in the meadow by the riverside." "It must be brought up before nightfall for the butcher, remember." "I shall not forget it," said Susan steadily. As soon, however, as the cruel man turned his back and left the house, Susan sat down and hid her face in her hands. She was soon roused by the sound of her mother's feeble voice calling her from the inner room where she lay. Susan went in. "Are you there, love? I thought I heard some strange voice just now talking to my child." "Something's amiss, Susan," her mother went on, raising herself as well as she could in bed to look at her daughter's face. "Would you think it amiss, then, my dear mother?" said Susan, stooping to kiss her. "Would you think it amiss if my father was to stay with us a week longer?" "Susan, you don't say so!" "He is indeed, a whole week. But how burning hot your hand is still." "Are you sure he will stay?" asked her mother. "How do you know? Who told you so? Tell me all, quick." "Attorney Case told me so. He can get him leave for a week longer, and he has promised he will." "God bless him for it, for ever and ever," said the poor woman, joining her hands. "May the blessing of heaven be with him." Susan was silent. The next moment she was called out of the room, for a messenger had come from the Abbey for the bread bill. Susan always made out the bills, for although she had not had many writing lessons, she had taken great pains to learn, and wrote in a neat, clear hand. It is true she was in no mood to write or to add now, but the work must be done.
Having carefully ruled lines for the pounds, shillings, and pence, she made out the bill and gave it to the boy who waited for it. Then she said to herself she would make out the other bills, for many of the people in the village had bought a few loaves and rolls of her making. And when these are done, I may go down to the meadow and take leave of my poor lamb. But Susan could not find her slate, and when she did find it, many of the figures were blurred, for Barbara had sat upon it, and then the numbers seemed to dance before her, and each time that she added, the answer was different. She went over and over the sums until her head ached. The table was covered with little square bits of paper on which she had written the bills, when her father came in, holding in his hand an account. "Look at this, Susan," he said, handing it to her. "How could you be so careless, child? What have you been thinking about to let a bill like that go to the Abbey? Luckily I met the messenger, and asked to see how much it was. Look at it." Susan looked and blushed. Instead of loaves she had written lambs. She altered the mistake and handed the bill to her father. He, meantime, was looking at the papers lying on the table. "What are all these, child?" he asked. "Some of them were wrong, and I wrote them out again." "Some of them? All of them, as far as I can see," said her father, rather angrily, pointing to the papers. Susan read the bills. Most of them were for lambs instead of loaves or rolls. Her thoughts had indeed been running upon the pet she was to part with so soon. Once more she wrote the bills, and her father, who was struck by the patient way she set to work, said he would himself collect the money. He would be proud to be able to say to the neighbors that it was all earned by his own little daughter. Susan heard him sigh as he passed the knapsack she had packed for him, but she thought she would keep the pleasure of telling him his week's leave until he came home. He had said he would have supper in her mother's room. She would tell the good news then. "How delighted he will be when he hears," she said to herself. "But I know he will be sorry too for poor Daisy." Susan thought she would now have time to run down to the meadow by the riverside to see her favorite, but just as she had tied on her straw hat, the clock struck 4. This was the hour at which she always went to fetch her brothers from the school near the village. So, as she knew that the little boys would be sorry if she were late, she put off her visit to the lamb, and went at once to meet them. Section 42 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan, Section 6. The Blind Harper. The dame school, which was about a mile from the village, was a long, low house with a thatched roof. It was sheltered by a few old oaks, under which the grandparents and great-grandparents of the children now at school had played long ago. The play-green sloped down from the front of the school, and was enclosed by a rough paling. The children obeyed and loved the dame who taught them, for she was ever quick to praise them when they did well, and to give them all the pleasure she could. Susan had been taught by her, and the dame often told her little pupils that they must try to be like her, wise and modest, gentle and kind. As she now opened the gate, she heard the merry voices of the little ones, and saw them streaming out of the narrow door and scattering over the green. "Oh, there's Susan!" cried her two little brothers, running, leaping, and bounding up to her, and many of the other rosy boys and girls crowded round her to tell her of their games. Susan always liked to hear of all that made others happy, but she had to tell the children that if they all spoke at once she would not be able to hear what any of them said. The voices were still raised one above the other, all eager to tell about ninepins, or marbles, or tops, or bows and arrows, when suddenly music was heard. The children at once became silent, and looked round to see whence the sound came. Susan pointed to the great oak tree, and they saw, sitting under its shade, an old man playing upon his harp. The children all drew near quietly, for the music was solemn, but as the harper heard little footsteps coming toward him, he played one of his more lively tunes. The merry troop pressed nearer and nearer to the old man. Then some of those who were in front whispered to each other, "He is blind. What a pity! He looks very poor. What a ragged coat he wears! He must be very old, for his hair is white, and he must have come a long way, for his shoes are quite worn out." All this was said while the harper tuned his harp. When he once more began to play, not a word was spoken, but every now and again there was a cry of delight. The old man then let the children name the airs they would like best to hear. Each time Susan spoke, he turned his face quickly to where she stood, and played the tune she asked for, over and over again.
"I am blind," he said, "and cannot see your faces, but I can tell something about each of you by your voices." "Can you indeed?" cried Susan's little brother William, who was now standing between the old man's knees. "It was my sister Susan who spoke last. Can you tell us something about her?" "That I can, I think," said the harper, lifting the little boy on his knee. "Your sister Susan is good-natured." William clapped his hands. "And good-tempered." "Right," said little William, clapping louder than before. "And very fond of the little boy who sits on my knee." "Oh, right, right, quite right!" exclaimed the child, and "quite right" echoed on all sides. "But how do you know so much when you are blind?" said William, looking hard at the old man. "Hush!" whispered John, who was a year older than his brother, and very wise. "You should not remind him that he is blind." "Though I am blind," said the harper, "I can hear, you know, and I heard from your sister herself all that I told you of her, that she was good-tempered and good-natured and fond of you." "Oh, that's wrong. You did not hear all that from her, I'm sure," said John, "for nobody ever hears her praising herself." "Did I not hear her tell you," said the harper, "when you first came round me, that she was in a great hurry to go home, but that she would stay a little while, since you wished it so much? Was not that good-natured? And when you said you did not like the tune she liked best, she was not angry with you, but said, 'Then play William's first, if you please.' Was that not good-tempered?" "Oh yes," said William, "it's all true, but how did you find out she was fond of me?" "That is such a hard question," said the harper, "that I must take time to think." He tuned his harp as he thought, or seemed to think, and at this instant two boys, who had been searching for birds' nests in the hedges, and who had heard the sound of the harp, came blustering up and pushing their way through the circle. One of them exclaimed, "What's going on here? Who are you, my old fellow? A blind harper! Well, play us a tune, if you can play a good one. Play Let's see, what shall he play, Bob?" added he, turning to his companion. "Play Bumper Squire Jones." The old man, though he did not seem quite pleased with the way in which he was asked, played Bumper Squire Jones. Several tunes were afterward named by the same rough voice. The little children shrunk back shyly as they looked at the bold boy. He was the son of Attorney Case, and as his father had not cured his temper when he was a child, it became worse and worse as he grew up. All who were younger and weaker than himself were afraid of him and disliked him. When the old harper was so tired that he could play no more, a lad who usually carried his harp for him came up and held his master's hat to those around, saying, "Will you please remember us?" The children readily gave their halfpence to this poor good-natured man, who had taken so much pains to amuse them. It pleased them better even than to give them to the gingerbread woman, whose stall they loved to visit. The hat was held to the Attorney's son before he chose to see it. At last he put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a shilling. There was 6 penny worth of halfpenny in the hat. "I'll take these halfpence," said he, "and here's a shilling for you." "God bless you, sir," said the lad, but as he took the shilling which the young gentleman had slyly put into the blind man's hat, he saw that it was not worth 1 farthing. "I am afraid it is not good, sir," said the lad, whose business it was to look after the money for his master. "I am afraid, then, you'll get no other," said the young Case, with a rude laugh. "It will never do, sir. Look at it yourself. The edges are all yellow. You can see the copper through it quite plain. Sir, nobody will take it from us." "I have nothing to do with that," said the rude boy, pushing away his hand. "You may pass it, you know, as well as I do, if you look sharp. You have taken it from me, and I shan't take it back again, I can tell you." A whisper of "That's very unjust" was heard. "Who says it's unjust?" cried the Attorney's son sternly, looking down upon his judges. "Is any one here among yourselves a judge of silver?" said the old man. "Yes, here's the butcher's boy," said the Attorney's son. "Show it to him." He was a quiet, timid boy, and young Case fancied he'd be afraid to say what he thought. However, after turning the shilling round several times, the butcher's lad said that, so far as he could tell, although he would not like to be quite sure of it, the coin was not a good one. Then, seeing the Attorney's son scowl angrily at him, he turned to Susan, saying that she knew more than he did about money, as so much passed through her hands in payment of the bread she made. "I'll leave it to her," said the old harper. "If she says the shilling is good, we will keep it." The coin was then handed to Susan, who had not yet spoken, but now that she was called upon, she did not shrink from telling the truth. In a gentle but firm tone she said, "I think the shilling is a bad one." "There's another, then," cried the Attorney's son. "I have plenty of shillings and sixpences. They are nothing to me." And he walked away. The children now all started for their homes, and the old harper begged that Susan would show him the way to the village if she were going there.
The lad took up the harp, and little William led the old man by the hand, while John ran on before to gather buttercups in the meadows. When they reached a little brook, which they must cross by a narrow plank, Susan was afraid to leave the harper to the care of his little guide, so she herself took his hand and led him safely to the other side. Soon they reached the road, and Susan told the boy who carried his master's harp that he could not now lose his way. She then said good bye to the harper, adding that she and her brothers must take the short path across the fields, which would not be so pleasant for him because of the stiles. "I am afraid Miss Somers will be waiting," said Susan to her brothers as they ran along together. "You know she said she would call at 6 o'clock, and I am sure by the length of our shadows that it is getting late." End of Section 42. Section 43 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan 7. Good news. When they came to their own cottage door, they heard voices, and they saw, when they entered, 2 ladies standing in the kitchen. "Come in, Susan," said Miss Somers. "I fancy you forgot that we promised to pay you a visit this evening, but you need not blush so much. There is no great harm done. We have only been here about 5 minutes, and we have been admiring your neat garden and your tidy shelves. Is it you, Susan, who keeps these things in such order?" went on Miss Somers, looking round the kitchen. Before Susan could reply, little William pushed forward and answered, "Yes, ma'am, it is my sister Susan that keeps everything neat, and she always comes to school for us too, which was what caused her to be so late." "Because," went on John, "she would not refuse to let us hear a blind man play on the harp. It was we who kept her, and we hope, ma'am, as you seem so good, you won't take it amiss." Miss Somers and her sister smiled as they listened to Susan's little brothers, but what they heard made them feel sure that Susan was indeed as kind a sister as the housekeeper had said. When the ladies left the cottage, they took Susan with them through the village. "I fancy we shall find what we want here," said Miss Somers, stopping before a shop window, where ribbons of all colors were displayed, and where lace collars, glass buttons, and sheets of pins were laid out in order. They went in, and on the shelves behind the counter saw gay, neat linens and calicoes. "Now, Susan, choose yourself a gown," said Miss Somers. "Because you are a busy girl and behave well, we wish others to see that such is the conduct of which we approve." The shopkeeper was the father of Susan's friend Rose. He stretched his arm to the highest shelf, then dived into drawers beneath the counter, sparing no pains to show the best goods to his customers. Susan did not show the interest that might have been expected. She was thinking much of her lamb, and more of her father. Miss Somers had put a bright guinea into her hand, and told her to pay for her own gown. But Susan felt that this was a great deal of money to spend upon a frock for herself, and yet she did not know how to ask if she might keep it for a better purpose. Although Susan said nothing, Miss Somers read in her face that she was perplexed. "She does not like any of these things," whispered the lady to her sister. "She seems to be thinking of something else," was the low reply. "If you do not fancy any of these calicoes," said the shopkeeper to Susan, "we shall have a larger choice soon." "Oh," answered Susan with a smile and a blush, "these are all too good for me. But what, Susan?" asked Miss Somers. "Tell us what is passing in your little mind." Susan said nothing. "Well, then, it does not matter. You do not know us very well yet. When you do, you will not, I am sure, be afraid to be frank. Put the guinea in your pocket, and make what use of it you please. From what we know, and from what we have heard of you, we are sure you will make a good use of it." "I think, ma'am," said the shopkeeper, "I have a pretty good guess what will become of that guinea, but I say nothing." "No, that is right," said Miss Somers. "We leave Susan to do just as she likes with it. And now we must not keep her any longer. Good night, Susan. We shall soon come again to your neat cottage." Susan curtsied and looked gratefully at the ladies, but did not speak. She wished to say, "I cannot explain to you here with people around what I want to do with my guinea, but when you come to our cottage you shall know it all." After Susan had left, Miss Somers turned to the obliging shopkeeper, who was folding up all the goods he had opened. "You have had a great deal of trouble," she said, "and as Susan will not choose a gown for herself, I must find one for her." And she chose the prettiest. While the man rolled up the parcel, Miss Somers asked him many questions about Susan, and he was only too glad to be able to tell what he knew about the good girl. "No later than last May morning," he said, "Susan acted as it will please you to hear. She was to have been Queen of the May, which among the children in our village is a thing a good deal thought of. But Susan's mother was ill,
and Susan, after being up with her all night, would not go out in the morning, even when they brought the crown to her. She put it upon my daughter Rose's head with her own hands, and to be sure Rose loves her as well as if she were her own sister. If I praise Susan, it is not that I am any relation of the Prices, but just that I wish her well, as does every one that knows her. I'll send the parcel up to the Abbey, shall I, ma'am?" "If you please," said Miss Somers, "and as soon as your new goods come in, let us know. You will, I hope, find us good customers and well-wishers," she added with a smile, "for those who wish others well surely deserve to have well-wishers themselves." But to return to Susan. When she left the shop, she carefully put the bright guinea into the purse with the 12 shillings her little friend had given her on May Day. She next added, as far as she could remember them, the bills for the bread that were owing to her, and found that they came to about 38 shillings. Then she hoped that by some means or other during the week her father was to remain at home, make up the 9 guineas that would enable him to stay with them altogether. "If that could but be," she said to herself, "how happy it would make my mother! She is already a great deal better since I told her my father would stay for a week longer. Ah, but she would not have blessed Attorney Case if she had known about my poor Daisy." Susan had now reached the path that led to the meadow by the riverside. She wanted to go there alone and take leave of her lamb, but her little brothers, who were watching for her return, ran after her as soon as they saw her, and overtook her as she reached the meadow. "What did that good lady want with you?" cried William, but looking up in his sister's face he saw tears in her eyes, and he was silent and walked on quietly. Susan saw her lamb by the waterside. "Who are those 2 men?" said William. "What are they going to do with Daisy?" The 2 men were Attorney Case and the butcher. The butcher was feeling whether the lamb was fat. Susan sat down upon the bank in silent sorrow. Her little brothers ran up to the butcher and asked whether he was going to do any harm to the lamb. The butcher did not answer, but the Attorney replied, "It is not your sister's lamb any longer, it's mine." "Yours!" cried the children with terror, "and will you kill it?" "No, that is what the butcher will do." The little boys now burst into loud cries. They pushed away the butcher's hands. They threw their arms round the neck of the lamb. They kissed its forehead. It bleated. "It will not bleat to morrow," said William, and he wept bitterly. The butcher looked aside and hastily rubbed his eyes with the corner of his blue apron. The Attorney stood unmoved. He pulled up the head of the lamb, which had just stooped to crop a mouthful of clover. "I have no time to waste," he said. "Butcher, I leave it to you. If it's fat, the sooner the better. I have nothing more to say." And he walked off, deaf to the prayers of the poor children. As soon as the Attorney was out of sight, Susan rose from the bank where she was seated, came up to her lamb, and stooped to gather some fresh, dewy clover, that she might feed her pet for the last time. Poor Daisy licked the well-known hand. "Now let us go," said Susan. "I'll wait as long as you please," said the butcher. Susan thanked him, but walked away quickly without looking back. Her little brothers begged the man to stay a few minutes, for they had gathered a handful of blue speedwell and yellow crowsfoot, and they were decking the poor animal. As it followed the boys through the village, the children looked after them as they passed, and the butcher's own son was among the number. The boy remembered Susan's firmness about the shilling, for it had saved him a beating. He went at once to his father to beg him to spare the lamb. "I was thinking about it myself," said the butcher. "It's a sin to kill a pet lamb, I'm thinking. Anyway, it's what I'm not used to, and don't fancy doing. But I've a plan in my head, and I'm going straight away to Attorney Case. But he's a hard man, so we'll say nothing to the boys, lest nothing comes of it. Come, lads," he went on, turning to the crowd of children, "it's time you were going your ways home. Turn the lamb in here, John, into the paddock for the night." The butcher then went to the Attorney. "If it's a good, fat, tender lamb you want for Sir Arthur," he said, "I could let you have one as good or better than Susan's, and fit to eat to morrow." As Mr. Case wished to give the present to Sir Arthur as soon as he could, he said he would not wait for Susan's lamb, but would take the one offered by the butcher. In the meantime Susan's brothers ran home to tell her that the lamb was put into the paddock for the night. This was all they knew, but even this was some comfort to the poor girl. Rose was at Farmer Price's cottage that evening, and was to have the pleasure of hearing Susan tell her father the good news that he might stay at home for 1 week longer. Mrs. Price was feeling better, and said that she would sit up to supper in her wicker armchair. As Susan began to get ready the meal, little William, who was standing at the house door watching for his father's return, called out suddenly, "Susan, why, here is our old man." "Yes," said the blind Harper, "I have found my way to you. The neighbors were kind enough to show me whereabouts you lived, for though I didn't know your name, they guessed who I meant by what I said of you all." Susan came to the door, and the old man was delighted to hear her speak again. "If it would not be too bold," said he, "I'm a stranger in this part of the country, and come from afar off. My boy has got a bed for himself here in the village, but I have no place. Could you be so kind as to give an old blind man a night's lodging?" Susan said she would step in and ask her mother, and she soon returned with an answer that he was heartily welcome, if he could sleep upon the children's bed, which was but small. The old man entered thankfully, and as he did so struck his head against the low roof. "Many roofs that are twice as high do not shelter folk so kind," he said, for he had just come from the house of Mr. Case, and Barbara, who had been standing at the hall door, said he could have no help there. The old man's harp was set down in Farmer Price's kitchen, and he promised to play a tune for the boys before they went to bed, as their mother had given them leave to sit up to supper with their father. The farmer came home with a sad face, but how soon did it brighten when Susan, with a smile, said to him, "Father, we've good news for you, good news for us all. You have a whole week longer to stay with us, and perhaps," she went on, putting her little purse into his hands, "perhaps with what's here, and the bread bills, and what may somehow be got together before a week's end, we may make up the 9 guineas. Who knows, dearest mother, but we may keep him with us for ever." As she spoke, she threw her arms round her father, who pressed her to him without speaking, for his heart was full. It was some little time before he could believe that what he heard was true, but the smiles of his wife, the noisy joy of his little boys, and the delight that shone in Susan's face, at last convinced him that it was not a dream. As they sat down to supper, the old Harper was made welcome to share of the simple meal. Susan's father, as soon as supper was finished, even before he would let the harper play a tune for his boys, opened the little purse which Susan had given him. He was surprised at the sight of the 12 shillings, and still more when he came to the bottom of the purse to see the bright golden guinea. "How did you come by all this money, Susan?" said he. "How, I can't make out, except by the baking," said her proud mother. "Hey, Susan, is this your first baking?" "Oh no," said her father, "I have the money for her first baking snug here, besides, in my pocket. I kept it for a surprise to do your mother's heart good, Susan. Here's 29 shillings, and the Abbey bill, which is not yet paid, comes to 10 more. What think you of this, wife? Have we not a right to be proud of our Susan? Why," he went on, turning to the harper, "I ask your pardon for speaking before strangers in praise of my own child, but the truth is the fittest thing to be spoken, I think, at all times. Here's your good health, Susan. Why, by and by she'll be worth her weight in gold, in silver at least. But tell us, child, how came you by all this wealth, and how comes it that I don't go to morrow? The happy news makes me so gay, I'm afraid I shall hardly understand it rightly. Speak on, child, but first bring us a bottle of the good mead you made last year from your own honey." Susan did not like to tell the story of her guinea hen, of the gown, and of her poor lamb. Part of this would seem as if she were speaking of her own good deeds, and part of it she did not like to remember. But her mother begged to know the whole, and she told it as simply as she could. When she came to the story of her lamb, her voice faltered, and everybody present was touched. The old harper sighed once and cleared his throat several times. He then asked for his harp, and after tuning it for long, he played the air he had promised the boys. End of section 43. Section 44 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan 8. Barbara visits the Abbey. The old blind man had come from the mountains of Wales to try to gain a prize of 10 guineas. This prize was to be awarded to the harper who should play the best at a large town about 5 miles from the village where Susan lived. In the evening, after the prize giving was over, there was to be a ball in the town, so the events of the day were looked forward to by many around. Barbara was one of those who grew more and more excited as the time for the prize giving and the ball drew near. She longed to be asked to go there by some of the rich neighbors who could drive her in their carriage. So how pleased she was when, on the evening that her father and the butcher were talking about Susan's lamb, a servant in livery from the Abbey left a note for Mr. and Miss Barbara Case. It was to invite them to dinner and tea at the Abbey next day. "Now they will find out," cried Bab, "that I am indeed a genteel person, and they will wish to take me to the ball. At any rate, I shall do my best to be asked." "To be sure," said Betty, "a lady who would visit Susan Price might well be glad to take you in her carriage." Then pray, Betty, do not forget to send to town first thing tomorrow for my new bonnet. Without that the ladies of the Abbey will think nothing of me, and I must coax papa to buy me a new gown for the ball. I shall look well at all the ladies' dresses in the Abbey tomorrow, and find out the fashion. And Betty, I have thought of a charming present to take Miss Somers. I shall give her Susan's guinea hen. It's of no use to me, so carry it up early in the morning to the Abbey with my compliments." Feeling quite sure that her bonnet and the Guinea-Fowl would make Miss Somers think well of her, Barbara paid her first visit to the Abbey. She expected to see wonders, but when she was shown into the room where Miss Somers and other ladies were sitting, simply dressed, and with work, books, and drawings on the table before them, she was surprised and vexed. There was nothing grand to be seen anywhere. When Miss Somers tried to find out what would interest her, and talked of walks and flowers and gardens, Miss Barbara was offended. "I will show them," she said to herself, "that I can talk of other things." So in a grand tone she spoke of what she did not understand, until her mistaken airs of gentility made the ladies of the Abbey feel first amused, then ashamed. One by one the ladies left the room, and when Miss Somers went to change her dress for dinner, Barbara was left alone with some pretty drawings to amuse her. But the silly girl paid no heed to these. She could think only of the ball. Suddenly she remembered that nothing had been said about the guinea hen. The truth was that Betty, in the hurry of dressing Barbara for her visit to the Abbey, had forgotten the bird. But it arrived just as Miss Somers was dressing. The housekeeper went to her mistress's room to say it had come. "Ma'am," she said, "here's a beautiful guinea hen just come with Miss Barbara Case's compliments." Miss Somers thought by the housekeeper's tone that she was not quite pleased, and she soon found she was right in thinking so. The woman came close up to the dressing table and said, "I never like to speak till I'm sure, ma'am, and I'm not quite sure in this case, ma'am, but still I think it right to tell you what crossed my mind about this same guinea hen, ma'am, and you can ask about it or do as you feel best, ma'am. Some time ago we had guinea fowls of our own, and not knowing that they were going to die as they have done, ma'am, I made bold to give a couple last Christmas to Susan Price, and very proud of them she was, ma'am, and I'm sure would never have parted with the hen of her own will. But if my eyes don't deceive me, ma'am, this guinea hen that Miss Barbara sends to you with her compliments is the same one that I gave to Susan. How Miss Barbara came by it I can't tell, ma'am, but if my boy Philip was at home, he might know, for he's often at Farmer Price's cottage. If you wish it, ma'am, I'll ask him when he comes home to-night." "I think the best way will be for me to ask Miss Case herself about it this evening," said Miss Somers. Dinner was now served. Attorney Case expected to smell mint sauce, and as the covers were taken off the dishes he looked around for lamb, but no lamb did he see. Among other things talked of at table was a carving knife that Sir Arthur had made for his sister. From this conversation passed to carving. "Now is my chance to find out about my present," thought the attorney. "Pray may I ask," he said to Sir Arthur, "how you carve a fore-quarter of lamb?" Sir Arthur at once saw what the attorney wanted to hear. Having answered his question, he went on to thank him for the present he had offered, but added, "I am sorry I cannot accept it, as it is my rule never to accept gifts from my neighbors. The reason is that our poor tenants cannot show their good will in this way, as they have little or nothing to offer." Attorney Case listened with surprise. He was annoyed and angry, for he did not understand Sir Arthur's just mind and kind heart. After the ladies left the dining room and were walking up and down the large hall, one of them remarked that it would be a charming place for music. Barbara, who, like her father, always seized any chance of turning the conversation as best pleased herself, said what a fine instrument was the harp. Then she spoke of the prize giving to the Harpers, and of the ball that was to follow. "I know a good deal about the ball," she said, "because a lady in the town where it is to be held offered to take me with her, but although she has a carriage, papa did not like to let her send it so far." At this point Barbara fixed her eyes on Miss Somers, that she might, if possible, read her thoughts, but as the lady was at that moment letting down the veil of her hat, her face was not seen. "Shall we go for a little walk before tea?" said Miss Somers to the other ladies. "I have a pretty guinea hen to show you." Barbara now felt hopeful, and when even among the pheasants and peacocks the guinea hen was much admired, she was sure that Miss Somers must indeed be proud to accept her gift. At this moment Philip came running by on an errand for his mother. As his eye fell upon the guinea hen, he exclaimed before he knew, "Why, that is Susan's guinea hen!"
"No, it's not Susan's guinea hen," said Miss Barbara, coloring furiously. "It's mine, and I have made a present of it to Miss Somers." At the sound of Bab's voice, Philip turned around, his face ablaze with anger. "What is the matter, Philip?" asked Miss Somers in a soothing voice, but Philip was not in the mood to be soothed. "Why, ma'am, may I speak out?" he asked, and without waiting for leave, he gave a full account of the loss of Susan's guinea-fowl, of Rose's visit to Barbara, and of Barbara's greedy and cruel conduct. Barbara denied all that Philip said, and told quite another tale. When she could find no more to say, she blushed deeply, for she saw that her story was not believed. One might have thought she was covered with shame, had it not been that the moment Philip was out of sight, she exclaimed, "I am sure I wish I had never seen this wretched guinea hen. It is all Susan's fault for letting it stray into our garden." Barbara was too angry to notice that she was admitting the truth of Philip's story. "Perhaps," said Miss Somers, "Susan will be more careful now that she has had so hard a lesson. Shall we see? Philip will, I am sure, carry the guinea hen back to her if we wish it." "If you please, ma'am," said Barbara sulkily. So the guinea hen was given to Philip, who set off with joy, and was soon in sight of Farmer Price's cottage. End of Section 44. Section 45 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan 9. A surprise for Susan. When Philip came to the door, he stopped suddenly, for the idea struck him that it would give Rose great pleasure to carry the guinea-fowl to Susan. So he ran into the village. All the children who had given up their May Day money to Susan were playing on the green. They were delighted to see the guinea hen once more. Philip took his pipe and tabor, and they all marched together toward the whitewashed cottage. As they passed the butcher's house, his boy came out. They told him where they were going. "Let me come with you, let me come with you," he said. "But wait one moment, for my father has something to say to you." And he darted into the house. The children waited. In a few moments they heard the bleating of a lamb, and soon they saw it being gently led by the butcher from the paddock. "It is Daisy!" exclaimed Rose. "It is Daisy!" they all shouted with joy. "Susan's lamb! Susan's lamb!" "Well, for my part," said the good butcher, as soon as he could be heard, "for my part, I would not be so cruel as a turn a case for the whole world. It's true the lamb did not know what was before it, but poor Susan did, and to wring her gentle heart was what I call cruel. But at any rate, here it is, safe and sound now. I'd have taken it to her sooner, but was off early this morning to the fair, and am just come back. Daisy, though, was as well off in my paddock as in the field by the waterside." The troop of happy children went on their way with the guinea-fowl and the lamb. As they passed the shop where Susan had been shown the pretty calicoes, the shopkeeper, who you remember was Rose's father, came out. When he saw the lamb, and learned whose it was, and heard its story, he gave the children some pieces of colored ribbon with which Rose decorated Susan's favorite. The children now once more moved on, led by Philip, who played joyfully upon his pipe and tabor. Susan was working in her summer house, with her little pine table before her. When she heard the sound of the music, she put down her work and listened. She saw the crowd of children coming nearer and nearer. They had closed round Daisy so she could not see her pet, but as they came up to the garden gate, she saw that Rose beckoned to her. Philip played loud as he could, that she might not hear, until the proper moment, the bleating of the lamb. As Susan opened the gate, the children divided, and first she saw, in the midst of her taller friends, little smiling Mary, with the guinea hen in her arms. Come on," cried Mary, as Susan started with joyful surprise. "You have more to see." At this instant the music paused. Susan heard the bleating of a lamb, and pressing eagerly forward, she beheld poor Daisy. She burst into tears. "I did not shed one tear when I parted with you, my dear little Daisy," she said. "It was for my father and mother. I would not have parted with you for anyone else in the whole world. Thank you all," she added to her companions, who were even gladder for her in her joy than they had been sorry for her in her sorrow. "Now if my father was not to go away from us next week, and if my mother were quite strong, I should be the happiest person in the world." As Susan finished speaking, a voice behind the listening crowd cried in a rough tone, "Let us pass, if you please. You have no right to block the road." This was the voice of Attorney Case, who was returning with Barbara from his visit to the Abbey. He saw the lamb, and tried to whistle as he went on. Barbara also saw the guinea hen, and turned her head another way. Even her new bonnet, in which she had expected to be so much admired, now only served to hide her blushing face. "I am glad she saw the guinea hen," cried Rose, who now held it in her hands. "Yes," said Philip, "she'll not forget May Day in a hurry." "Nor I either, I hope," said Susan, looking around her companions with a most loving smile. "I hope while I live I shall never forget your goodness to me last May Day. Now that I've my pretty guinea hen safe once more, I should think of returning your money." "No, no, no," was the cry. "We don't want the money. Keep it. Keep it. You want it for your father." "Well," said Susan, "I am not too proud to accept it. I will keep your money for my father. Perhaps some time or other I may be able to earn—" "Oh," said Philip, "don't let us talk of earning. Don't let her talk to us of money now. She hasn't had time hardly to look at poor Daisy and her guinea hen. Come, we had better go and let her have them all to herself." The children moved away, but Philip himself was the very last to stir from the garden gate. He stayed, first to tell Susan that it was Rose who tied the ribbons on Daisy's head. Then he stayed a little longer to let her hear the story of the Guinea-Fowl, and to tell her who it was that brought the hen home from the Abbey. As Philip finished speaking, Susan was already feeding her long-lost favorite. "My pretty guinea hen," said Susan, "my naughty guinea hen that flew away from me, you shall never serve me so again. I must cut your nice wings, but I won't hurt you." "Take care," cried Philip. "You'd better, indeed you'd better let me hold her while you cut her wings." When this was done, which it certainly never could have been, had Philip not held the hen for Susan, he remembered his mother had given him a message for Mrs. Price. This led to another quarter of an hour's delay, for Philip had the whole story of the guinea hen to tell over again to Mrs. Price. And as the farmer came in while it was going on, it was only polite to begin at the beginning once more. Farmer Price was so pleased to see Susan happy again with her two favorites, that he said he must himself see Daisy fed, and Philip found that he was wanted to hold the jug of milk, from which Susan's father now filled the pan for Daisy. When Philip at last left the cottage, Bab and her maid Betty were staring out of the window as usual. Seeing them after he had left the garden, he at once turned back to see if he had shut the gate fast, lest the guinea hen might stray out and again fall into Barbara's hands. End of Section 45. Section 46 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan 10. Barbara's Accident. As the day went on, Miss Barbara became more and more annoyed that her meanness had been found out, but she had no wish to cure herself of the fault. The ball was still her first thought. "Well," she said to Betty, "you have heard how things have turned out. But if Miss Somers does not ask me to go with her, I think I know some one else who will." Now some officers were quartered at the town where the ball was to be held, and because they had got into trouble with a tradesman there, out of which Mr. Case had undertaken to help them, they sometimes invited the attorney to mess. The officers thought that if they showed some attention to Mr. Case, he would not charge them so much for his help. One of them even asked his wife to take sometimes a little notice of Miss Barbara. The name of this officer's wife was Mrs. Strathspey. It was of Mrs. Strathspey that Barbara was thinking when she said to Betty that if Miss Somers did not take her to the ball, she thought she knew of some one else who would. "Mrs. Strathspey and the officers are to breakfast here to-morrow," said Bab. "One of them dined at the Abbey to-day, and he said they would all come. They are going somewhere into the country, and breakfast here on the way. Pray, Betty, don't forget that Mrs. Strathspey can't breakfast without honey. I heard her say so myself." "Then indeed," said Betty, "I'm afraid Mrs. Strathspey will have to go without breakfast here, for not a spoonful of honey have we, let her long o'er it ever so much." "But surely," said Bab, "we can contrive to get some honey in the neighborhood." "There's none to be bought that I know of," said Betty. "But is there none to be begged or borrowed?" said Bab, laughing. "Do you forget Susan's beehive? Step over to her in the morning with my compliments, and see what you can do. Tell her it is for Mrs. Strathspey." In the morning Betty went with Miss Barbara's compliments to Susan to beg some honey for Mrs. Strathspey, who could not breakfast without it. Susan did not like to part with her honey, because her mother loved it, and she therefore gave Betty only a little. When Barbara saw how little Susan sent, she called her a miser, and she said that she must have some more for Mrs. Strathspey. "I'll go myself and speak to her. Come with me, Betty." said the young lady, who seemed to forget she had said on the day that she was asked to take a spoon that she never would pay Susan another visit. "Susan," she said to the poor girl whom she had done everything in her power to hurt, "I must beg a little more honey from you for Mrs. Strathspey's breakfast. You know at a great time as this we should help one another." "To be sure we should," added Betty. Susan, though she was generous, was not weak. She was willing to give to those she loved, but would not let anything be taken from her or coaxed out of her by those whom she could not respect. She answered that she was sorry she had no more honey to spare. Barbara grew angry. "I'll tell you what, Susan Price," she said, "the honey I will have, so you may as well give it to me by fair means. Yes or no? Speak. Will you give it to me or not? Will you give me that piece of the honeycomb that lies there?" "That bit of honeycomb is for my mother's breakfast," said Susan. "I cannot give it to you." "Can't you?" said Bab. "Then see if I don't take it." She stretched across Susan and grasped, but she did not reach far enough. She made a second dart at the honeycomb, and in her effort to get it she overset the beehive. The bees swarmed about her. Her maid Betty screamed and ran away. Susan, who was sheltered by a laburnum tree, called to Barbara, upon whom the black clusters of bees were now settling, and begged her to stand still and not to beat them away. "If you stand quietly, you won't be stung, perhaps." But instead of standing quietly, Bab flung about her arms and stamped and roared, and the bees stung her terribly. Her arms and her face swelled in a frightful manner. She was helped home by poor Susan and Betty. The maid, now that the mischief was done, thought only of how she could excuse herself to her master. "Indeed, Miss Barbara," said she, "it was quite wrong of you to go and get yourself into such a scrape. I shall be turned away for it, you'll see." "I don't care whether you are turned away or not," said Barbara. "I never felt such pain in my life. Can't you do something for me? I don't mind the pain either so much as being such a fright. Pray, how am I to be fit to appear at breakfast with Mrs. Strathspey? And I suppose I can't go to the ball either to-morrow, after all." "No, that you can't expect to do indeed," said Betty. "You need not think of balls, for those lumps and swellings won't go off your face this week. That's not what I mind. I'm thinking of what your papa will say to me when he sees you, miss." Susan, seeing she could be of no further use, was about to leave the house, when at the door she met Mr. Case coming in. Now, since his second visit to the Abbey, the attorney had been thinking things over. It was clear that both Sir Arthur and Miss Somers thought highly of the Price family, so perhaps it was a mistake on his part not to be on friendly terms with them too. He felt sure that if the story of Susan's lamb ever reached the Abbey, Sir Arthur would have no more to do with him. It would, therefore, be well to get into the good graces of the farmer and his family. So when Mr. Case met Susan at the door, he smiled and said, "How is your mother? Have you called for something that may be of use to her? Barbara, Barbara, Bab, come downstairs, child, and see what you can do for Susan Price." But no Barbara answered, and her father stalked upstairs to her room. There he stood still, amazed at the sight of his daughter's swollen face. Before Mr. Case could speak, Betty began to tell the story of Barbara's mishap in her own way. Barbara spoke at the same time, giving quite another account of what had happened. The attorney turned the maid away on the spot, and turning to Barbara, asked how she dared to treat Susan Price so ill. "When," as he said, "she was kind enough to give you some of her honey. I will not let you treat her so." Susan, who could not but hear all that was said, now went to beg the angry father to forgive his daughter. "You are too good to her, as indeed you are to everybody," he said. "I forgive her for your sake." Susan curtsied in great surprise, but she could not forget the attorney's treatment of Daisy, and she left his house as soon as she could to get ready her mother's breakfast. Mr. Case saw that simple Susan was not to be taken in by a few simple words, and when he tried in the same way to approach her father, the blunt, honest farmer looked at him with disdain. End of Section 46.
Section 47 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan 11, The Prize Giving. So matters stood on the day of the long-expected prize giving and ball. Miss Barbara Case, stung by Susan's bees, could not, after all her efforts, go with Mrs. Strathspey to the ball. The ballroom was filled early in the evening. There was a large gathering. The Harpers who tried for the prize were placed under the music gallery at the lower end of the room.
Among them was our old blind friend, who, as he was not so well clad as the others, seemed to be looked down upon by many of the onlookers. 6 ladies and 6 gentlemen were chosen to be judges of the performance. They were seated opposite to the Harpers. The Misses Somers, who were fond of music, were among the ladies, and the prize was in the hands of Sir Arthur. There was now silence. The first harp sounded, and as each harper tried his skill, those who listened seemed to think that he deserved the prize. The old blind man was the last. He tuned his harp, and such a simple, sad strain was heard as touched every heart. All were delighted, and when the music ceased, there was still silence for some moments. The silence was followed by loud cheers. The judges were all agreed that the old blind harper who had played last deserved the prize. The simple, sad air which had moved all who listened was composed by himself. He was asked to give the words belonging to the music, and at last he modestly said he would repeat them, as he could not see to write. Miss Somers took her pencil, and as the old harper repeated his ballad, she wrote the words. He called it Susan's Lamentation for Her Lamb. Miss Somers looked at her brother from time to time as she wrote, and Sir Arthur, as soon as the old man had finished, took him aside and asked him some questions, which brought to light the whole story of Susan's lamb and of Attorney Case's cruelty. The attorney himself was present when the harper began to repeat his ballad. His color, as Sir Arthur steadily looked at him, changed from red to white, and from white to red, until at length he suddenly shrunk back through the crowd and left the room. We shall not follow him. We had rather follow our old friend the harper. No sooner had he received the prize of 10 guineas than he went to a small room belonging to the people of the house, asked for a pen, ink, and paper, and dictated in a low voice to his boy a letter, which he ordered him to put at once into the post office. The boy ran off with the letter, and was but just in time, for the postman's horn was sounding. The next morning Farmer Price was sitting beside his wife and Susan, sorrowing that his week's leave was nearly at an end, and that they had not enough money to give to the man who was willing to go in his place, when a knock was heard at the door. Then the person who delivered the letters in the village put one into Susan's hand, saying, "A penny, if you please. Here's a letter for your father." "For me?" said Farmer Price. "Here's the penny, then. But who can it be from, I wonder? Who can think of writing to me in this world?" He tore open the letter, but the hard name at the bottom of the page puzzled him. "Your obliged friend, Llewellyn." "And what's this?" he said, opening a paper that was enclosed in the letter. "It's a song, seemingly. It must be somebody that has a mind to make an April fool of me." "But it is not April, it is May, father," said Susan. "Well, let us read the letter, and we shall come to the truth all in good time." Farmer Price then sat down in his own chair and read as follows: "My worthy friend, I am sure you will be glad to hear that I have had success this night. I have won the 10-guinea prize, and for that I am much indebted to your sweet daughter Susan, as you will see by a little ballad I enclose for her. Your kindness to me has let me learn something of your family history. You do not, I hope, forget that I was present when you were counting the treasure in Susan's little purse, and that I heard for what purpose it was all saved. You have not, I know, yet made up the full sum you need. Therefore I will be glad if you will use the 5-guinea bank note which you will find within the ballad. Pay me the money again when it suits you, and if it never suits you to pay it, I shall never ask for it. I shall go my rounds again through this country, I believe, about the same time next year, and will call to see how you are, and to play the new tune for Susan and the dear little boys. I should just add, to set your heart at rest about the money, that it does not distress me at all to lend it to you. I am not quite so poor as I appear to be, but it is my wish to go about as I do. I see more of the world under my tattered clothes than, perhaps, I should ever see in a better dress. There are many of us like this, and we are glad, when we can, to do any kindness to such a worthy family as yours. So fare ye well. Your obliged friend, Llewellyn." Susan now, at her father's bidding, opened the ballad. He took the 5-guinea bank note, while she read with surprise Susan's lamentation for her lamb. Her mother leaned over her shoulder to read the words, but they were stopped before they had finished the first verse by another knock at the door. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan 12, Attorney Case in Trouble. It was not the postman with another letter. It was Sir Arthur and his sisters. They came meaning to lend the farmer and his good family the money to pay the man who was willing to go away in the farmer's place, but they found their help was not needed. "Still, since we are here," said Sir Arthur, "there is something I should like to speak about. Mr. Price, will you come out with me, and let me show you a piece of your land through which I want to make a road?" "Look there," said Sir Arthur, pointing to the spot. "I am laying out a drive round my estate, and that bit of land of yours stops me." "Why, sir, true enough, it's mine, but you are welcome to it. I can trust you to find me another bit worth the same, or to make up the value of it in some other way. I need say no more." Sir Arthur was silent for a few moments. Then he said, "What is this I hear about some mistake in your lease?" "Well, sir," replied the farmer, "the truth is the fit thing to be spoken at all times. I can show you a letter from your brother, who had the estate before you, and who let the farm to me. That letter shows what he meant, Sir Arthur, and if in the writing of the lease it was otherwise said, it is, as you say, a mistake, sir. Now, a mistake is a mistake all the world over, and should be treated as such. But Attorney Case says, in the matter of a lease, you must abide by the mistake as though it were the truth." "You seem," said Sir Arthur, "to have some quarrel with this attorney of whom you talk so often. Now, would you mind telling me frankly what is the matter between you?" "The matter between us, sir, is this," said Price. "You know the corner of the field with the pink hawthorn near Mr. Case's house? The lane runs past one side of it, and a sweetbriar hedge separates it on the other from his garden. Well, sir, the attorney wishes to enclose that bit of ground with his own, and as it belongs to the village, and moreover is a play green for the children, and it has been their custom to meet by the hawthorn every May day for as many years as I can remember, I was loath to see them turned out of it." "Let us go together and look at this piece of ground," said Sir Arthur. "It is not far off, is it?" "Oh no, sir, quite close by." When they reached the ground, Mr. Case saw them from his garden, and hurried to the spot. He was afraid of what the farmer might tell Sir Arthur, but this time the attorney was too late, for the truth had already been told. "Is this the place you speak of?" asked Sir Arthur. "Yes, sir," answered Price. "Why, Sir Arthur," said Attorney Case, seeing that he was too late, "let there be no dispute about the ground. Let it belong to the village if you will. I give up all claim to it." "But you know well, Mr. Case, that a man cannot give up claim to a place which is not his. You cannot give up this piece of land, for you have no claim to it, as I can prove to you by a look at my maps. This field used to belong to the farm on the other side of the road, but was cut off from it when the lane was made." "Indeed, you must know best," said the trembling attorney, who was afraid of Sir Arthur, and enraged to be shown in the wrong before Farmer Price. "Then," said Sir Arthur to the farmer, "you understand that this little green is to be a playground for the village children, and I hope they may gather hawthorn from their favorite bush for many a May day to come." Farmer Price bowed low, which he seldom did, even when he received a kindness for himself, but he was now overjoyed to think of the children's delight when he should tell them the good news. "And now, Mr. Case," said Sir Arthur, turning to the attorney, "you sent me a lease to look over." "Yes, I thought it my duty to do so. I hope it will not hurt the good farmer." "No, it will not hurt him," said Sir Arthur. "I am willing to write a new one for him when he pleases. He has a letter from my brother, who let the farm to him, which shows exactly what was meant, even if there was a mistake made in the making out of the lease. I hope I shall never treat any one unfairly." "No, indeed," said the attorney; "but I always thought if there was a mistake in a lease it was fair to take advantage of it." "Then you shall be judged by your own words," answered Sir Arthur. "You meant to send me Farmer Price's lease, but your son has somehow brought me yours instead. I have found a bad mistake in it." "A bad mistake in my lease?" gasped the alarmed attorney. "Yes," replied Sir Arthur, pulling the lease out of his pocket. "Here it is. You will see it has not been signed." "But you won't take advantage of a mistake, surely?" said the attorney, who seemed to forget that he had shortly before said it was fair to do so. "I shall not take advantage of you as you would have done of this honest man," replied Sir Arthur. "You shall be paid the value of your house and land, upon condition that you leave the parish within 1 month." The attorney knew it was useless to reply. He therefore turned and sneaked away. Section 48. Section 49 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Simple Susan 13. Susan's birthday. "You write a good hand. You can keep accounts, cannot you?" said Sir Arthur to Mr. Price, as they walked toward the cottage. "I think I saw a bill of your little daughter's drawing out the other day, which was very neatly written. Did you teach her to write?" "No, sir," said Price. "I can't say that I did, for she mostly taught it to herself. But I taught her a few sums, as far as I knew, on winter nights when I had nothing else to do." "Your daughter shows that she has been well taught," said Sir Arthur, "and her good conduct is a credit to you and her mother." "You are very good indeed, sir, to speak in this way," said the delighted father. "But I mean to do more than pay you with words," said Sir Arthur. "You are attached to your own family. Perhaps you may become attached to me when you know me, and we shall have many chances of judging one another. I want no one to do my hard work. I only want a steady, honest man like you to collect my rents, and I hope, Mr. Price, you will do that for me." "I hope, sir," said Price, with joy and gratitude glowing in his honest face, "that I'll never give you cause to regret your goodness to me." "And what are my sisters about here?" said Sir Arthur, entering the cottage and going behind the two ladies, who were busy measuring a pretty colored calico. "It is for Susan, my dear brother. I knew she did not keep that guinea for herself," said Miss Somers. "I have just asked her mother to tell me what became of it. Susan gave it to her father, but she must not refuse a gown of our choosing this time, and I am sure she will not, because her mother, I see, likes it. And Susan, I hear that instead of becoming Queen of the May this year, you were sitting in your mother's room as she was ill. Your mother has a little color in her cheeks now." "Oh, ma'am," said Mrs. Price, "I am a different being. Joy, I think, has done it." "Then," said Miss Somers, "I hope you will be able to come out on your daughter's birthday, which, I hear, is on the 25th of this month. Make haste and get quite well before that day, for my brother means that all the boys and girls of the village shall have a dance on Susan's birthday." "Yes," said Sir Arthur, "and I hope on that day, Susan, you will be very happy with your little friends upon their play green. I shall tell them that it is your good conduct which has won it for them. And if you have anything to ask, any little favor for any of your friends, which we can grant, ask now, Susan." "Sir," said Susan, after glancing at her mother, "there is, to be sure, a favor I should like to ask. It is for Rose." "Well, I don't know who Rose is," said Sir Arthur, smiling, "but go on." "Ma'am, you have seen her, I believe. She is a very good girl indeed," said Mrs. Price to Miss Somers. "And works very neatly, ma'am," continued Susan eagerly, "and she and her mother heard you were looking out for some one to wait upon you." "Say no more," said Miss Somers. "Your wish is granted. Tell Rose to come to the Abbey to morrow morning. Or rather, come with her yourself, for our housekeeper, I know, wants to talk to you about a certain cake. She wishes, Susan, that you should be the maker of the cake for the dance, and she has good things looked out for it already, I know. It must be large enough for everybody to have a slice, and the housekeeper will ice it for you. I only hope your cake will be as good as your bread. Good bye." "How I do wish now," said Farmer Price, "how I do wish, wife, that our good friend the Harper was only here at this time. It would do his warm old heart good. Well, the best of it is, we shall be able next year, when he comes his rounds, to pay him his money with thanks, being all the time and for ever as much obliged to him as if we kept it. I long to see him in this house again, drinking, as he did, a glass of Susan's mead, just on this spot." "Yes," said Susan, "and the next time he comes, I can give him one of my guinea hen's eggs, and I shall show him Daisy." "True, love," said her mother, "and he will play that tune and sing that pretty ballad. Where is it? I have not finished it." "Rose ran away with it, mother, but I'll run after her and bring it back to you this minute," said Susan. Susan found her friend Rose at the hawthorn, in the midst of a crowd of children, to whom she was reading Susan's lamentation for her lamb. "The words are something, but the tune, I must have the tune," cried Philip. "I'll ask my mother to ask Sir Arthur to try to find out which way that good old man went after the ball, and if he's to be found, we'll have him back by Susan's birthday, and he shall sit here, just exactly here by our bush, and he shall play, I mean if he will, that same tune for us, and I shall learn it, I mean if I can, in a minute." The good news that Farmer Price was to collect the rents, and that Attorney Case was to leave the parish in a month, soon spread over the village.
Many came out of their houses to have the pleasure of hearing the joyful tidings from Susan herself. The crowd on the play green grew bigger every minute. "Yes," cried Philip, "I tell you it's quite true, every word of it. Susan's too modest to say it herself, but I tell you all that Sir Arthur has given us this play green just because she is so good." End of section 49, and end of Simple Susan. Section 50 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 50, Limby Lumpy. 1. Limby Lumpy was the only son of his mother. His father was called the pavior's assistant, for he was so large and heavy that when he used to walk through the streets, the men who were ramming the stones down with a large wooden rammer would say, "Please to walk over these stones, sir," and then the men would get a rest. Limby was born on April 1st. I do not know how long ago, but before he came into the world such preparations were made. There was a beautiful cradle, and a bunch of coral with bells on it, and lots of little caps, and a fine satin hat, and tops and bottoms for pap. Then 2 nurses to take care of him. He was, too, to have a little chaise when he grew big enough. After that he was to have a donkey, and then a pony. In short, he was to have the moon for a plaything if it could be got, and as to the stars, he would have had them if they had not been too high to reach. Limby made a rare to-do when he was a little baby, but he never was a little baby. He was always a big baby. Nay, he was a big baby till the day of his death. Big baby, his mother used to call him. He was a noble baby, said his aunt. He was a sweet baby, said old Mrs. Tomkins, the nurse. He was a dear baby, said his papa. And so he was, for he cost a good deal. He was a darling baby, said his aunt, by the mother's side. There never was such a fine child, said everybody before the parents. When they were at another place, they called him a great, ugly, fat child. Limby was almost as broad as he was long. He had what some people called an open countenance, that is, one as broad as a full moon. He had what his mother called beautiful auburn locks, but what other people said were carroty, not before the mother, of course. Limby had a flattish nose and a wideish mouth, and his eyes were a little out of the right line. Poor little dear, he could not help that, and therefore it was not right to laugh at him. Everybody, however, laughed to see him eat his pap, for he would not be fed with the patent silver pap spoon which his father bought him, but used to lay himself flat on his back, and seize the pap boat with both hands, and never let go of it till its contents were fairly in his dear little stomach. So Limby grew bigger and bigger every day, till at last he could scarcely draw his breath, and was very ill. So his mother sent for 3 apothecaries and 2 physicians, who looked at him and told his mother there were no hopes. The poor child was dying of overfeeding. The physicians, however, prescribed for him a dose of castor oil. His mother attempted to give him the castor oil, but Limby, although he liked tops and bottoms, and cordial and pap, and sweetbread and oysters, and other things nicely dished up, had no fancy for castor oil, and struggled and kicked and fought every time his nurse or mother attempted to give it to him. "Limby, my darling boy," said his mother, "my sweet cherub, my only dearest, do take this oily-poily, there's a ducky dearie, and it shall ride in a coachy-poachy." "Oh, the dear baby," said the nurse, "take it for the nursie, it will take it for the nursie, that it will." The nurse had got the oil in a silver medicine spoon, so contrived that if you could get it into the child's mouth, the medicine must go down. Limby, however, took care that no spoon should go into his mouth, and when the nurse tried the experiment for the 19th time, gave a plunge and a kick, and sent the spoon up to the ceiling, knocked off the nurse's spectacles, upset the table on which all the bottles and glasses were, and came down whack on the floor. His mother picked him up, clasped him to her breast, and almost smothered him with kisses. "Oh, my dear boy," said she, "it shan't take the nasty oil. It won't take it, the darling. Naughty nurse to hurt baby. It shall not take that nasty physic." And then she kissed him again. Poor Limby, although only 2 years old, knew what he was at. He was trying to be the master of his mother. He felt he had gained his point, and gave another kick and a squall, at the same time planting a blow on his mother's eye. "Dear little creature," said she, "he is in a state of high convulsions and fever. He will never recover." But Limby did recover, and in a few days was running about the house and the master of it. There was nobody to be considered, nobody to be consulted, nobody to be attended to, but Limby Lumpy. 2. Limby grew up big and strong. He had everything his own way. One day, when he was at dinner with his father and mother, perched upon a double chair, with his silver knife and fork and silver mug to drink from, he amused himself by playing drums on his plate with the mug. "Don't make that noise, Limby, my dear," said his father. "Dear little lamb," said his mother, "let him amuse himself. Limby, have some pudding?" "No, Limby, no pudding." Drum, drum, drum. A piece of pudding was, however, put on Limby's plate, but he kept on drumming as before. At last he drummed the bottom of the mug into the soft pudding, to which it stuck, and by which means it was scattered all over the carpet. "Limby, my darling," said his mother, and the servant was called to wipe Limby's mug and pick the pudding up from the floor. Limby would not have his mug wiped, and floundered about and upset the cruet stand and the mustard on the tablecloth. "Oh, Limby Lumpy, naughty boy!" said his father. "Don't speak so cross to the child. He is but a child," said his mother. "I don't like to hear you speak so cross to the child." "I tell you what it is," said his father. "I think the boy does as he likes, but I don't want to interfere." Limby now sat still, resolving what to do next. He was not hungry, having been stuffed with a large piece of pound cake about an hour before dinner, but he wanted something to do, and could not sit still. Presently a saddle of mutton was brought to the table. When Limby saw this, he set up a crow of delight. "Limby, ride!" said he. "Limby, ride!" and rose up in his chair as if to reach the dish. "Yes, my ducky, it shall have some mutton," said his mother, and immediately gave him a slice, cut up into small morsels. That was not it. Limby pushed that on the floor, and cried out, "Limby on meat! Limby on meat!" His mother could not think what he meant. At last, however, his father recollected that he had been in the habit of giving him a ride occasionally, first on his foot, sometimes on the scroll end of the sofa, at other times on the top of the easy chair. Once he put him on a dog, and more than once on the saddle. In short, he had been in the habit of perching him on various things, and now Limby, hearing that this was a saddle of mutton, wanted to take a ride on it. "Limby ride on bone," said the child in a whimper. "Did you ever hear?" said the father. "What an extraordinary child!" said the mother. "How clever to know it was like a saddle, the little dear! No, no, Limby, grease frock, Limby." But Limby cared nothing about a greasy frock, not he. He was used enough to that, and therefore roared out more lustily for a ride on the mutton. Did you ever know such a child? What a dear, determined spirit! "He's the child of an uncommon mind," said his mother. Limby, dear, silence, silence." The truth was, Limby made such a roaring that neither father nor mother could get their dinners, and scarcely knew whether they were eating beef or mutton. "It is impossible to let him ride on the mutton," said his father, "quite impossible." "Well, but you might just put him astride the dish, just to satisfy him. You can take care his legs or clothes do not go into the gravy." "Anything for a quiet life," said the father. "What does Limby want? Limby ride? Limby on bone, Limby on meat." "Shall I put him across?" said Mr. Lumpy. "Just for one moment," said his mother. "It won't hurt the mutton." The father rose and took Limby from his chair, and with the greatest caution held his son's legs astride, so that they might hang on each side of the dish without touching it, just to satisfy him, as he said, that they might dine in quiet, and was about to withdraw him from it immediately. But Limby was not to be cheated in that way. He wished to feel the saddle under him, and accordingly forced himself down upon it, but feeling it rather warmer than was agreeable, started and lost his balance, and fell down among the dishes, soused in melted butter, cauliflower, and gravy, floundering and kicking and screaming, to the detriment of glasses, jugs, dishes, and everything else on the table. "My child, said his mother. "Oh, save my child!" She snatched him up, and pressed his begreased garments close to the bosom of her best silk gown. Neither father nor mother wanted any more dinner after this. As to Limby, he was as frisky afterward as if nothing had happened, and about half an hour from the time of this disaster cried for his dinner. End of Limby Lumpy. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 51. The Sore Tongue, by Jane Taylor. There was a little girl called Fanny, who had the misfortune one day to bite her tongue as she was eating her breakfast. It hurt her so much that she could scarcely help crying, and even when the first smart was over, it continued so sore that whenever she spoke it pained her considerably. Finding this to be the case, she said very pitifully to her mother, "Mamma, you can't think how it hurts me when I speak." "Does it?" replied her mother. "Then I'll tell you what I would advise you to do. Resolve all this day to say nothing but what is either necessary or useful. This will give your tongue a fine holiday, and may answer more purposes than one." Fanny, knowing that she had the character of being somewhat loquacious, could not help laughing at this, and said, "Well, I will try for once. So, mum, I am going to begin now, mamma." "Do so, and whenever you are beginning to speak, be sure to ask yourself whether what you are going to say was likely to be of any use, or whether it was necessary." "Yes, yes, I will, but don't talk to me, mamma, for fear." So saying, she screwed up her lips, and taking her work, sat for about 5 minutes as still as a mouse. She then looked up, smiled, and nodded at her mother, as much as to say, "See how well I can hold my tongue?" Still screwing her lips very tight for fear she should speak. Soon, however, she began to feel a great inclination to say something, and was glad to recollect that if she could but think of anything either useful or necessary, she might speak, whereupon she endeavored to find something to say that would come within the act. To aid her invention, she looked all around the room. "Mamma, don't you think the fire wants stirring?" This question, she thought, savored of both qualifications. "Not at present, my dear." Then followed another long silence, for Fanny found it vastly more difficult than she had any previous idea of to think of anything useful to talk about, and she knew her mamma would laugh at her if she said what was obviously idle or silly just now. She was beginning to repent having made such an agreement, when her 3 elder sisters entered the room. She now thought it quite reasonable, if not absolutely necessary, to tell them of her misfortune, which she did at considerable length, and with many needless digressions, the usual custom with great talkers, upon which they all laughed, prophesying that her resolution would not last half an hour, and rallying her for telling such a long story with a sore tongue. Soon after, some ladies called to pay their mother a morning visit. This gave Fanny's tongue such a long rest that the moment they were gone it seemed irresistibly to resume its wonted functions. "What a while old Mrs. W. has had that brown satin pelisse! Really, poor old lady, I am quite tired of seeing her in it." "How is your tongue, Fanny?" "Oh, better, mamma, thank you, almost well." "I am sorry for it. I was in hopes it would have been sore enough, at least to prevent your making impertinent remarks upon anybody all this day." "No, but really, mamma, is it not an old rubbishing thing?" "I don't know, indeed. It is no business of mine, therefore I took no notice of it." A silence ensued after this, but conversation revived when Caroline, who had stood for some time with her eyes fixed on their opposite neighbor's window, suddenly exclaimed, "I do believe the Jones are going to have company again to day. The servant has just been lighting the fire in the drawing room, and there is Miss Jones now gone up to dress. I saw her draw down the blinds in her room this instant." "So she is," said Lucy, looking up. "I never knew such people in my life. They are always having company." "I wonder whom they are expecting to day," said Eliza. "Dinner company, I suppose." The proceedings of their neighbors, the Joneses, continued to furnish matter for various sagacious conjectures and remarks for a considerable time. At length Caroline exclaimed with the eagerness of discovery, "Look, look! There's the baker now at the door with a whole tray full of tarts and things. Make haste, or he'll be gone in." Lucy: "So he is. I declare it is a fine dinner party then. Well, we shall see presently, I hope, who are coming." Caroline: "Oh no, they never dine till 5 when they have company." Eliza: "And it will be dark then. How tiresome!" Lucy: "If Miss Jones is not dressed already, she is this instant coming into the drawing room." Caroline: "Stand back, stand back! Don't let her see us all staring. Ah, there she is! Got on her pink sarcenet body and sleeves to day. How pretty that dress is, to be sure!" Eliza: "And how nicely she has done her hair. Look, Caroline, braided behind." Lucy: "There she is, putting down the sash. That chimney smokes, I know, with this wind." Fanny: "And there is that little figure, Martha Jones, come down now. Do look, as broad as she is long. What a little fright that child is, to be sure." Mother: "Pray, Fanny, was that remark useful or necessary?" Fanny. Oh, but mamma, I assure you my tongue is quite well now. Mother. I am sorry for it, my dear. Do you know, I should think it well worth while to bite my tongue every day, if there were no other means of keeping it in order. At this the girls laughed, but their mother, resuming her gravity, thus continued: My dear girls, I should before now have put a stop to this idle gossiping, if I had not hoped to convince you of the folly of it. It is no wonder, I confess, that at your age you should learn to imitate a style of remark which is but too prevalent in society. Nothing, indeed, is more contagious. But let me also tell you that girls of your age and of your advantages are capable of seeing the meanness of it, and ought to despise it. It is the chief end of education to raise the minds of women above such trifling as this. But if a young person who has been taught to think, whose taste has been cultivated, and who might therefore possess internal resources, has as much idle curiosity about the affairs of her neighbors, and is as fond of retailing petty scandal concerning them, as an uneducated woman, it proves that her mind is incurably mean and vulgar, and that cultivation is lost upon her. This sort of gossiping, my dear girls, is the disgrace of our sex. The pursuits of women lie necessarily within a narrow sphere, and they naturally sink, unless raised by refinement, or by strong principle, into that littleness of character for which even their own husbands and fathers, if they are men of sense, are tempted to despise them. The minds of men, from their engagements in business, necessarily take a larger range, and they are, in general, too much occupied with concerns comparatively important to enter into the minute details which amuse women. But women of education have no such plea to urge. When your father and I direct you to this or that pursuit, it is not so much for the sake of your possessing that particular branch of knowledge, but that by knowledge in general you may become intelligent and superior, and that you may be furnished with resources which will save you from the miserable necessity of seeking amusement from intercourse with your neighbors and an acquaintance with their affairs. Let us suppose now that this morning you had been all more industriously inclined, and had been engaged in any of your employments, with that ardor which some happy young people manifest in the acquisition of knowledge. Would you, in that case, have felt any desire to know the date of Mrs. W.'s pelisse, or any curiosity in the proceedings of our neighbors, the Joneses? No, you would then have thought it a most impertinent interruption, if any one had attempted to entertain you with such particulars. But when the mind is indolent and empty, then it can receive amusement from the most contemptible sources. Learn, then, to check this mean propensity. Despise such thoughts whenever you are tempted to indulge them. Recollect that this low curiosity is the combined result of idleness, ignorance, emptiness, and ill nature. To fly to useful occupation as the most successful antidote against the evil. Nor let it be forgotten that such impertinent remarks as these come directly under the description of those idle words, of which any account must be given in the day of judgment. Yes, this vulgar trifling is as inconsistent with the spirit of Christian benevolence, and with the grand rule of doing to others as we would that they should do unto us, as it is with the refinement of taste and dignity of character. "Who would have thought," said little Fanny, "that my happening to bite my tongue this morning would have led to all this?" "It would be a fortunate bite for you, Fanny," said her mother, "and for your neighbors, if it should make you more careful in the use of it. If we were liable to such a misfortune whenever we use our tongues improperly, some persons would be in a constant agony. Now, if our consciences were but half as sensitive as our nerves, they would answer the purpose much better. Foolish talking pains a good conscience, just as continual speaking hurts a sore tongue. And if we did but regard one smart as much as the other, it would act as a constant check upon the unruly member." Section 51.
Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 52. Eyes and No Eyes, or The Art of Seeing, by John Aiken and Mrs. Barbauld. "Well, Robert, where have you been walking this afternoon?" said Mr. Andrews to one of his pupils at the close of a holiday. "I have been, sir, to Broomheath, and so round by the windmill, upon Camp Mount, and home through the meadows by the river side." "Well, that is a pleasant round." "I thought it very dull, sir. I scarcely met with a single person. I had rather by half have gone along the turnpike road." "Why, if seeing men and horses is your object, you would indeed be better entertained on the high road. But did you see William?" We set out together, but he lagged behind in the lane, so I walked on and left him." "That was a pity. He would have been company for you." "Oh, he is so tedious, always stopping to look at this thing and that. I had rather walk alone. I dare say he has not got home yet." "Here he comes. Well, William, where have you been?" "Oh, sir, the pleasantest walk. I went all over Broomheath, and so up to the mill at the top of the hill, and then down among the green meadows by the side of the river." "Why, that is just the round Robert has been taking, and he complains of its dullness, and prefers the high road." "I wonder at that. I am sure I hardly took a step that did not delight me, and I have brought home my handkerchief full of curiosities." "Suppose, then, you give us some account of what amused you so much. I fancy it will be as new to Robert as to me." "I will, sir. The lane leading to the heath, you know, is close and sandy, so I did not mind it much, but made the best of my way. However, I spied a curious thing enough in the hedge. It was an old crab tree, out of which grew a great bunch of something green, quite different from the tree itself. Here is a branch of it." "Ah, this is mistletoe, a plant of great fame, for the use made of it by the Druids of old in their religious rites and incantations. It bears a very slimy white berry, of which birdlime may be made, whence its Latin name of viscus. It is one of those plants which do not grow in the ground by a root of their own, but fix themselves upon other plants, whence they have been humorously styled parasitical, as being hangers on or dependents. It was the mistletoe of the oak that the Druids particularly honored." "A little further on I saw a green woodpecker fly to a tree and run up the trunk like a cat." "That was to seek for insects in the bark on which they live. They bore holes with their strong bills for that purpose, and do much damage to the trees by it." "What beautiful birds they are!" "Yes, they have been called, from their color and size, the English parrot." "When I got upon the open heath, how charming it was! The air seemed so fresh, and the prospect on every side so free and unbounded. Then it was all covered with gay flowers, many of which I had never observed before. There were at least 3 kinds of heath, I have got them in my handkerchief here, and gorse and broom and bellflower, and many others of all colors, that I will beg you presently to tell me the names of." "That I will readily." "I saw, too, several birds that were new to me. There was a pretty grayish one, of the size of a lark, that was hopping about some great stones, and when he flew he showed a great deal of white above his tail." "That was a wheatear. They are reckoned very delicious birds to eat, and frequent the open downs in Sussex, and some other countries, in great numbers." "There was a flock of lapwings upon a marshy part of the heath that amused me much. As I came near them, some of them kept flying round and round just over my head, and crying "Pewit" so distinctly that one might fancy they almost spoke. I thought I should have caught one of them, for he flew as if one of his wings was broken, and often tumbled close to the ground, but as I came near he always made shift to get away." "Ha, ha! You were finely taken in, then. That was all an artifice of the birds to entice you away from its nest, for they build upon the bare ground, and their nests would easily be observed did they not draw off the attention of intruders by their loud cries and counterfeit lameness." "I wish I had known that, for he led me a long chase, often over shoes and water. However, it was the cause of my falling in with an old man and a boy, who were cutting and piling up turf for fuel, and I had a good deal of talk with them about the manner of preparing the turf, and the price it sells at. They gave me, too, a creature I never saw before, a young viper, which they had just killed, together with its dam. I have seen several common snakes, but this is thicker in proportion, and of a darker color than they are." "True. Vipers frequent those turfy bog grounds pretty much, and I have known several turf cutters bitten by them." "They are very venomous, are they not?" "Enough so to make their wounds painful and dangerous, though they seldom prove fatal." "Well, I then took my course up to the windmill on the mount. I climbed up the steps of the mill in order to get a better view of the country round. What an extensive prospect! I counted 15 church steeples, and I saw several gentlemen's houses peeping out from midst of green woods and plantations, and I could trace the windings of the river all along the low grounds, till it was lost behind a ridge of hills. But I'll tell you what I mean to do, sir, if you will give me leave." "What is that?" "I will go again, and take with me Carey's county map, by which I shall probably be able to make out most of the places." "You shall have it, and I will go with you and take my pocket spying glass." "I shall be very glad of that. Well, a thought struck me, that as the hill is called Camp Mount, there might probably be some remains of ditches and mounds with which I have read that camps were surrounded, and I really believe I discovered something of that sort running round one side of the mount." "Very likely you might. I know antiquaries have described such remains as existing there, which some suppose to be Roman, others Danish. We will examine them further when we go." From the hill I went straight down to the meadows below, and walked on the side of a brook that runs into the river. It was all bordered with reeds and flags and tall flowering plants, quite different from those I had seen on the heath. As I was getting down the bank to reach one of them, I heard something plunge into the water near me. It was a large water rat, and I saw it swim over to the other side and go into its hole. There were a great many large dragon flies all about the stream. I caught one of the finest, and have got him here in a leaf. But how I longed to catch a bird that I saw hovering over the water, and every now and then darting down into it. It was all over a mixture of the most beautiful green and blue, with some orange color. It was somewhat less than a thrush, and had a large head and bill, and a short tail. "I can tell you what that bird was, a kingfisher, the celebrated halcyon of the ancients, about which so many tales are told. It lives on fish, which it catches in the manner you saw. It builds in holes in the bank, and is a shy, retired bird, never to be seen far from the stream where it inhabits." I must try to get another sight at him, for I never saw a bird that pleased me so much. Well, I followed this little brook till it entered the river. Then I took the path that runs along the bank. On the opposite side I observed several little birds running along the shore, and making a piping noise. They were brown and white, and about as big as a snipe. "I suppose they were sandpipers, one of the numerous family of birds that get their living by wading among the shallows, and picking up worms and insects." There were a great many swallows, too, sporting upon the surface of the water, that entertained me with their motions. Sometimes they dashed into the stream, sometimes they pursued one another so quickly that the eye could scarcely follow them. In one place, where a high, steep sandbank rose directly above the river, I observed many of them go in and out of holes, which with the bank was bored full. Those were the sand martins, the smallest of our species of swallows. They are of a mouse color above, and white beneath. They make their nests and bring up their young in these holes, which run a great depth, and by their situation are secure from all plunderers. A little farther I saw a man in a boat who was catching eels in an odd way. He had a long pole with a broad iron prong at the end, just like Neptune's trident, only there were 5 instead of 3. This he pulled straight down among the mud in the deepest part of the river, and fetched up the eels sticking between the prongs. I have seen this method. It is called spearing of eels. While I was looking at him, a heron came flying over my head with his large flagging wings. He lit in the next turn of the river, and I crept softly behind the bank to watch his motions. He had waded into the water as far as his long legs would carry him, and was standing with his neck drawn in, looking intently on the stream. Presently he darted his long bill as quick as lightning into the water, and drew out a fish, which he swallowed. I saw him catch another in the same manner. He then took alarm at some noise I made, and flew away slowly to a wood at some distance, where he settled. Probably his nest was there, for herons build upon the loftiest trees they can find, and sometimes in society together like rooks. Formerly, when these birds were valued for the amusement of hawking, many gentlemen had their heronries, and a few are still remaining. I think they are the largest wild birds we have. They are of a great length and spread of wing, but their bodies are comparatively small. I then turned homeward across the meadows, where I stopped a while to look at a large flock of starlings which had kept flying about at no great distance. I could not tell at first what to make of them, for they rose all together from the ground, as thick as a swarm of bees, and formed themselves into a kind of black cloud hovering over the field. After taking a short round, they settled again, and presently rose again in the same manner. I dare say there were hundreds of them. Perhaps so, for in the fenny countries their flocks are so numerous as to break down whole acres of reeds by settling on them. This disposition of starlings to fly in close swarms was remarked even by Homer, who compares the foe flying from one of his heroes to a cloud of starlings retiring dismayed at the approach of a hawk. After I had left the meadows, I crossed the cornfields and got to the high field next to our house, just as the sun was setting, and I stood looking at it till it was quite lost. What a glorious sight! The clouds were tinged with purple and crimson and yellow of all shades and hues, and the clear sky varied from blue to a fine green at the horizon. But how large the sun appears just as it sets! I think it appears twice as big as when it is overhead. It does so, and you may probably have observed the same apparent enlargement of the moon at its rising. I have, but pray what is the reason of this?
It is an optical deception, depending upon principles which I cannot well explain to you till you know more of that branch of science. But what a number of new ideas this afternoon's walk has afforded you! I do not wonder that you found it amusing. It has been very instructive too. Did you see nothing of all these sights, Robert?" "I saw some of them, but I did not take particular notice of them." "Why not?" "I don't know. I did not care about them, and I made the best of my way home." "That would have been right if you had been sent of a message, but as you only walked for amusement, it would have been wiser to have sought out as many sources of it as possible. But so it is, one man walks through the world with his eyes open, and another with them shut, and upon this difference depends all the superiority of knowledge the one acquires above the other. I have known sailors who had been in all quarters of the world, and could tell you nothing but the signs of the tippling houses they frequented in different ports, and the price and quality of the liquor. On the other hand, a franklin could not cross the Channel without making some observation useful to mankind, while many a vacant, thoughtless youth is whirled throughout Europe without gaining a single idea worth crossing a street for. The observing eye and inquiring mind find matter of improvement and delight in every ramble in town or country. Do you, then, William, continue to make use of your eyes, and you, Robert, learn that eyes were given you to use." End of section 52. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 53, Prince Life, by G.P.R. James. 1. Once upon a time there was a young prince who met with a very curious kind of misfortune. Most people want something which they cannot get, and because they cannot get it, they generally desire it more than anything else, which is very foolish, for it would be much better to be contented with what they have. He was a wise fox, my dear Charlie, who thought that grapes were sour when he could not reach them. Now the prince's misfortune consisted in this, that he had everything on earth he could want or desire, and a little more. He had a fine palace and a fine country, obedient subjects and servants and true friends. When he got up in the morning, there was some one ready to put on his clothes for him. When he went to bed at night, some one to take them off again. A fairy called Prosperity gave him everything he desired as soon as he desired it. If he wanted peaches at Christmas, or cool air at Midsummer, the first came instantly from his hothouses, and the second was produced by an enormous fan which hung from the top of the room, and was moved by 2 servants. But strange to say, the prince got weary of all this. He was tired of wanting nothing. When he sat down to dinner, he had but little appetite, because he had had such a good breakfast. He hardly knew what coat to put on, they were all so beautiful. And when he went to bed at night, though the bed was as soft as a white cloud, he could not sleep, for he was not tired. There was only one ugly thing in the whole palace, which was a little drowsy gray dwarf, left there by the fairy Prosperity. He kept yawning all day, and very often set the prince yawning too, only to look at him. This dwarf they called Satiety, and he followed the prince about wherever he went. One day the prince asked him what he was yawning for, and Satiety answered, "Because I have nothing to do and nothing to wish for, my prince." "I suppose that is the reason why I yawn too," replied the prince. "Rather is it having me always with you," answered Satiety. "Then get away and leave me," said the prince. "I cannot do that," answered Satiety. "You can go from me, but I cannot go from you. I can never leave you as long as you remain in the palace of Prosperity." "Then I will have you turned out," said the prince. "No one can do that," said Satiety, "but Misfortune, and he is a very capricious person. Though he is a very disagreeable monster, some people seem to court him, but cannot get him to come near them, while to a great many he comes unawares, and catches them, though they fly from him eagerly. I tell you, Prince, you can go from me, but I cannot go from you as long as you remain in the palace of Prosperity." That night, when he went to his soft bed, the prince thought very much as to the conversation he had held with Satiety, and he resolved to go out of the palace for a time, just to get rid of the ugly little gray yawning dwarf. The very resolution seemed to do him good, and he slept better that night after he had made it than he had done for many a night before. 2. The next morning when he rose, he felt quite refreshed, and he said to a groom, "Bring me my stout horse, Expedition. I am going out to take a ride all alone." The groom answered not a word, for in that palace every one obeyed the Prince at once, and nobody troubled him but the ugly little dwarf Satiety. As he went away, however, the groom said to himself with a sigh, "It is a sad thing to be in the world all alone. My Prince does not know what it is, but let him try, it may be better for him." He accordingly brought the horse to the palace door, but when the Prince came down he felt quite well, and, looking about among all his attendants, he could only catch a distant glimpse of Satiety standing yawning behind. For a moment he was half inclined not to go, for he did not mind seeing Satiety at a distance if he did not come near. But the groom, whose name was Resolution, seeing him hesitate, said, "You had better go, my Prince, as you determined. It may do you good." And a chamberlain called Effort helped him on to his horse. At first, as the Prince rode along, everything was quite delightful to him. He seemed to breathe more freely now that he was no more troubled with Satiety. The flowers looked bright and the sky beautiful, for a cloud or two here and there only gave variety. The very air seemed fresher than it had been in the sheltered gardens of the palace, and the Prince said to himself, "What a delightful country this is, just on the verge of the land of prosperity." Just then he saw a countryman gathering grapes in a vineyard, and every now and then putting some into his mouth, and the Prince asked him whose fine estate it was that he was passing through. "It belongs to a gentleman and lady equally, sir," replied the good man. "They are called Activity and Ease. They are the happiest couple ever seen. When Activity is tired, Ease takes his head upon her lap, and, soon as she is weary of her burden, Activity jumps up and relieves her from it." "But to whom does that more barren country just beyond belong?" asked the Prince. "And what is that great thick wood I see farther on still?" "That is the land of labor and the forest of adversity," said the man. "I would advise you to get through them as soon as possible, for the first you will find very wearisome, and the second exceedingly unpleasant, although people do say that there is a great deal of very good fruit in the forest, only one gets well nigh torn to pieces with the thorns before one can reach it." The Prince determined to follow this advice, and rode on. There was not anything very tempting to him as he passed through the land of labor, and it seemed a long and weary way from the beginning to the end of it. But the forest, even at its entrance, was very dark and gloomy indeed. Thick trees crossed each other overhead, and shut out the bright, cheerful daylight. He could hardly see his way along the narrow, tortuous paths, and the thorns which the peasant had spoken of ran into him continually, for they grew high as well as thick, and crossed the path in every direction. He began heartily to repent that he had quitted the palace of prosperity, and wished himself back again with all his heart, thinking that he should care little about yawning Satiety if he could but get out of the thorns of adversity. Indeed, he tried to turn his horse back, but he found it more difficult than he imagined, for, as I have told you, the road was very narrow, and those thorns hedged it on every side. There was nothing for it, in short, but to try and force his way on through the wood, in the hope of finding something better beyond. The Prince did not know which way to take, indeed, and he tried a great number of paths, but in vain. Still there were the same thorns and the same gloomy darkness. He was hungry and thirsty, and he looked round for those fruits he had heard of, but he could see none of them at the time, and the more he sought his way out, the deeper he seemed to get into the forest. The air was very sultry and oppressive too. He grew weary and faint, quite sick at heart, and even the limbs of his good horse seemed to be failing him, and hardly able to carry him on. Dark as it all was, at length it began to grow darker, and he perceived that night was coming, so that the poor Prince began to give up all hope, and to think that there would be nothing for him but to lie down and die in despair, when suddenly he caught a sort of twinkling light through the thick bushes, which seemed to lie in the way he was going, and on he went, slowly enough, poor man. But still the light was before him, till suddenly he came to a great rock, overgrown in many places with briars and brambles. In the midst of it, however, was the mouth of a large cave, with great masses of stone hanging over, as if ready to fall on a traveler's head. It was a very stern and gloomy looking place indeed, with clefts and crevices and ragged crags all around. But a few steps in the cave some one seemed to have built himself a house, for it was blocked up with large unhewn boards of wood, and in this partition there was a door and a window, through which came the light he had seen. The Prince dismounted from his horse, and though he did not know who might be within, he thought it best to knock at the door and ask for food and shelter. The moment he knocked, a loud, hoarse voice cried, "Come in!" and tying his horse to a tree, he opened the door. 3. Now, whatever the poor Prince had expected to find, he was certainly disappointed, for that thicket of adversity is full of disappointments, as every one knows who has traveled through it. He had thought he should see some poor woodman or honest peasant who would welcome him to his homely hut in the rock with kindness and benevolence, but instead of that he beheld, seated at the table, carving away at a piece of stick by the light of a very small twinkling candle, one of the most tremendous monsters ever man's eyes lighted upon. In shape he was like a man, but he was a great deal stronger than any man. His face looked as if it were cast in iron, so hard and rigid were all the features, and there was an everlasting frown planted on his brow. His hands were long and sinewy, with terrible sharp claws upon them, and his feet were so large and heavy that they seemed as if they would crush anything that they would set upon to pieces. The poor Prince, though he was a very brave young man, stopped and hesitated at the sight of this giant, but the monster, without ever turning his head, cried out again, "Come in! Why do you pause? All men must obey me, and I am the only one that all men do obey." "You must be a mighty monarch, then," said the Prince, taking courage. "Pray, what is your name?" "My name is Necessity," answered the other in his thundering voice, "and some people give me bad names, and call me Hard Necessity and Dire Necessity. But nevertheless I often lead men to great things, and teach them useful arts, if they do but struggle with me valiantly." "Then I wish you would lead me to where I can get some rest," said the Prince, "and teach me how I can procure food for myself and my poor famishing horse." The monster rose up almost as tall as a steeple, and suddenly laid his great clutches upon the Prince's shoulders, saying, "I will do both, if you do but wrestle with me courageously. You must do it, for there is no other way of escaping from my hands." The Prince had never been handled so roughly before, and as he was brave, strong, and active, he made a great effort to free himself, and tried 1,000 ways, but to no purpose. The giant did not hurt him, however, though he pressed him very hard, and at length he cried out, "Ho, ho! You are a brave young man. Leave off struggling, and you shall have some food and drink, such as you would never have tasted had you not come to me." Thereupon he led him to his own coarse wooden table, and set before him half of a hard brown loaf and a pitcher of water. But so hungry and thirsty was the Prince that the bread seemed to him the best he had ever eaten, and the water sweeter than any in the world. "Unfasten your horse's bridle," said Necessity, when the Prince had done, "and I will soon teach him where to find something to feed upon." The Prince did as the giant told him at once, and then his stern-looking companion pointed to a wooden bedstead in a dark corner of the cave, which looked as hard as his own face, saying, "There, lie down and sleep." "I can never sleep on that thing," said the Prince. "Ho, ho!" cried the other. "Necessity can make any bed soft." And taking a bundle of straw, he threw it down on the bedstead. 4. Sleep was sweeter to the Prince that night than it had ever been upon a bed of down, and when he arose the next morning the monster's features did not seem half so stern and forbidding as they had done at first. The inside of the cave, too, looked much more light and blithesome, though it was a dark and frowning place enough still, with hard rock all round, and nothing but one window to let in a little sunshine. Necessity, however, did not intend to keep the Prince there, and as soon as he was up the giant said to him, "Come, trudge, you must quit my cave and go on." "You must open the door for me then," said the Prince, "for the bolt is so high up I cannot reach it." "You cannot get out by the door through which you came in," said the giant, "for it is the door of Idleness. There is but one way for you to go out, and that I will show you." So, taking him by the hand, he led him on into a very dark part of the cave, which went a long way underground, and then said to him, "You must now go on until you come to a great house, where you will find an old woman who will give you your meals at least." "But I want to return to my own palace of prosperity," replied the Prince. "She will show you the way, replied the monster, "and without her you will never find it. Go on at once, and don't stand talking." "But I cannot see the path," said the Prince. "You must find it," said Necessity, and gave him a great push, which sent him on at a very rapid rate. For some time he continued to grope his way almost in darkness, but soon a light began to shine before him, which grew bigger and bigger as he advanced, and he perceived that he was coming to another mouth of the cave, leading to an open but very rough country. The Prince was very glad indeed to issue forth and breathe the fresh air, and he looked at the clear sky with great satisfaction. Just before him, however, there was a large house, with a great number of doors and windows, and as he felt very hungry, he determined to knock and see if he could get any breakfast. Almost as soon as he had touched the knocker, the door was opened by a little old woman, plainly dressed, but neat and tidy. And when the Prince told her who he was and what he wanted, she answered him with a good humored smile, very different from the frown of stern Necessity. "Every one can have food in my house who chooses to work for it. Nobody without. I can help you on your way, too, and as for your poor horse you talk about, he shall be provided for. My name is Industry, and Industry always takes care of her beasts. Come in, young man, come in." The Prince went in with a glad step, and found the house quite full of people, all as busy as bees in a field of clover, and all looking as bright and cheerful as if they had washed their faces in sunshine. It would take me an hour to tell you all the different things they were employed in, every one working by himself on his separate task, although 2 or 3 were often seen doing different pieces of the same work. But there were 2 very nice, pretty girls there whom I must speak of, who seemed to be handmaidens to the mistress of the house. One was a thoughtful looking, careful girl, who was busy in every part of the room alternately, picking up all the little odds and ends which were left over after any piece of work was completed, little bits of string, ends of tape or thread, stray nails, chips of wood, or pieces of paper. These, as soon as she had gathered them up, she put safely by where she could find them again, and it is wonderful how often she was called upon by the workmen for some little scrap or another, just sufficient to complete what they were about. Her name was Economy. The other was a brighter, quicker looking person, with very clear eyes, like 2 stars, who went continually through the room, putting everything to rights. If a chair was out of its place, or a table turned awry, or a tool put down where it should not be, she could not bear to see it for a minute, but put all things straight away, so that nobody was at a loss where to find anything. She was called Order. The hungry Prince was somewhat mortified to find a good large piece of work assigned him to do before he could get his breakfast, and at first he was exceedingly awkward, and did not know how to set about it. But Industry showed him the way, Order helped him a good deal, and Economy supplied him with the materials. 5. At the end of an hour he had completed his task, and the old lady patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Well done! You are a very good young man. Now Industry will give you your breakfast, and help you on the way to a very nice place, where you will get all you desire." Thus saying, she led him into a great hall, where there was a vast number of people, all eating rich fruits, with a somewhat hard-favored dame, whom they called Labor, scattering sugar on the different dishes. When the Prince heard her name, he asked one of the people near if that was really Labor, saying, "I passed through her land not long ago, and it seemed so poor and hard a country that I should have thought it produced nothing good." "That is a mistake," said the other. "That is the land where grows the sugar cane, and Labor always sweetens the food of Industry." As soon as his breakfast was over, the Prince was taken to another door, and shown a road, which was very narrow at first, but seemed to grow wider and wider as it went on. "You have nothing to do but to walk straight forward," said Industry, "neither to turn to the right nor to the left. Keep yourself upright, so that you may have that distant mountain peak before your eyes, and don't suffer yourself to grow faint or get tired. If you should have any doubt or difficulty, you will find some one on the road who will show you the way, but only remember always to keep straight forward, and don't be tempted to turn aside." "What is the name of this road?" asked the Prince. "It is called the Right Path," was the reply, and on it he set upon his way with a stout heart. Nevertheless, he began to get somewhat tired before an hour was over, although the road was pleasant enough to walk in. There were beautiful green meadows on every side, and richly colored flowers, and what seemed very delicious fruit, and here and there, at a little distance, were pleasant groves, with a number of gay birds singing very sweetly. At the end of an hour and a half the Prince became hungry and thirsty again, as well as tired, and he said to himself, there could be no great harm, surely, in going across that meadow and gathering some of that fruit to eat under the shade of the trees, while the birds sing over my head. I do not know how far I have to go. I see no end to this long straight road. I think I will try and rest for a little under those trees. I can easily find my way back again. But just at that moment, luckily for himself, the Prince spied a man trudging on before him, and he hurried after, saying to himself, I will ask him how far I have to go, and whether I have time to stop. 6. The man did not walk very fast, but he kept steadily on with a great pike-staff in his hand, and though the Prince called after him as soon as he was within hearing, he did not halt for a moment, or even turn his head, but trudged onward, saying, come along, come along. One never gets to the end of one's journey if one stops to chatter by the way. At length the Prince came up with him, and said in a civil tone, pray, can you tell me whither this road leads, and if it will be very long before I get to some house where I can find rest and food? It leads to a very fine and beautiful castle, replied the other, somewhat doggedly, and still walking on. I think if you come along with me you will get there in time. I am generally well received there, and in some sort may call myself the master of the house, so that those who go with me are generally made welcome by my lady, who, though she is sometimes a little whimsical, is the most charming person in the world when she smiles upon me. But you must keep on steadily with me, for if you stop or turn aside, 1,000 to 1 you will be lost. When the Prince found him so communicative, he asked him if they could not cross one of the meadows to refresh themselves a little, and told him how he had been tempted to do so just before he saw him. Lucky you did not, answered the other, for those meadows are full of swamps and quagmires, the groves filled with snakes, and many of the fruits poisonous. You might have got yourself into such troubles that not even I could have helped you out of them. If it is not improper, may I ask your name? said the Prince. Come along, answered the other. Names matter little, but if you want to know mine, it is Perseverance. Not long after, the Prince began to think he saw several tall towers glittering before him in the distance, with some misty clouds round about them, which only seemed to make them look the more beautiful. What a fine castle! he exclaimed. That is where I am leading you, answered the other, and the first prospect is always very charming. But we have some way to go yet, I can tell you, and not a little to overcome. You would never get there without me, so come on, and do not be daunted at anything you see. The Prince soon found that his companion's warning was just. The way did seem very long, and sometimes, as they went over hill and dale, the sight of the beautiful castle, which cheered him so much, was quite shut out from his eyes, and at length, when they were coming very near it, with nothing but one valley between them and the building, he perceived that the road went over a narrow drawbridge, and saw 2 terrible monsters lying close beside the way. Their bodies were like those of lions, very large and very strong, but they had necks like that of a snake, and from each neck issued 100 horrible heads, all differing in kind from one another. The poor Prince was alarmed, and said to his companion, "Do you see those horrible brutes? Is there no other way into the castle but between them?" "There are 1,000 ways into the castle," replied his companion, "but every way is guarded by monsters just like those. But do not be alarmed. Go on with me, and I will help you. Besides, some one will come out of the castle most likely to give us assistance." 7. Upon these words the Prince went on more cheerfully, especially when he saw a man come running down from the gate of the castle as they approached the drawbridge. "Ay," said his companion, stepping on without stopping a moment, "there comes my friend Courage to help us. He is a good serviceable fellow." Just as he spoke, the 2 monsters sprang forward, and the one which was nearest to Perseverance growled terribly at him, but he struck him a blow with his pike-staff, which knocked him down and cowed him entirely, and there he lay, with all his 100 heads prostrated in a manner which the Prince could hardly have thought possible. The other brute sprang right at the Prince himself, as if to destroy him, so that he was inclined to draw back, but the man Courage, who had run down from the castle, put his foot upon the creature's snaky neck and crushed it into the earth. Go on, young man," he cried. "These are terrible monsters, truly, but you see our friend Perseverance has vanquished difficulty, and I have trampled upon danger." As he spoke, the Prince passed on rapidly over the drawbridge, and when he stood under the gate of the castle, Perseverance took him by the hand with a smiling air, and led him in, saying, "Now I will conduct you to my lady Success." At the very sound the poor Prince seemed quite refreshed, forgot all the weary way he had traveled, the dark forest of adversity, the grim frown of necessity, the faintness and weariness and hundred-headed difficulty and danger. But he was more rejoiced still when, on entering the building, he found himself suddenly, all at once, in the great hall of his own palace of prosperity, with a beautiful lady, all smiles, standing ready to receive him with a crown in her hand. "Come hither, Prince," she said, "and receive this crown, which I never bestow on any but my greatest favorites. It is called the crown of contentment. I reserve it for those who, led on by perseverance, come to me by the right path, in spite of difficulty and danger. Those who arrive at my presence by any of the many other roads that are open to mankind, I give over to the charge of some of my inferior attendants, such as Pride, Vanity, or Ambition, who amuse themselves by making them play all manner of strange tricks." Thus saying, she put the crown upon his head, and the Prince found the most delightful, tranquil feeling spread through his whole body. Nevertheless, he could not help looking about almost instantly for the figure of the ugly little gray dwarf, and, as he could not see him anywhere, he said to the beautiful lady, "Where is that hideous, yawning Satiety? I hope he has left the palace." "He may be hanging about in some of the dark corners of the palace," answered the lady, "or hiding among the roses in your garden of pleasure, but he will never appear in your presence again, so long as you wear that crown upon your head. For there is a rich jewel called Moderation in the crown of Contentment, which is too bright and pure to be looked upon by Satiety." Section 54 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Fruits of Disobedience, or The Kidnapped Child. In a beautiful villa on the banks of the Medway resided a gentleman whose name was Darnley, who had, during the early part of his life, filled a post of some importance about the court, and even in its decline preserved that elegance of manners which so peculiarly marks a finished gentleman. The loss of a beloved wife had given a pensive cast to his features, and a seriousness to his deportment, which many people imagined proceeded from haughtiness of disposition. Yet nothing could be further from Mr. Darnley's character, for he was affable, gentle, benevolent, and humane. His family consisted of an only sister, who, like himself, had lost the object of her tenderest affection, but who, in dividing her attention between her brother and his amiable children, endeavored to forget her own misfortunes. Mr. Darnley's fortune was sufficiently great to enable him to place his daughters in the first school in London, but he preferred having them under his immediate instruction, and as Mrs. Collier offered to assist him in their education, he resolved for some years not to engage a governess, as Nurse Chapman was one of those worthy creatures to whose care he could securely trust them. An old friend of Mr. Darnley's had recently bought a house at Rochester, and that gentleman and his sister were invited to pass a few days there, and as Emily grew rather too big for the nurse's management, Mrs. Collier resolved to make her of the party, leaving Sophia, Amanda, and Eliza under that good woman's protection. It was Mr. Darnley's wish that the young folks should rise early and take a long walk every morning before breakfast, but they were strictly ordered never to go beyond their own grounds unless their aunt or father accompanied them. This order they had frequently endeavored to persuade Nurse Chapman to disregard, but, faithful to the trust reposed in her, she always resisted their urgent entreaties. The morning after Mr. Darnley went to Rochester, the poor woman found herself thoroughly indisposed, and wholly incapable of rising at the accustomed hour. The children, however, were dressed for walking, and the nurse maid charged not to go beyond the shrubbery, and they all sallied out in high good humour. "Now, Susan," said Sophia, as soon as they entered the garden, "this is the only opportunity you may ever have of obliging us. Do let us walk to the village, and then you know you can see your father and mother." "La, missy," replied the girl, "why, you know 'tis as much as my place is worth if Nurse Chapman should find out." "Find it out, indeed," said Amanda. "How do you think she is to find it out? Come, do let us go, there's a dear good creature." "Yes, dear, dear Susan, do let us go," said Eliza, skipping on before them, "and I'll show you the way, for I walked there last summer with father." Whether it was the wish of obliging the young ladies, or the desire of seeing her parents, I cannot pretend to say, but in a luckless hour Susan yielded, and the party soon reached the village. Susan's mother was delighted at seeing her, and highly honored by the young ladies' presence. "Oh, sweet dear creatures," said the old woman, "I must get something for them to eat after their long walk, and my oven's quite hot, and I can bake them a little cake in 1/4 of an hour, and I'll milk Jenny in 10 minutes." The temptation of her hot cake and new milk was not to be withstood, and Susan began taking down some smart china cups which were arranged in form upon the mantelpiece, and carefully dusted them for the young ladies' use. Eliza followed the old woman into the cow-house, and began asking 1,000 questions, when her attention was suddenly attracted by the appearance of a tame lamb, who went up bleating to its mistress with a view of asking its accustomed breakfast. "You must wait a little, Billy," said the woman, "and let your betters be served before you. Don't you see that we've got gentlefolk to breakfast with us this morning?" Eliza was so delighted with the beauty of the little animal that she wanted to kiss it, and attempted to restrain it for that purpose, while Billy, ungrateful for her intended kindness, gave a sudden spring and frisked away. Eliza followed in hopes of being able to catch him, but he ran baaing along into the high road. A woman whose appearance was descriptive of poverty, but whose smiling countenance indicated good nature, at that moment happened to pass, and, accosting Eliza in a tone of familiarity, said, "That's not half such a pretty lamb, miss, as I have got at home, and not 1/4 so tame, for if you did but say Bob, he'd follow you from one end of the town to the other, and then he'll fetch and carry like a dog, stand up on his hind legs when my husband says up for a thing, and play more tricks than a young kitten." "Oh, the pretty creature!" replied Eliza. "How I should like to see it!" "Well, come along with me, miss," said the woman, "for I only lives just across the next field, but you must run as hard as you can, because my husband is going to work, and he generally takes Bob with him." "Well, make haste then," said Eliza. "Give me your hand, miss," replied the woman, "for we can run faster together. But there goes my husband, I declare, and there's Bob, as usual, skipping on before." "Where? Where?" exclaimed Eliza, stretching her little neck as far as she possibly could, to see if she could discern the lamb. "You are not tall enough," said the artful creature, "but let me lift you up, miss, and then I dare say you will see them." And instantly catching her up, she cried out, "Look directly toward the steeple, miss, but I'll run with you in my arms, and I warrant we'll soon overtake them." Eliza looked, but looked in vain, and perceiving the woman had soon carried her out of sight of the cottage, begged she would set her down, as she dare not go any farther. The vile creature was absolutely incapable of replying, for her breath was nearly exhausted by the rapidity of the motion, and Eliza continued entreating her to stop, and struggled violently to elude her grasp. At length, after 1/4 of an hour's exertion, the woman found herself incapable of proceeding, and stopped suddenly, sat down on a bank, keeping tight hold of Eliza's arms, who cried dreadfully and besought her to let her go. "Let you go!" she replied. "What, after all the plague I've had to nap you? No, no, you don't catch me at that, I promise you. But be a good girl, and don't cry. Then you may see Bob by and by, perhaps." "Oh, my sisters, my sisters! Let me go to my sisters!" cried the child. "I'll find plenty of sisters for you in a few days," said the vile creature, "but they won't know you in them there fine clothes, so let's pull them off in a minute, and then we'll have another run after Bob." So saying, she stripped off the white frock, hat, and tippet. The rest of the things shared the same fate, and Eliza was compelled to put on some old rags, which the inhuman creature took out of a bag she carried under her petticoat. Then, taking a bottle of liquid from the same place, she instantly began washing Eliza's face with it, and, notwithstanding all her remonstrances, cut her beautiful hair close to her head. Thus metamorphosed, it would have been impossible even for Mr. Darnley to have known his child, and they proceeded onward until her little legs would carry her no further. At this period they were overtaken by the Canterbury wagon, and for a mere trifle the driver consented to let them ride to London. Eliza's tears continued to flow, but she dared not utter a complaint, as her inhuman companion protested she would break every bone in her skin if she ventured to make the least noise. When they arrived in town she was dragged, for to walk she was unable, to a miserable hole, down several steps, where they gave her some bread and butter to eat, and then desired her to go to bed. The bed, if such it might be called, was little else than a bundle of rags thrown into a corner of the room, with a dirty blanket spread across it, and there she was left by her inhuman kidnapper, to mourn her misfortunes and lament having disregarded her father's injunctions. The next morning she was forced to rise the moment it was light, and to walk as far as her little legs would carry her before they stopped anywhere to take refreshment. The second night was passed in a barn, and about 5 o'clock the third afternoon they knocked at the door of a neat-looking cottage, where 9 or 10 children were sitting in a little room making lace. "Why, Peggy," said the woman as she opened the door, "I thought you never would have come again. However, I see you have got me a hand at last, and God knows I'm enough in want of her, for 2 of my brats have thought proper to fall sick, and I have more to do than ever I had in my life." On the following day Eliza's filthy rags were all taken off, and she was dressed in a tidy brown stuff gown, a nice clean round-eared cap, and a little collared bib and apron, and she was ordered, if any person asked her name, to say it was Biddy Bullen, and that she was niece to the woman who employed her. The severity with which all this wretch's commands were enforced wholly prevented any of the helpless victims who were under her protection from daring to disobey them, and though most of them were placed under her care by the same vile agent who had decoyed Eliza, yet they were all tutored to relate similar untruths. But I now think it's high time to carry my little readers back to the cottage scene, where Susan was arranging things in order for breakfast, and Sophia and her sister were anxiously watching the moment when the cake was pronounced completely ready. The old woman soon returned with the milk pail on her arm, and Susan eagerly demanded, "Where's Miss Eliza?" "Oh, the pretty creature," replied her mother. "She'll be here in a minute, I warrant, but she's gone skipping after our Billy and the 2 sweet innocents there together." She then went to the oven, produced the cake, and began buttering it with all expedition, while Sophia joyously ran to the door of the cow-house, and began loudly calling her sister Eliza. No answer being returned, Susan began to feel alarmed, but the young ladies told her not to be frightened, as they knew it was only one of Eliza's pranks. But alas! too soon were they convinced it was no joke, but some dreadful misfortune must have happened. "Miss Eliza! Miss Eliza!" was vociferated through the village, not only by Susan and her mother, but by all the neighbors who had heard of the calamity, while her sisters ran about frantic with grief, crying, "Eliza, my love, my darling! Oh, if you are hid, for pity's sake speak!" Nurse Chapman got up about 9:30, and hearing the children were not returned from their walk, sent the housemaid directly after them. The garden, the shrubbery, and the lawn were all searched without success, and just as Betty was returning to inform the nurse they were not to be found, she perceived Susan and the 2 children enter a little green gate at the bottom of the shrubbery. "Where's Miss Eliza?" called Betty, in a voice as loud as she could articulate. "God knows, God knows," replied the careless girl, sobbing so loud she could scarcely speak. "How? Where? When?" said the others. "Why, poor nurse will go stark staring mad." By that time the poor woman had quitted her room, and walked into the garden to see what had become of her little charges, and, not directly missing Eliza from the group, which was then fast approaching toward the house, she called out, "Come, my dear children, come along. I thought you would never have returned again." And observing Eliza was not with them, she continued, "But, Susan, what's become of my sweet bird? Where's my little darling Miss Eliza?" "Oh, nurse, nurse," said Sophia, "my sister's lost. Indeed, she's lost." "Lost!" exclaimed the poor old woman. "Lost! What do you tell me? What do I hear? Oh, my master, my dear master! Never shall I bear to see his face again." Susan then repeated every circumstance just as has been related, and with sighs and tears bewailed her own folly in suffering herself to be over-persuaded, and the children declared they dare not encounter their father's displeasure. The men servants were instantly summoned and sent on horseback different ways. That she had been stolen admitted of no doubt, as there was no water near the cottage, and had any accident happened they must have found her, as they had searched every part of the village before they ventured to return home. One servant was sent to Rochester, another toward London, and a third and fourth across the country roads, but no intelligence could be obtained, nor the slightest information gathered, by which the unfortunate child could be found, or her wicked decoyer's footsteps traced. When Mr. Darnley was apprised of the calamitous event, the agitation of his mind may be easily conceived, but can never be described. Handbills were instantly circulated all over the country, the child's person described, and a reward of 500 guineas offered for her restoration. Sophia and Amanda were inconsolable, and Susan was ordered to be discharged before Mr. Darnley returned home, which he did not for more than a month after the melancholy circumstance happened, as he was not satisfied with sending messengers in pursuit of his lost treasure, but went himself to all those wretched parts of London where poverty and vice are known to dwell, in the hope of meeting the object of his solicitude, and at length gave up the interesting pursuit, because he found his health rendered him incapable of continuing it. 9 tedious months passed away without any intelligence of the lost Eliza, and time, which is a general remedy for all misfortunes, had not softened the severity of their affliction. Mrs. Collier had engaged a lady to be governess to her nieces, as her attention had been wholly devoted to her unfortunate brother, whose agitated state of mind had produced a bodily complaint which demanded her unremitting care and tenderness. Although Emily loved Eliza with the fondest affection, yet her grief was much less poignant than either of her sisters, as she could not accuse herself with being accessory to her loss. "Never, never shall I forgive myself," Sophia would often say, "for having deviated from my dear father's command. Oh, so good and indulgent as he is to us, how wicked it was to transgress his will! I was the eldest, and ought to have known better, and my poor Eliza is the sufferer for my crime." Thus she would bewail her folly and imprudence, until, agonized by the torture of her own reflections, she would sink down in a chair, quite exhausted, and burst into a flood of tears. While the family at Darnley Hall were thus a prey to unavailing sorrow, the lovely little girl who had occasioned it was beginning to grow more reconciled to the cruelty of her destiny, and to support her different mode of life with resignation and composure. She had acquired such a degree of skill in the art of lace making, which was the business her employer followed, as generally to be able to perform the tasks which were allotted her; and if it so happened she was incapable of doing it, Sally Butchell, a child almost 2 years older than herself, of whom she was very fond, was always kind enough to complete it for her. The cottage in which the vile Mrs. Bullen resided was situated about 1/4 of a mile from High Wycombe, and whenever she was obliged to go to that place, either to purchase or to dispose of her goods, she always went either before her family were up, or after they had retired to rest, locking the door constantly after her, and putting the key in her pocket, so that the poor little souls had no opportunity of telling their misfortunes to any human creature. One intense hot afternoon in the month of August, as the children were sitting hard at work with the door open for the sake of air, an elderly lady and gentleman walked up to it, and begged to be accommodated with a seat, informing Mrs. Bullen their carriage had broken down a mile distant, and they had been obliged to walk in the heat of the sun. The appearance of so many children, all industriously employed, was a sight particularly pleasing to the liberal-minded Mrs. Montague, and she immediately began asking the woman several questions about them; but there was something of confusion in her manner of replying that called forth Mrs. Montague's surprise and astonishment. "They really are lovely children, my dear," said she, turning to Mr. Montague, who had stood at the door watching the approach of the carriage, which he perceived coming forward; "and as to that little creature with the mole under her left eye, I declare I think it's a perfect beauty." Mr. Montague turned his head and regarded Eliza with a look that at once proved that his sentiments corresponded with those of his lady. "What is your name, my love?" said he, in a tone of kindness which poor Eliza had long been a stranger to. The child coloured like scarlet, and looked immediately at her inhuman employer, who, catching the contagion, replied, with evident marks of confusion, "Her name is Biddy Bullen, sir. She's my niece, but 'tis a poor timid little fool, and is always in a fright when gentlefolk happen to speak to her. Go, Biddy," she continued, "go up into my bedroom, and mind that thread which you'll find upon the reel." "You should try to conquer that timidity," said Mr. Montague, "by making her answer every stranger who speaks to her; but by taking that office upon yourself, you absolutely encourage the shyness you complain of. Come hither, my little girl," continued he, observing she was retiring upstairs, "and tell the lady what your name is." Encouraged by the kindness of Mr. Montague's address, the agitated child obeyed the summons, although Mrs. Bullen attempted to force her into resistance. "Well," continued the old gentleman, patting her on the cheek, "and where did you get that pretty mole?" "My mother gave it me, sir," replied the blushing child, "but I did not see her do it, because Nurse Chapman told me she went to heaven as soon as I was born." "Your mother! And what was your mother's name?" said Mr. Montague. "Darnley, sir," said the child, and suddenly recollecting the lesson that had been taught her, "but my name is Biddy Bullen, and that is my aunt." Darnley!" exclaimed Mrs. Montague. "The very child that has been for these 12 months past advertised in all the papers." Then turning to convince herself of the fact, "And the very mole confirms it." Mr. Montague immediately attempted to secure the woman, but her activity eluded his grasp, and darting out the back door, she was out of sight in a few moments. "Is she really gone? Is she gone?" all the little voices at once demanded, and upon Mr. Montague's assuring them she was really gone for ever, their joy broke out in 1,000 different ways. Some cried, some laughed, and others jumped. In short, there never was a scene more completely calculated to interest the feelings of a benevolent heart. Mr. Montague's carriage at this period arrived, and the footman was desired to fetch a magistrate from Wickham, while the worthy clergyman resolved to remain there until his arrival, and began questioning all the children. 2 had been there from so early a period that they could give no account of their name or origin, but all the rest were so clear in their description that the benevolent Mr. Montague had no doubt of being able to restore them to their afflicted parents. The magistrate soon arrived, attended by the worthy rector of the place, who, hearing from Mr. Montague's servant that a child had been stolen, came with the intent of offering his services. All but Eliza were immediately put under his protection, but Mrs. Montague was so anxious she should be their earliest care that she begged her husband to order a post-chaise directly, and set off immediately for town. This request was willingly complied with, and by 3 o'clock the next afternoon the party arrived at Darnley Hall. Mrs. Collier was standing at the window when the carriage stopped, and looking earnestly at her niece, suddenly exclaimed in a tone of rapture, "My child! My child! My lost Eliza!" Mr. Darnley, who was reading, sprang from his seat and flew to the door in an ecstasy of joy. In less than a minute he returned, folding his Eliza to his throbbing heart. The joyful intelligence ran through the house, and the other children impatiently flew to this scene of transport. To describe their feelings or express their felicity would require the aid of the most descriptive pen, and even then would be but faintly told, therefore had much better be passed over. From that moment the children all unanimously agreed strictly to attend to their father's orders, and never in the slightest instance act in opposition to his will. Mr. and Mrs. Montague were laden with caresses, and earnestly entreated to remain Mr. Darnley's guests. The hospitable invitation would have been gladly accepted, had not the thoughts of the poor children who were still at Wickham seemed to claim his immediate attention. And so great was the philanthropy of Mr. Montague's character, that he could never rest satisfied if a single duty remained unfulfilled. End of Section 54.
Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 55. Dicky Random, or Good Nature is Nothing Without Good Conduct. In festive play this maxim prize, be always merry, always wise. "Do you know what hour it is when you see a clock?" said Mr. Random to his little son Richard. "Yes, father," said Richard, "for I can count it all around. When both hands are at the top of the clock, then I know it's time to leave school." "Then go and see what time it is," said his father. Away ran Richard, and brought back word in a moment that it was exactly 6 o'clock. In a few minutes after came in a friend with a young lady, the former of whom asked Mr. Random why he was not ready to go with them to the concert that evening as he had promised. Mr. Random replied that it was but 6 o'clock, which, however, he was soon convinced was a mistake of Richard's, who, on being asked what he saw when he looked on the clock, replied, "I saw the 2 hands together close to the 6, and that made me say it was 6, for I always call it 12 when they are right opposite." "Remember, my dear," said his father, "that the long hand never tells the hour except on the stroke of 12. You ought to know that the minute hand overtakes its fellow somewhat later every hour, till at noon and midnight they again start exactly even. And when a bigger boy, I shall expect you to tell me how much difference is increased every time they come into conjunction. You now see, Dicky, that through such a mistake I must make my friends wait. Pray, therefore, mind better another time." In a few minutes after, his father bid him to go into the dining room, and bring down a bottle of wine which stood in the hither corner of the cellaret, that he might help the gentleman and lady to a glass. "Yes, father," said little Dick, and up he went. On the stairs he met Puss, and stopped to play with her, during which he forgot what he had been told.
Having gotten a bottle, downstairs he came, and pouring out a couple of glasses, he returned with it. But when on the landing place, he naughtily drew out the cork to have a taste himself. It was not only very vulgar to drink out of the neck of a bottle, but wrong to make free slyly with that which he was merely entrusted to serve out. However, it rushed so fast into his mouth, and was so hot, that he was afraid of being strangled. It happened that he had bitten his cheek that morning, and the liquor, bathing the sore place, made it smart so that he put down the bottle on the floor, when, in stamping about, it rolled downstairs and made a fine clatter. His father ran out on hearing the noise, but was stopped in the way by seeing the young lady almost gasping for breath, and it was some minutes before she could say that he had given her brandy instead of wine. Mr. Random next proceeded upstairs, where little Dick was picking up the pieces of broken glass, in doing which he cut a deep gash in his hand. "Where did you take the bottle from?" "Out of the farther side of the cellaret," said Dicky. "I told you to take it from the hither side," replied Mr. Random. "But, however, you shall smart for your neglect. What remains of the brandy will serve to bathe your hand, and I hope the pain will make you reflect that the loss is the same to me, whether you spilt it from design or intention." He one day made his mother look very simple at table, for which he deserved to have suffered much more than her good nature required. Young Random was to have a grand rout in the evening with some of his little favorites. A few nice tarts, custards, etc., had been made in the morning for the occasion, and had been most temptingly baked in the forenoon. It happened that two gentlemen called on Mr. Random about 2 o'clock, and he insisted upon their staying to dinner, in consequence of which his lady had the pastry removed from the sideboard to the china closet. All children must frequently have heard their mothers say, when they wish to have anything saved for another occasion, "My friends, you see your dinner before you. I hope you will consider yourselves at home, and not spare." This is always thought to be a sufficient excuse for not bringing anything of another sort to table. When the meat was nearly done with, Mrs. Random made the above remark to her visitors, who declared that nothing more was requisite. She then bid the servant put the cheese on the table. "What, mother," said Richard, "is there nothing else?" "No, my love," said his mother, "I am sure you want nothing more." "Why, yes, mother. Where are the tarts and custards you put into the closet?" "Surely you dream," said his mother. "No, I don't indeed," replied Dicky. "You put them away directly the gentlemen said they would stay to dine, and observed what a deal of trouble visitors do give." Any one will easily believe that this made Mrs. Random look very confused. She hardly knew what to reply, but she turned it off in the best manner she could, and said, "It is you, Richard, who trouble me more than the visits of my friends. I am happy to see them always, but on some days more than others. To day, you know, we have been preparing for your company, and therefore the reserve I have kept would not have been made but on your account. The pastry was intended for your visitors, and not your father's. However, if you are such a child that you cannot wait till night, they shall be brought to table now. But remember, I will not order any more to be made, and you shall provide for your playmates out of the money put by to purchase the magic lantern and the books." Richard looked quite down when he heard this sentence, and more so when he saw the pastry placed on the table. Dear me, how soon had the tarts and custards disappear, if each had been served round to the company! But the gentlemen were too polite even to taste them, and father and mother declined eating any. Richard's sister said she could very well wait till supper. Hence they were all saved. But Dicky was afterwards very severely taken to task for speaking out of time when he was not spoken to. When evening came and the little visitors were assembled, Richard, who had seen some of the sports at a country fair, would show his dexterity to amuse his young party. He took up the poker, and supposing it to be a pole, performed some imitations. But, unable long to preserve it upright from its weight, the sooty end fell on Master Snapper's book, who was reading a little work upon affability. The blow fairly knocked it out of his hand, and made a great smear on his frilled shirt, at which a loud laugh ensued. Now Master Snapper could not bear to be laughed at, and was so much out of humor all evening that he would not play. Little Dick never once, all this time, thought that if it had fallen on his playfellow's toe, it might have lamed him, and he would have at least had to carry him, a pick-a-back, home. Nor did he think who was to have paid the doctor, but pleased with the mirth he had made, he went upstairs and fetched down one of the pistols which his father kept in a private drawer. Then, pulling in his rocking horse, he fancied he was one of the light horse, and mounted it to show the sword exercise, and how he could shoot a Frenchman or a Turk at a full gallop. He had no business with a rocking horse or a pistol among young ladies, but he never thought if it were proper or not, and much less if the pistol were loaded. While he was going on a full canter, he gave the words, "Present! Fire!" and off it went, knocked him backwards, and shivered a beautiful mirror into 1,000 pieces. Oh, what a sad scene of confusion ensued! Some of the young ladies screamed out with fright. Miss Timid, knocked down by Dicky, and falling backwards, lay on the ground bleeding at the nose. Some were employed in picking up the pieces of glass, or pinning their handkerchiefs over the fracture, to prevent its being seen while they stayed, but such a hope was vain. The noise brought Mr. and Mrs. Random, and all the servants, upstairs, who too soon found out the havoc that had been made, and demanded how it happened. All the children would willingly have screened Dicky, because they knew he had not done it to frighten, but to amuse them. Master Snapper, however, now thinking it was his turn, in a very ill-natured speech made the worst of the story. But the spiteful way in which he spoke did little Dick no harm, as he seemed more rejoiced at his misfortune than sorry for Mr. Random's loss, hence it had the effect not to increase the latter's anger. "Playing with balancing poles and pistols," said Mr. Random in a stern accent to his son, "is very well in a proper place, but quite inadmissible in a room full of company. Now, sir, what business had you to take this pistol out of my room?" "Indeed, father," said Dicky, crying, "I did not know it was loaded." "It is but last week," continued his father, "that you were told never to take such a thing without asking, and not even then till some one had tried if it were loaded. So many accidents have happened with firearms which have been supposed not to be loaded, that he who unguardedly shoots another ought to take a similar chance for his own life. For you know the Scripture says, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Think, Richard, that if I had been standing before the mirror, what would have been the consequence? You would have shot your father. Your mother would have died of grief, and you and Letitia have been orphans." "Ah, then I should have died too," said Dicky, wiping the tears from his eyes with the back of his hand. "But how came you to load the pistol last night, father?" "Because," replied his father, "I thought I heard something fall in the parlor, and the passage door being directly after shut to in a still manner. I loaded the pistols, thinking that thieves had broken into the house, and pushed up the sash to shoot the first thing that came out." "Then it was lucky," said Richard, "I did not come out again, or you might have killed me, for I got up in the night to let Juno out of the shed where I had tied her up, and she was making a sad howling. Indeed, before I was aware, she ran into the parlor, and as it was quite dark, I tumbled over her." "And broke the geranium tree," added his father. "Yes, I did indeed," said Dicky, "but I did not go to do it. After that I turned Juno into the yard, and this, I dare say, is all the noise you heard." "There is an old saying, my dear little friends," said Mr. Random, "which I wish you would attend to, because it has a great deal of truth in it. The pitcher that goes often safe to the well may come home broken at last. And so, though the thoughtless and giddy may go on for a long while without danger, it will overtake them sooner or later. Here is a strong instance of escape from the consequences which might have attended Richard's thoughtlessness. Besides which, his mother could get no more sleep all night, and I, after running the risk of catching cold and searching over the house, have this morning been at the expense of new fastenings to the doors and windows. The next time, however, you rise, Richard, to alarm the family, you shall in future roost with the hens, or bed in the stable." Dicky now thought that his parents' resentment had subsided, and upon the latter's calling him to come, he sprang across the room with the greatest alertness. But how suddenly was his smile cast down when Mr. Random, taking his hand, ordered him to wish his young friends much mirth and a good appetite, while he was going to be punished for his misconduct. At once were all their little hands put out to prevent Mr. Random's resolution of taking him away, but all their petitions were in vain. Richard was forced into an empty cellar, and left with no other companion than a glimmering rushlight. Here he was told he might do as much mischief as he pleased. The iron bars kept him from getting out on one side, and the door was padlocked on the other. In this dilemma he marched round and round, crying, with his little candle, and saw stuck on the walls the following lines: "Empty caves and commons wild Best befit a thoughtless child. A solid wall, an earthen floor, Prison lights, a padlocked door. Wears no plaything which he may Turn to harm by random play. For in such sport too oft is found A penny toy will cost a pound. Be wise and merry, play, but think, for danger stands on folly's brink. After having been kept in confinement nearly half an hour, Mr. Random could no longer resist the pressing solicitations of his son's guests, who declined partaking of the supper till Richard was returned to them. Having learned the above lines by heart, he repeated them to his young company, and on his promising to remember their contents, he was permitted to sit down to table. The rest of the evening was spent in innocent cheerfulness, and for some time after, little Random played with more caution. We must omit many of the less important neglects of young Random, such as letting the toast fall in handling it, shooting his arrow through the window, riding a long stick where it might throw persons down, leaving things in the way at dark, etc., and proceed to relate a good-natured fancy of his, which tended more than any of the preceding events to show him the folly of taking any step without first looking to what it might lead. In Mr. Random's garden was a fine tall pear tree, and that year a very fine pear grew on the topmost twig. His mother and sister had several times wished for the luscious fruit, but it seemed to bid defiance to every attack that was not aided by a tall ladder. "Oh," thought Dicky, "if I can get it down and present it to my mother, how pleased she will be!" So when he was alone, he picked out some large stones and threw at it, but without any success. The next day he renewed his attack in the evening, and, to ensure a better chance, employed several large pieces of brick and tile. Now all these dangerous weapons went over into a poor man's garden, where his son and some other boys were weeding it. One of them fell upon the little fellow's leg, and cut it in so desperate a manner that he cried out, quite terrified at the blow and the sight of the blood. The other boys directly took the alarm, and picking up some stones as large as that which had done the mischief, they mounted on a high bench, and discharged such a well-directed volley at the person of Master Random that he was most violently struck upon the nose, and knocked backward into a glass cucumber frame. Here he lay in a most pitiable condition, calling upon his mother, while the wounded boy on the other side joined in the concert of woe. "Oh, it served you rightly!" exclaimed the young assailants, who were looking over the wall, and ran away as soon as they saw Mr. Random come into the garden to inquire the cause of the uproar. His first concern was to carry Dicky indoors, and then, having wiped away the blood and tears, he asked how it happened. "I was only trying to get a pear for my mother," said Richard, "when these boys threw stones at me and hit me." "That was very cruel," said his father, "to meddle with you when you were doing nothing to them, and if I can find them out they shall be punished for it." Mr. Random immediately set off to the next house, but was met at his own door by the father of the wounded boy, who was coming with him in his arms to demand satisfaction. This brought the whole truth out, and the artful little fellow was found to have concealed a part of the real case. Instead of saying he was only getting a pear, he should have said that he was throwing large stones at the topmost pear on the tree, and that every stone went over the wall, he could not tell where. "Ah, Richard," said his father, "it is little better than story-telling to conceal a part of the truth. The affair now wears quite a new face. It was you that gave the first assault, and will have to answer for all the bad consequences. It is my duty to see that this unoffending boy is taken care of. But if his leg be so cut or bruised that he cannot get so good a living when he comes to be a man as he might otherwise have done, how would you like to make up the deficiency? You cannot doubt that he has a demand upon you equal to the damage you might have done to him. He is poor, and his father must send him to the hospital, but it would be unjust of me to suffer it. No, on the contrary, I shall prevent this by taking him home and sending you there where Dr. Hardheart makes his patients smart before he cures them. Come, get ready to go, for delays in wounds of the head are not to be trifled with." Mr. Random then ordered the servant to go for a coach, in which Dicky most certainly would have been sent off, had not word been brought back that there was not a coach on the stand. During this time Dicky had fallen on his knees, entreating that he might remain at home, and offering promises to be less heedless in the future. Nay, he was willing to yield up all his toys to the maimed little gardener. The boy's father, though but a laboring man, had a generous mind. He wanted nothing of this kind, but only wished him to be more cautious in the future, as the same stones thrown at random might have either blinded his son or fractured his skull instead of merely hurting his leg. Mr. Random then insisted on Richard's giving him half a crown, and asking pardon for the misfortune occasioned by his carelessness. This heavy sum was directly taken out of the hoard which had been laid by for the purchase of a set of drawing instruments, but he had a yet heavier account to settle with his father for damaging the cucumber frame. He had broken as much of it as would come to 15 shillings to mend, and as payment was insisted on, or close confinement until the whole was settled, he was compelled to transfer to his father all his receipts for the ensuing 5 months before he could again resume his scheme of laying by an adequate sum to purchase the drawing utensils. Independently of which, he always carried a strong memorial of his folly on his nose, which was so scarred that he endured many a joke, as it were, to keep alive in his memory the effect of his folly. Indeed, he never looked in the glass without seeing his reproach in his face, and thus at length learned never to play without first thinking if it were a proper time and in a proper place. End of Section 55. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 56, Embellishment, by Jacob Abbott. One day Beechnut, who had been ill, was taken by Phonny and Madeline for a drive. When Phonny and Madeline found themselves riding quietly along in the wagon in Beechnut's company, the first thought which occurred to them, after the interest and excitement awakened by the setting out had passed in some measure away, was that they would ask him to tell them a story. This was a request which they almost always made in similar circumstances. In all their rides and rambles, Beechnut's stories were an unfailing resource, furnishing them with an inexhaustible fund of amusement sometimes, and sometimes of instruction. "Well," said Beechnut, in answer to their request, "I will tell you now about my voyage across the Atlantic Ocean." "Yes," exclaimed Madeline, "I should like to hear about that very much indeed." "Shall I tell the story to you just as it was," asked Beechnut, "as a sober matter of fact, or shall I embellish it a little?" "I don't know what you mean by embellishing it," said Madeline. "Why, not telling exactly what is true," said Beechnut, "but inventing something to add to it, to make it interesting." "I want to have it true," said Madeline, "and interesting too." "But sometimes," replied Beechnut, "interesting things don't happen, and in such cases, if we should only relate what actually does happen, the story would be likely to be dull." "I think you had better embellish the story a little," said Phonny. "Just a little, you know." "I don't think I can do that very well," replied Beechnut. "If I attempt to relate the actual acts, I depend simply on my memory, and I can confine myself to what my memory teaches. But if I undertake to follow my invention, I must go wherever it leads me." "Well," said Phonny, "I think you had better embellish the story, at any rate, for I want it to be interesting." "So do I," said Madeline. "Then," said Beechnut, "I will give you an embellished account of my voyage across the Atlantic. But in the first place I must tell you how it happened that my father decided to leave Paris and come to America. It was mainly on my account. My father was well enough contented with his situation, so far as he himself was concerned, and he was able to save a large part of his salary, so as to lay up a considerable sum of money every year. But he was anxious about me. There seemed to be nothing," continued Beechnut, "for me to do, and nothing desirable for me to look forward to, when I should become a man. My father thought, therefore, that though it would perhaps be better for him to remain in France, it would probably be better for me if he should come to America, where he said people might rise in the world according to their talents, thrift, and industry. He was sure, he said, that I should rise, for you must understand he considered me an extraordinary boy." "Well," said Phonny, "I think you were an extraordinary boy." "Yes, but my father thought," rejoined Beechnut, "that I was something very extraordinary indeed. He thought I was a genius." "So do I," said Phonny. "He said," continued Beechnut, "he thought it would in the end be a great deal better for him to come to America, where I might become a man of some consequence in the world. And he said that he should enjoy his own old age a great deal better, even in a strange land, if he could see me going on prosperously in life, than to remain all his days in that porter's lodge. All the money that my father had saved," Beechnut continued, "he got changed into gold at an office in the Bull Yard, and then he was very much perplexed to decide how it was best to carry it." "Why did he not pack it up in his chest?" asked Phonny. "He was afraid," replied Beechnut, "that his chest might be broken open, or unlocked by false keys on the voyage, and that the money might thus be stolen away. So he thought that he would try to hide it somewhere in some small thing that he could keep with him all the voyage.
"Could he not keep his chest with him all the voyage?" asked Phonny. "No," said Beechnut. "The chests and all large parcels of baggage belonging to the passengers must be sent down into the hold of the ship, out of the way. It is only a very little baggage that people are allowed to keep with them between the decks. My father wished very much to keep his gold with him, and yet he was afraid to keep it in a bag, or in any other similar package, in his little trunk, for then whoever saw it would know that it was gold, and so perhaps form some plan to rob him of it. While we were considering what plan it would be best to adopt for the gold, Ariel, who was the daughter of a friend of ours, proposed to hide it in my top. I had a very large top which my father had made for me. It was painted yellow outside, with 4 stripes of bright blue passing down over it from the stem to the point. When the top was in motion, both the yellow ground and the blue stripes entirely disappeared, and the top appeared to be a uniform green color. Then, when it came to rest again, the original colors would reappear." "How curious!" said Madeline. "Why would it do so?" "Why, when it was revolving," said Beechnut, "the yellow and the blue were blended together in the eye, and that made green. Yellow and blue always make green. Ariel colored my top after my father had made it, and then my father varnished it over the colors, and that fixed them. This top of mine was a monstrous large one, and being hollow, Ariel thought that the gold could all be put inside. She said she thought that that would be a very safe hiding place too, since nobody would think of looking into a top for gold. But my father said that he thought that the space would not be quite large enough, and then if anybody should happen to see the top and should touch it, the weight of it would immediately reveal the secret. At last my father thought of a plan which he believed would answer the purpose very perfectly. We had a very curious old clock. It was made by my grandfather, who was a clockmaker in Geneva. There was a little door in the face of the clock, and whenever the time came for striking the hours, this door would open and a little platform would come out with a tree upon it. There was a beautiful little bird upon the tree, and when the clock had done striking, the bird would flap its wings and sing. Then the platform would slide back into its place, the door would shut, and the clock go on ticking quietly for another hour. "This clock was made to go," continued Beechnut, "as many other clocks are, by 2 heavy weights which were hung to the wheelwork by strong cords. The cords were wound round some of the wheels, and as they slowly descended by their weight, they made the wheels go round. There was a contrivance inside the clock to make the wheels go slowly and regularly, and not spin round too fast, as they would have done if the weights had been left to themselves. This is the way that clocks are often made. Now my father," continued Beechnut, "had intended to take this old family clock with him to America, and he now conceived the idea of hiding his treasure in the weights. The weights were formed of 2 round tin canisters filled with something very heavy. My father said he did not know whether it was shot or sand. He unsoldered the bottom of these canisters, and found that the filling was shot. He poured out the shot, put his gold pieces in place of it, and then filled up all the interstices between and around the gold pieces with sand, to prevent the money from jingling. Then he soldered the bottom of the canisters on again, and no one would have known that the weights were anything more than ordinary clock weights. He then packed the clock in a box, and put the box in his trunk. It did not take up a great deal of room, for he did not take the case of the clock, only the face and the works and the 2 weights, which last he packed carefully and securely in the box, one on each side of the clock itself. When we got to Havre, all our baggage was examined at the custom house, and the officers allowed it all to pass. When they came to the clock, my father showed them the little door and the bird inside, and they said it was very curious. They did not pay any attention to the weights at all. When we went on board of the vessel, our chests were put by the side of an immense heap of baggage upon the dock, where some seamen were at work lowering it down into the hold through a square opening in the deck of the ship. As for the trunk, my father took that with him to the place where he was going to be himself during the voyage. This place was called the steerage. It was crowded full of men and women and children, all going to America. Some talked French, some German, some Dutch, and there were ever so many babies that were too little to talk at all. Pretty soon the vessel sailed. We did not meet with anything remarkable on the voyage, except that once we saw an iceberg. "What is that?" asked Madeline. "It is a great mountain of ice," replied Beechnut, "floating about in the sea on top of the water. I don't know how it comes to be there." "I should not think it would float upon the top of the water," said Phonny. "All the ice that I ever saw in the water sinks into it." "It does not sink to the bottom," said Madeline. "No," replied Phonny, "but it sinks down until the top of the ice is level with the water. But Beechnut says his iceberg rose up like a mountain." "Yes," said Beechnut, "it was several 100 feet high above the water, all glittering in the sun, and I think that if you look at any small piece of ice floating in the water, you will see that a small part of it rises above the surface." "Yes," said Phonny, "a very little." "It is a certain proportion of the whole mass," rejoined Beechnut. "They told us on board our vessel that about 1/10 part of the iceberg was above the water, the rest, that is 9/10, was under it, so you see what an enormous big piece of ice it must have been, to have only 1/10 part of it tower up so high." "There was one thing very curious and beautiful about our iceberg," said Beechnut. "We came in sight of it one day about sunset, just after a shower. The cloud, which was very large and black, had passed off into the west, and there was a splendid rainbow upon it. It happened, too, that when we were nearest to the iceberg, it lay toward the west, and of course toward the cloud, and it appeared directly under the rainbow, and the iceberg and the rainbow made a most magnificent spectacle. The iceberg, which was very bright and dazzling in the evening sun, looked like an enormous diamond with the rainbow for a setting." "How curious!" said Phonny. "Yes," said Beechnut, "and to make it more remarkable still, a whale just then came along directly before the iceberg, and spouted there 2 or 3 times, and as the sun shone very brilliantly on the jet of water which the whale threw into the air, it made a sort of silver rainbow below the centre of the picture." "How beautiful it must have been!" said Phonny. "Yes," rejoined Beechnut, "very beautiful indeed. We saw a great many beautiful spectacles on the sea, but then, on the other hand, we saw some that were dreadful." "Did you?" asked Phonny. "What?" "Why, we had a terrible storm and shipwreck at the end," said Beechnut. "For 3 days and 3 nights the wind blew almost a hurricane. They took in all the sails, and let the ship drive before the gale under bare poles. She went on over the seas for 500 miles, howling all the way like a frightened dog." "Were you frightened?" asked Phonny. "Yes," said Beechnut. "When the storm first came on, several of the passengers came up the hatchways and got on deck to see it, and then we could not get down again, for the ship gave a sudden pitch just after we came up, and knocked away the step ladder. We were terribly frightened. The seas were breaking over the forecastle and sweeping along the decks, and the shouts and outcries of the captain and the sailors made a dreadful din. At last they put the step ladder in place again, and we got down. Then they put the hatches on, and we could not come out any more." "The hatches?" said Phonny. "What are they?" "The hatches," replied Beechnut, "are a sort of scuttle doors that cover over the square openings in the deck of a ship. They always have to put them on and fasten them down in a great storm." Just at this time the party happened to arrive at a place where 2 roads met, and as there was a broad level space of ground at the junction where it would be easy to turn the wagon, Beechnut said that he thought it would be better to make that the end of their ride, and so turn round and go home. Phonny and Madeline were quite desirous of going a little further, but Beechnut thought that he should be tired by the time he reached the house again. "But you will not have time to finish the story," said Phonny. "Yes," replied Beechnut, "there is very little more to tell. It is only to give an account of our shipwreck." "Why, did you have a shipwreck?" exclaimed Phonny. "Yes," said Beechnut. "When you have turned the wagon, I will tell you about it." So Phonny, taking a great sweep, turned the wagon round, and the party set their faces toward home. The marshal was immediately going to set out upon a trot, but Phonny held him back by pulling the reins and saying, "Steady, Marshal, steady. You have got to walk all the way home." "The storm drove us upon the Nova Scotia coast," said Beechnut, resuming his story. "We did not know anything about the great danger that we were in until just before the ship went ashore. When we got near the shore, the sailors put down all the anchors, but they would not hold, and at length the ship struck. Then there followed a dreadful scene of consternation and confusion. Some jumped into the sea in their terror and were drowned. Some cried and screamed and acted as if they were insane. Some were calm and behaved rationally. The sailors opened the hatches and let the passengers come up, and we got into the most sheltered places that we could find about the decks and rigging, and tied ourselves to whatever was nearest at hand. My father opened his trunk and took out his 2 clock weights, and gave me one of them. The other he kept himself. He told me that we might as well try to save them, though he did not suppose that we should be able to do so. Pretty soon after we struck, the storm seemed to abate a little. The people of the country came down to the shore and stood upon the rocks to see if they could do anything to save us. We were very near the shore, but the breakers and the boiling surf were so violent between us and the land that whoever took to the water was sure to be dashed to pieces.
So everybody clung to the ship, waiting for the captain to contrive some way to get us to the shore." "And what did he do?" asked Phonny. "He first got a long line and a cask, and he fastened the end of the long line to the cask, and then he threw the cask overboard. The other end of the line was kept on board the ship. The cask was tossed about upon the waves, every successive surge driving it nearer and nearer to the shore, until at last it was thrown up high upon the rocks. The men upon the shore ran to seize it, but before they could get hold of it, the receding wave carried it back among the breakers, where it was tossed about as if it had been a feather, and overwhelmed with the spray. Presently away it went again up upon the shore, and the men again attempted to seize it. This was repeated 2 or 3 times. At last they succeeded in grasping hold of it, and they ran up with it upon the rocks, out of the reach of the seas. The captain then made signs to the men to pull the line toward the shore. He was obliged to use signs, because the roaring and thundering of the seas made such a noise that nothing could be heard. The sailors had, before this, under the captain's direction, fastened a much stronger line, a small cable, in fact, to the end of the line which had been attached to the barrel. Thus, by pulling upon the smaller line, the men drew one end of the cable to the shore. The other end remained on board the ship, while the middle of it lay tossing among the breakers between the ship and the shore. The seamen then carried that part of the cable which was on shipboard up to the masthead, while the men on shore made their end fast to a very strong post which they set in the ground. The seamen drew the cable as tight as they could, and fastened their end very strongly to the masthead. Thus the line of the cable passed in a gentle slope from the top of the mast to the land, high above all the surges and the spray. The captain then rigged what he called a sling, which was a sort of loop of ropes that a person could be put into, and made to slide down in it on the cable to the shore. A great many of the passengers were afraid to go in this way, but they were still more afraid to remain on board the ship. "What were they afraid of?" asked Phonny. "They were afraid," replied Beechnut, "that the shocks of the seas would soon break the ship to pieces, and then they would all be thrown into the sea together. In this case they would certainly be destroyed, for if they were not drowned, they would be dashed to pieces on the rocks which lined the shore." Sliding down the line seemed thus a very dangerous attempt, but they consented, one after another, to make the trial, and thus we all escaped safe to land. "And did you get the clock weights safe to the shore?" asked Phonny. "Yes," replied Beechnut, "and as soon as we landed we hid them in the sand. My father took me to a little cove close by, where there was not much surf, as the place was protected by a rocky point of land which bounded it on one side. Behind this point of land the waves rolled up quietly upon a sandy beach. My father went down upon the slope of this beach to a place a little below where the highest waves came, and began to dig a hole in the sand. He called me to come and help him. The waves impeded our work a little, but we persevered until we had dug a hole about a foot deep. We put our clock weights into this hole and covered them over. We then ran back up upon the beach. The waves that came up every moment over the place soon smoothed the surface of the sand again, and made it look as if nothing had been done there. My father measured the distance from the place where he had deposited his treasure up to a certain great white rock upon the shore, exactly opposite to it, so as to be able to find the place again, and then we went back to our company. They were all collected on the rocks in little groups, wet and tired, and in great confusion, but rejoiced at having escaped with their lives. Some of the last of the sailors were then coming over in the sling. The captain himself came last of all. There were some huts near the place on the shore where the men made good fires, and we warmed and dried ourselves. The storm abated a great deal in a few hours, and the tide went down, so that we could go off to the ship before night to get some provisions. The next morning the men could work at the ship very easily, and they brought all the passengers' baggage on shore. My father got his trunk with the clock in it. A day or two afterwards some sloops came to the place, and took us all away to carry us to Quebec. Just before we embarked on board the sloops, my father and I, watching a good opportunity, dug up our weights out of the sand, and put them back safely in their places in the clock box. "Is that the end?" asked Phonny, when Beechnut paused. "Yes," replied Beechnut. "I believe I had better make that the end." "I think it's a very interesting and well told story," said Madeline. "And do you feel very tired?" "No," said Beechnut. "On the contrary, I feel all the better for my ride. I believe I will sit up a little while." So saying, he raised himself in the wagon and sat up, and began to look about him. "What a wonderful voyage you had, Beechnut! But I never knew before that you were shipwrecked." "Well, in point of fact," replied Beechnut, "I never was shipwrecked." "Never was!" exclaimed Phonny. "Why, what is all this story that you've been telling us, then?" "Embellishment," said Beechnut quietly. "Embellishment!" repeated Phonny, more and more amazed. "Yes," said Beechnut. "Then you were not wrecked at all?" said Phonny. "No," replied Beechnut. "And how did you get to the land?" asked Phonny. "Why, we sailed quietly up the St. Lawrence," replied Beechnut, "and landed safely at Quebec, as other vessels do." "And the clock weights?" asked Phonny. "All embellishment," said Beechnut. "My father had no such clock, in point of fact. He put his money in a bag, his bag in his chest, and his chest in the hold, and it came as safe as the captain's sextant." "And the iceberg and the rainbow?" said Madeline. "Embellishment, all embellishment," said Beechnut. "Dear me," said Phonny, "I thought it was all true." "Did you?" said Beechnut. "I am sorry that you were so deceived, and I am sure it was not my fault, for I gave you your choice of a true story or an invention, and you chose the invention." "Yes," said Phonny, "so we did." End of Section 56. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 57. The Oyster Patties. There was once a little boy who perhaps might have been a good little fellow if his friends had taken pains to make him so, but I do not know how it was. Instead of teaching him to be good, they gave him everything he cried for. So whenever he wished to have anything, he had only to cry, and if he did not get it directly, he cried louder and louder, till at last he got it. By this means Alfred was not only very naughty, but very unhappy. He was crying from morning till night. He had no pleasure in anything. He was in everybody's way, and nobody liked to be with him. Well, one day his mother thought she would give him a day of pleasure, and make him very happy indeed. So she told him he should have a feast, and dine under the great cedar tree that stood upon the lawn, and that his cousins should be invited to dine with him, and that he should have whatever he chose for his dinner. So she rang the bell, and she told the servants to take out tables and chairs, and to lay the cloth upon the table under the tree, and she ordered her 2 footmen to be ready to wait upon him. She desired the butler to tell the cook to prepare the dinner, and to get all sorts of nice dishes for the feast. But she said to Alfred, "What shall you like best of all, my dear boy?" So Alfred tried to think of something that he had never had before, and he recollected that one day he had heard a lady who was dining with his father and mother say that the oyster patties were the best she had ever eaten. Now Alfred had never tasted oyster patties, so he said he would have oyster patties for dinner. "Oyster patties, my dear? You cannot have oyster patties at this time of year. There are no oysters to be had," his mother said to him. "Try, love, to think of something else." But naughty Alfred said, "No, I can think of nothing else." So the cook was sent for, and desired to think of something that he might like as well. The cook proposed first a currant pie, then a barberry pie, or a codlin pie with custard. "No, no, no," said Alfred, shaking his head. "Or a strawberry tart, my sweet boy, or apricot jam," said his mother, in a soothing tone of voice. But Alfred said, "No, mother, no. I don't like strawberries. I don't like apricot jam. I want oysters." "But you cannot have oysters, my little master," said the cook. "But I will have oysters," said the little boy, "and you shan't say that I can't have them. Shall she, mother?" And he began to scream and to cry. "Do not cry, my sweet soul," said his mother, "and we will see what we can do. Dry up your tears, my little man, and come with me, and the cook, I dare say, will be able to get some oysters before dinner. It is a long time to dinner, you know, and I have some pretty toys for you upstairs, if you will come with me till dinner is ready." So she took the little crying boy by the hand and led him up to her room, and she whispered to the cook as she passed not to say anything more about it now, and that she hoped he would forget the oyster patties by the time dinner was ready. In the meantime she took all the pains she could to amuse and please him, and as fast as he grew tired of one toy she brought out another. At last, after some hours, she gave him a beautiful toy, for which she had paid 15 shillings. It was a sand toy of a woman sitting at a spinning wheel, and when it was turned up, the little figure began spinning away, and the wheel turned round and round as fast as if the woman who turned it had been alive. Alfred wanted to see how it was done, but instead of going to his mother to ask her if she would be so good as to explain it to him, he began pulling it to pieces to look behind it. For some time he was very busy, and he had just succeeded in opening the large box at the back of the figure, when all the sand that was in it came pouring out upon the floor. And when he tried to make the little woman spin again, he found she would not do it any more. She could not, for it was the sand dropping down that had made her move before. Now do you know that Alfred was so very silly that he began to be angry even with the toy, and he said, "Spin, I say, spin directly!" And then he shook it very hard, but in vain. The little hands did not move, and the wheel stood still. So then he was very angry indeed, and setting up a loud cry, he threw the toy to the other end of the room. Just at that very moment the servant opened the door, and said that dinner was ready, and that Alfred's cousins were arrived. "Come, my dear child, you are tired of your toys, I see," said his mother. "So come to dinner, darling, it is all ready under the tree." So away they went, leaving the room all strewed with toys, with broken pieces, and the sand all spilt in a heap upon the floor. When they went under the dark spreading branches of the fine old cedar tree, there they saw the table covered with dishes and garnished with flowers. There were chickens and ham and tongue, and lobsters beside, tarts and custards and jellies and cakes and cream, and I do not know how many nice things besides. There was Alfred's high chair at the head of the table, and he was soon seated in it as master of the feast, with his mother sitting by him, his cousins opposite to him, his nurse standing on the other side, and the 2 footmen waiting besides. As soon as his cousins were helped to what they liked best, his mother said, "What will you eat first, Alfred, my love? A wing of chicken?" "No," said Alfred, pushing it away. "A slice of ham, darling?" said nurse. "No," said Alfred in a louder tone. "A little bit of lobster, my dear?" "No, no," replied the naughty boy. "Well, what will you have then?" said his mother, who was almost tired of him. "I will have oyster patties," said he. "That is the only thing you cannot have, my love, you know, so do not think of it any more, but taste a bite of this pie. I am sure you will like it." "You said I could have oyster patties by dinner time," said Alfred, "and so I will have nothing else." "I am sorry that you are such a sad, naughty child," said his mother. "I thought you would have been so pleased with all these nice things to eat." "They are not nice," said the child, who was not at all grateful for all that his mother had done, but was now in such a passion that he took the piece of currant tart which his nurse again offered to him, and, squeezing up as much as his 2 little hands could hold, threw it at his nurse, and stained her nice white handkerchief and apron with the red juice. Just at this moment his father came into the garden and walked up to the table. "What is all this?" said he. "Alfred, you seem to be a very naughty boy indeed, and I must tell you, sir, I shall allow this no longer. Get down from your chair, sir, and beg your nurse's pardon." Alfred had hardly ever heard his father speak so before, and he felt so frightened that he left off crying and did as he was bid. Then his father took him by the hand and led him away. His mother said she was sure he would now be good and eat the currant tart, but his father said, "No, no, it is now too late, he must come with me." So he led him away without saying another word. He took him into the village and stopped at the door of a poor cottage. "May we come in?" said his father. "Oh yes, and welcome," said a poor woman, who was standing at a table with a saucepan in her hand. "What are you doing, my good woman?" "Only putting out the children's supper, your honor." "And what have you got for their supper?" "Only some potatoes, please you, sir, but they be nicely boiled, and here come the hungry boys. They are coming in from their work, and they will soon make an end of them, I warrant." As she said these words, in came John and William and Thomas, all with rosy cheeks and smiling faces. They sat down, one on a wooden stool, one on a broken chair, and one on the corner of the table, and they all began to eat the potatoes very heartily. But Alfred's father said, "Stop, my good boys, do not eat any more, but come with me." The boys stared, but their mother told them to do as they were bid, so they left off eating and followed the gentleman. Alfred and his father walked on till they arrived once more under the cedar tree in the garden, and there was the fine feast all standing just as they had left it, for Alfred's cousins were gone away, and his mother would not have the dinner taken away, because she hoped that Alfred would come back to it. "Now, boys," said the gentleman, "you may all sit down at this table and eat whatever you like." John, William, and Thomas sat down as quickly as they could, and began to devour the chickens and tarts, and all the good things, at a good rate, and Alfred, who now began to be very hungry, would gladly have been one of the party, but when he was going to sit down, his father said, "No, sir, this feast is not for you. There is nothing here that you like to eat, you know. So you will wait upon these boys, if you please, who seem as if they would find plenty that they will like." Alfred at this began to cry again, and said he wanted to go to his mother, but his father did not mind his crying, and said he should not go to his mother again till he was quite a good boy. "So now, sir, hand this bread to John, and now take a clean plate to Thomas, and now stand ready to carry this custard to William. There now, wait till they have all done." It was of no use now to cry or scream. He was obliged to do it all. When the boys had quite finished their supper, they went home, and Alfred was led by his father into the house. Before he went to bed, a cup of milk and water and a piece of brown bread were put before him, and his father said, "That is your supper, Alfred." Alfred began to cry again, and said he did not want such a supper as that. "Very well," said his father, "then go to bed without, and it shall be saved for your breakfast." Alfred cried and screamed louder than ever, so his father ordered the maid to put him to bed. When he was in bed, he thought his mother would come and see him, and bring him something nice, and he lay awake a long while, but she did not come, and he cried and cried till at last he fell asleep. In the morning when he awoke, he was so hungry he could hardly wait to be dressed, but asked for his breakfast every minute. When he saw the maid bring in the brown bread again without any butter, and some milk and water, he was very near crying again, but he thought if he did he should perhaps lose his breakfast as he had lost his supper, so he checked his tears and ate a hearty meal. "Well," said his father, who came into the room just as he was eating the last bit of bread, "I am glad to see the little boy, who could not yesterday find anything good enough for him at a feast, eating such simple fare as this so heartily. Come, Alfred, now you may come to your dear mother." End of Section 57. Section 58 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Two Little Boys, by Thomas Day. 1. The Good-Natured Little Boy. A little boy went out one morning to walk to a village about 5 miles from the place where he lived, and carried with him in a basket the provision that was to serve him the whole day. As he was walking along, a poor little half-starved dog came up to him, wagging his tail and seeming to entreat him to take compassion on him. The little boy at first took no notice of him, but at length, remarking how lean and famished the creature seemed to be, he said, "This animal is certainly in very great necessity. If I give him part of my provision, I shall be obliged to go home hungry myself. However, as he seems to want it more than I do, he shall partake with me." Saying this, he gave the dog part of what he had in his basket, who ate as if he had not tasted victuals for a fortnight. The little boy went on a little further, his dog still following him, and fawning upon him with the greatest gratitude and affection, when he saw a poor old horse lying upon the ground, and groaning as if he was very ill. He went up to him, and saw that he was almost starved, and so weak he was unable to rise. "I am very much afraid," said the little boy, "if I stay to assist this horse, that it will be dark before I can return, and I have heard there are several thieves in the neighborhood. However, I will try. It is doing a good action to attempt to relieve him, and God Almighty will take care of me." He then went and gathered some grass, which he brought to the horse's mouth, who immediately began to eat with as much relish as if his chief disease was hunger. He then fetched some water in his hat, which the animal drank up, and seemed immediately to be so much refreshed that after a few trials he got up and began grazing. He then went on a little further, and saw a man wading about in a pool of water, without being able to get out, in spite of all his endeavors. "What is the matter, good man?" said the little boy to him. "Can't you find your way out of the pool?" "No, God bless you, my worthy master or miss," said the man, "for such I take you to be by your voice. I have fallen into this pond, and know not how to get out again, as I am quite blind, and I am almost afraid to move for fear of being drowned." "Well," said the little boy, "though I shall be wetted to the skin, if you will throw me your stick, I will try to help you out of it." The blind man then threw the stick on to that side on which he heard the voice. The little boy caught it, and went into the water, feeling very carefully before him, lest he should unguardedly go beyond his depth. At length he reached the blind man, took him very carefully by the hand, and led him out. The blind man then gave him 1,000 blessings, and told him he could grope his way home, and the little boy ran on as hard as he could to prevent being benighted. But he had not proceeded far when he saw a poor sailor, that had lost both his legs in an engagement by sea, hopping along on crutches. "God bless you, my little master," said the sailor. "I have fought many a battle with the French to defend poor old England, but now I am crippled, as you see, and have neither victuals or money, although I am almost famished." The little boy could not resist his inclination to relieve him, so he gave him all his remaining victuals, and said, "God help you, poor man. This is all I have, otherwise you should have more."
He then ran along, and presently arrived at the town he was going to, did his business, and returned toward his own home with all the expedition he was able. But he had not gone much more than half way before the night shut in extremely dark, without either moon or stars to light him. The poor little boy did all he could to find his way, but unfortunately missed it in turning down a lane which brought him into a wood, where he wandered about a great while without being able to find any path to lead him out. Tired out at last, and hungry, he felt himself so feeble that he could go no further, but sat himself down upon the ground, crying most bitterly. In this situation he remained for some time, till at last the little dog, who had never forsaken him, came up to him, wagging his tail and holding something in his mouth. The little boy took it from him, and saw it was a handkerchief nicely pinned together, which some one had dropped, and the dog had picked up, and upon opening it he found several slices of bread and meat, which the little boy ate with great satisfaction, and felt himself extremely refreshed with his meal. "So," said the little boy, "I see that if I have given you a breakfast, you have given me a supper, and a good turn is never lost, not even to a dog." He then once more attempted to escape from the woods, but it was to no purpose. He only scratched his legs with the briars, and slipped down in the dirt, without being able to find his way out. He was just going to give up all further attempts in despair, when he happened to see a horse feeding before him, and going up to him, saw by the light of the moon, which just then began to shine a little, that it was the very same horse he had fed in the morning. "Perhaps," said the little boy, "this creature that I have been so good to will let me get upon his back, and he may bring me out of the wood, as he is accustomed to feed in this neighborhood." The little boy then went up to the horse, speaking to him and stroking him, and the horse let him mount his back without opposition, and then proceeded slowly through the wood, grazing as he went, till he brought him to an opening which led to the high road. The little boy was much rejoiced at this, and said, "If I hadn't saved the creature's life in the morning, I should have been obliged to have stayed here all the night. I see by this that a good deed is never lost." But the poor little boy had yet a greater danger to undergo, for as he was going along a solitary lane, two men rushed out upon him, laid hold of him, and were going to strip him of his clothes. But just as they were beginning to do it, the little dog bit the leg of one of the men with so much violence that he left the little boy and pursued the dog, which ran howling and barking away. In this instant a voice was heard that cried out, "There are rascals! Let us knock them down!" which frightened the remaining man so much that he ran away, and his companion followed him. The little boy then looked up, and saw that it was the sailor whom he had relieved in the morning, carried upon the shoulders of the blind man, whom he had helped out of the pond. "There, my little dear," said the sailor, "God be thanked we have come in time to do you a service in return for what you did us in the morning. As I lay under a hedge, I heard these villains talk of robbing a little boy, that from the description I concluded must be you, but I was so lame that I should not have been able to come time enough to help you, if I had not met this honest blind man, who took me upon his back while I showed him the way." The little boy thanked them very gratefully for thus defending him, and they went all together to his father's house, which was not far off, where they were all kindly entertained with supper and bed. The little boy took care of his faithful dog as long as he lived, and never forgot the importance and necessity of doing good to others, if we wish them to do the same to us. End of section 58. Section 59 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Two Little Boys by Thomas Day. 2. The Ill-Natured Little Boy. There was once a little boy who was so unfortunate as to have a very bad man for his father, who was always surly and ill-tempered, and never gave his children either good instruction or good example. In consequence of this little boy, who might otherwise have been happier and better, became ill-natured and quarrelsome, and disagreeable to every one. He very often was severely beaten for his impertinence by boys that were bigger than himself, and sometimes by boys that were less, for though he was very abusive and quarrelsome, he did not much like fighting, and generally trusted more to his heels than his courage when he had engaged himself in a quarrel. This little boy had a cur dog that was the exact image of himself. He was the most troublesome, surly creature imaginable, always barking at the heels of every horse he came near, and worrying every sheep he could meet with.
for which reason both the dog and the boy were disliked by all the neighborhood. One morning his father got up early to go to the alehouse, where he intended to stay till night, as it was a holiday. But before he went out, he gave his son some bread and cold meat and sixpence, and told him he might go and divert himself as he would the whole day. The little boy was very much pleased with this liberty, and as it was a very fine morning, he called his dog Tiger to follow him, and began his walk. He had not proceeded far before he met a boy that was driving a flock of sheep toward a gate that he wanted them to enter. "Pray, master," said the little boy, "stand still and keep your dog close by you, for fear you frighten my sheep." "Oh yes, to be sure," answered the ill-natured little boy. "I am to wait here all the morning till you and your sheep have passed, I suppose? Here, Tiger, seize them, boy." Tiger at this sprang forth in the middle of the flock, barking and biting on every side, and the sheep, in a general consternation, hurried each a separate way. Tiger seemed to enjoy this sport equally with his master, but in the midst of his triumph he happened unguardedly to attack an old ram that had more courage than the rest of the flock. He, instead of running away, faced about and aimed a blow with his forehead at his enemy with so much force and dexterity that he knocked Tiger over and over, butting him several times while he was down, and obliged him to limp howling away. The ill-natured little boy, who was not capable of loving anything, had been very much diverted with the trepidation of the flock of sheep, but now he laughed heartily at the misfortune of his dog, and he would have laughed much longer had not the other little boy, his patience provoked at this treatment, thrown a stone at him, which hit him full upon the temples and almost knocked him down. He immediately began to cry in concert with his dog, when, perceiving a man coming toward them, whom he fancied might be the owner of the sheep, he thought it most prudent to escape as speedily as possible. But he had scarcely recovered from the smart which the blow had occasioned, when his former mischievous disposition returned, which he determined to gratify to the utmost. He had not gone far before he saw a little girl standing by a stile, with a large pot of milk at her feet. "Pray," said the little girl, "help me with this pot of milk. My mother sent me to fetch it this morning, and I have brought it alone a mile on my head, but I am so tired that I've been obliged to stop at this stile to rest me, and if I don't return home presently, we shall have no pudding to day, and besides, my mother will be very angry with me." "What!" said the boy, "you are to have a pudding to day, are you, miss?" "Yes," said the girl, "and a fine piece of roast beef, for there's Uncle Will and Uncle John and grandfather and all my cousins to dine with us, and we shall all be very merry in the evening, I can assure you. So pray help me up speedily as possible." "That I will, miss," said the boy, taking up the jug and pretending to fix it upon her head. Just as she had hold of it, he gave it a little push, as if he had stumbled and overturned it upon her. The little girl began to cry violently, but the mischievous boy ran away, laughing heartily, and saying, "Good bye, little miss. Give my humble service to your Uncle Will and grandfather and dear little cousins." This prank encouraged him very much indeed, for he then felt that now he had certainly escaped without any bad consequences, so he went on, applauding his own ingenuity, and came to a farm where several little boys were at play. He desired leave to play with them, which they allowed him to do. But he could not be contented long without exerting his evil disposition, so taking an opportunity when it was his turn to fling the ball, instead of flinging it the way he ought to have done, he threw it into a muddy ditch. The little boys ran in a great hurry to see what was become of it, and as they were standing all together upon the brink, he gave the outermost boy a violent push against his neighbor. He, not being able to resist the violence, tumbled against the next, that against the next, and that against another, by which means they all soused into the ditch together. They soon scrambled out, although in a dirty plight, and were going to have punished him for all his ill behavior, but he patted Tiger upon the back, who began snarling and growling in such a manner as made them desist. Thus the little mischievous boy escaped a second time with impunity. The next thing he met with was a poor jackass feeding very quietly in a ditch. The little boy, seeing that nobody was within sight, thought this was an opportunity of plaguing an animal that was not to be lost, so he went in and cut a large branch of thorns, which he contrived to fix to the poor beast's tail, and then, setting Tiger at him, he was extremely diverted to see the fright and agony the creature was in. But it did not fare so well with Tiger, who, while he was baying and biting the animal's heels, received so severe a kick upon his head as laid him dead upon the spot. The little boy, who had no affection for his dog, left him with greatest unconcern when he saw what had happened, and finding himself hungry, sat down by the wayside to eat his dinner. He had not long been there before a poor blind man came groping his way out with a couple of sticks. "Good morning to you," said the boy. "Pray, did you see a little girl come this road with a basket of eggs upon her head, dressed in a green gown with a straw hat upon her head?" "God bless you, master," said the beggar. "I am so blind I can see nothing, either in heaven above or in the earth below. I have been blind these 20 years, and they call me poor old blind Richard." Though the poor old man was such an object of charity and compassion, yet the little boy determined, as usual, to play him some trick, and as he was a great liar and deceiver, he spoke to him thus: "Poor old Richard, I am heartily sorry for you with all my heart. I am just eating my breakfast, and if you will sit down by me, I will give you part, and feed you myself." "Thank you with all my heart," said the poor man, "and if you will give me your hand, I will sit by you with great pleasure, my dear good little master." The little boy then gave him his hand, and pretending to direct him, guided him to sit down in a large heap of wet mud that lay by the roadside. "There," said he, "now you are nicely seated, and I am going to feed you." So taking a little of the dirt in his fingers, he was going to put it into the blind man's mouth, but the man, who now perceived the trick that had been played him, made a sudden snap at his fingers, and getting them between his teeth, bit them so severely that the wicked boy roared for mercy, and promised never more to be guilty of such wickedness. At last the blind man, after he had put him to very severe pain, consented to let him go, saying as he went, "Are you not ashamed, you little scoundrel, to attempt to do hurt to those who have never injured you, and to want to add to the suffering of those who already are sufficiently miserable? Although you escape now, be assured, sir, that if you do not repent and mend your manners, you will meet with a severe punishment for your bad behavior." One would think that this punishment would have cured him entirely of this mischievous disposition, but unfortunately nothing is so difficult to overcome as bad habits that have been long indulged. He had not gone far before he saw a lame beggar that had just made shift to support himself by means of a couple of sticks. The beggar asked him to give him something, and the little mischievous boy, pulling out his sixpence, threw it down before him, as if he intended to make him a present of it. But while the poor man was stooping with difficulty to pick it up, the wicked little boy knocked the stick away, by which means the beggar fell down upon his face, and then, snatching up the sixpence, the little boy ran away, laughing very heartily at the accident. This was the last trick this ungrateful boy had it in his power to play, for, seeing two men come up to the beggar and enter into discourse with him, he was afraid of being pursued, and therefore ran as fast as he was able over several fields. At last he came into a lane which led to a farmer's orchard, and as he was preparing to clamber over the fence, a large dog seized him by the leg and held him fast. He cried out in an agony of terror, which brought the farmer out, who called the dog off, but seized the boy very roughly, saying, "So, sir, you are caught at last, are you? You thought you might come day after day and steal my apples without detection. But it seems you are mistaken, and now you shall receive the punishment you have so long deserved." The farmer then began to chastise him very severely with a whip he had in his hand, and the boy in vain protested he was innocent, and begged for mercy. At last the farmer asked him who he was and where he lived, but when he heard his name he cried out, "What! Are you the little rascal that frightened my sheep this morning, by which means several of them are lost, and do you think to escape?" Saying this, he lashed him more severely than before, in spite of all his cries and protestations. At length, thinking he had punished him enough, he turned him out of the orchard, bade him go home, and frighten sheep again if he liked the consequences. The little boy slunk away, crying very bitterly, for he had been very severely beaten, and now began to find out that no one can long hurt others with impunity, so he determined to go away quietly home and behave better for the future. But his sufferings were not yet at an end, for as he jumped down from a stile he felt himself very roughly seized, and looking up, found that he was in the power of the lame beggar, whom he had thrown upon his face. It was in vain that he now cried, entreated, and begged for pardon. The man, who had been much hurt by his fall, thrashed him very severely with his stick before he would part with him. He now again went on crying and roaring with pain, but at least expected to escape without any further damage. But here he was mistaken, for as he was walking slowly through a lane, just as he turned a corner he found himself in the middle of the very troop of boys he had used so ill in the morning. They all set up a shout as soon as they saw him, their enemy, in their power, without his dog, and began persecuting him in 1,000 various ways. Some pulled him by the hair, others pinched him, some whipped his legs with their handkerchiefs, while others covered him with handfuls of dirt. In vain did he attempt to escape. They were still at his heels, and, surrounding him on every side, continued their persecutions. At length, while he was in this disagreeable situation, he happened to come up to the same jackass he had seen in the morning, and making a sudden spring, jumped upon his back, hoping by this means to escape. The boys immediately renewed their shouts, and the ass, who was frightened at the noise, began galloping with all his might, and presently bore him from the reach of his enemies. But he had little reason to rejoice at this escape, for he found it impossible to stop the animal, and was every instant afraid of being thrown off and dashed upon the ground. After he had been thus hurried along a considerable time, the ass on a sudden stopped short at the door of a cottage, and began kicking and prancing with so much fury that the little boy was presently thrown to the ground, and broke his leg in the fall. His cries immediately brought the family out, among whom was the very little girl he had used so ill in the morning. But she, with the greatest good nature, seeing him in such a pitiable situation, assisted in bringing him in and laying him upon the bed. There this unfortunate boy had leisure to recollect himself and reflect upon his own bad behavior, which in one day's time had exposed him to such a variety of misfortunes, and he determined with great sincerity that if ever he recovered from his present accident, he would be as careful to take every opportunity of doing good as he had before been to commit every species of mischief. End of Section 59. Section 60 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 60, The Purple Jar, by Maria Edgeworth. Rosamond, a little girl of about 7 years old, was walking with her mother in the streets of London. As she passed along she looked in at the windows of several shops, and saw a great variety of different sorts of things, of which she did not know the use or even the names. She wished to stop and look at them, but there was a great number of people in the streets, and a great many carts, carriages, and wheelbarrows, and she was afraid to let go her mother's hand. "Oh, mother, how happy I should be," she said, as she passed a toy shop, "if I had all these pretty things." "What, all? Do you wish for them all, Rosamond?" "Yes, mamma, all." As she spoke they came to a milliner's shop, the windows of which were decorated with ribbons and lace and festoons of artificial flowers. "Oh, mamma, what beautiful roses! Won't you buy some of them?" "No, my dear." "Why?" "Because I don't want them, my dear." They went on a little further, and came to another shop which caught Rosamond's eye. It was a jeweller's shop, and in it were a great many pretty baubles ranged in drawers behind glass. "Mamma, will you buy some of these?" "Which of them, Rosamond?" "Which? I don't know which. Any of them will do, for they are all pretty." "Yes, they are all pretty, but of what use would they be to me?" "Use? Oh, I am sure you could find some use or other for them if you would only buy them first." "But I would rather find out the use first." "Well, then, mamma, there are buckles. You know that buckles are useful things, very useful things." "I have a pair of buckles. I don't want another pair," said her mother, and walked on. Rosamond was very sorry that her mother wanted nothing. Presently, however, they came to a shop which appeared to her far more beautiful than the rest. It was a chemist's shop, but she did not know that. "Oh, mother, oh!" cried she, pulling at her mother's hand. "Look, look! Blue, green, red, yellow, and purple. Oh, mamma, what beautiful things! Won't you buy some of these?" Still her mother answered as before. "Of what use would they be to me, Rosamond?" "You might put flowers in them, mamma, and they would look so pretty on the chimney piece. I wish I had one of them." "You have a flower pot," said her mother, "and that is not a flower pot." "But I could use it for a flower pot, mamma, you know." "Perhaps if you were to see it nearer, if you were to examine it, you might be disappointed." "No, indeed, I am sure I should not. I should like it exceedingly." Rosamond kept her head turned to look at the purple vase till she could see it no longer. "Then, mother," said she after a pause, "perhaps you have no money?" "Yes, I have." "Dear me! If I had money I would buy roses and boxes and buckles and purple flower pots and everything." Rosamond was obliged to pause in the midst of her speech. "Oh, mamma, would you stop a minute for me? I have got a stone in my shoe. It hurts me very much." "How came there to be a stone in your shoe?" "Because of this great hole, mamma. It comes in there. My shoes are quite worn out. I wish you would be so very good as to give me another pair." "Nay, Rosamond, but I have not money enough to buy shoes and flower pots and buckles and boxes and everything." Rosamond thought that was a great pity, but now her foot, which had been hurt by the stone, began to give her so much pain that she was obliged to hop every other step, and she could think of nothing else. They came to a shoemaker's shop soon afterward. "There, there, mamma, there are shoes. There are little shoes that would just fit me, and you know shoes really would be of use to me." "Yes, so they would, Rosamond. Come in." She followed her mother into the shop. Mr. Sole, the shoemaker, had a great many customers, and his shop was full, so they were obliged to wait. "Well, Rosamond," said her mother, "you don't think this shop so pretty as the rest?" "No, not nearly. It is black and dark, and there are nothing but shoes all round, and besides, there's a very disagreeable smell." "That smell is the smell of new leather." "Is it? Oh," said Rosamond, looking around, "there is a pair of little shoes. They'll just fit me, I'm sure." "Perhaps they might, but you cannot be sure till you have tried them on, any more than you can be quite sure that you should like the purple vase exceedingly till you have examined it more attentively." "Why, I don't know about the shoes, certainly, till I have tried, but, mamma, I am quite sure that I should like the flower pot." "Well, which would you rather have, a jar or a pair of shoes? I will buy either for you." "Dear mamma, thank you! But if you could buy both?" "No, not both." "Then the jar, if you please." "But I should tell you that in that case I shall not give you another pair of shoes this month." "This month! That's a very long time indeed. You can't think how these hurt me. I believe I'd better have the new shoes. Yet that purple flower pot! Oh, indeed, mamma, these shoes are not so very, very bad. I think I might wear them a little longer, and the month will soon be over. I can make them last till the end of the month, can't I? Don't you think so, mamma?" "Nay, my dear, I want you to think for yourself. You will have time enough to consider the matter while I speak to Mr. Sole about my clogs." Mr. Sole was by this time at leisure, and while her mother was speaking to him, Rosamond stood in profound meditation, with one shoe on and the other in her hand. "Well, my dear, have you decided?" "Mamma, yes, I believe I have. If you please, I should like to have the flower pot. That is, if you won't think me very silly, mamma." "Why, as to that, I can't promise you, Rosamond. But when you have to judge for yourself, you should choose what would make you happy, and then it would not signify who thought you silly." "Then, mamma, if that's all, I'm sure the flower pot would make me happy," said she, putting on her old shoe again. "So I choose the flower pot." "Very well, you shall have it. Clasp your shoe and come home." Rosamond clasped her shoe and ran after her mother. It was not long before the shoe came down at the heel, and many times she was obliged to stop to take stones out of it, and she often limped with pain, but still the thoughts of the purple flower pot prevailed, and she persisted in her choice. When they came to the shop with the large window, Rosamond felt much pleasure upon hearing her mother desire the servant, who was with them, to buy the purple jar and bring it home. He had other commissions, so he did not return with them. Rosamond, as soon as she got in, ran to gather all her own flowers, which she kept in a corner of her mother's garden. "I'm afraid they'll be dead before the flower pot comes, Rosamond," said her mother to her, as she came in with the flowers in her lap. "No, indeed, mamma, it will come home very soon, I dare say. I shall be very happy putting them in the purple flower pot." "I hope so, my dear." The servant was much longer returning home than Rosamond had expected, but at length he came, and brought with him the long wished for jar. The moment it was set down upon the table, Rosamond ran up to it with an exclamation of joy. "I may have it now, mamma?" "Yes, my dear, it is yours." Rosamond poured the flowers from her lap upon the carpet, and seized the purple flower pot. "Oh, dear, mother," cried she, as soon as she had taken off the top, "but there's something dark in it which smells very disagreeable. What is it? I didn't want this black stuff." "Nor I, my dear." "But what shall I do with it, mamma?" "That I cannot tell." It will be of no use to me, mamma." "That I cannot help, but I must pour it out and fill the flower pot with water." "As you please, my dear. Will you lend me a bowl to pour it into, mamma?" "That was more than I promised you, my dear, but I will lend you a bowl." The bowl was produced, and Rosamond proceeded to empty the purple vase, but she experienced much surprise and disappointment on finding, when it was entirely empty, that it was no longer a purple vase. It was a plain white glass jar, which had appeared to have that beautiful color merely from the liquor with which it had been filled. Little Rosamond burst into tears. "Why should you cry, my dear?" said her mother. "It will be of as much use to you now as ever for a flower pot." "But it won't look so pretty on the chimney piece. I am sure, if I had known that it was not really purple, I should not have wished to have it so much." "But didn't I tell you that you had not examined it, and perhaps you would be disappointed?" "And so I am disappointed indeed. I wish I had believed you at once. Now I had much rather have the shoes, for I shall not be able to walk all this month. Even walking home that little way hurt me exceedingly. Mamma, I will give you the flower pot back again, and that purple stuff and all, if you'll only give me the shoes." "No, Rosamond, you must abide by your own choice. And now the best thing you can possibly do is to bear your disappointment with good humor." "I will bear it as well as I can," said Rosamond, wiping her eyes, and she began slowly and sorrowfully to fill the vase with flowers. But Rosamond's disappointment did not end there. Many were the difficulties and distresses into which her imprudent choice brought her before the end of the month. Every day her shoes grew worse and worse, till at last she could neither run, dance, jump, nor walk in them. Whenever Rosamond was called to see anything, she was detained, pulling her shoes up at the heels, and was sure to be late. Whenever her mother was going out to walk, she could not take Rosamond with her, for Rosamond had no soles to her shoes. And at length, on the very last day of the month, it happened that her father proposed to take her with her brother to a glass house, which she had long wished to see. She was very happy, but when she was quite ready, had her hat and gloves on, and was making haste downstairs to her brother and father, who were waiting for her at the hall door, the shoe dropped off. She put it on again in a great hurry, but as she was going across the hall, her father turned round. "Why are you walking slipshod? No one must walk slipshod with me. Why, Rosamond," said he, looking at her shoes with disgust, "I thought you were always neat. No, I cannot take you with me." Rosamond colored and retired. "Oh, mamma," said she, as she took off her hat, "how I wish that I had chosen the shoes! They would have been of so much more use to me than that jar. However, I am sure, no, not quite sure, but I hope I shall be wiser another time." Section 61 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 61. The Three Cakes, by Armand Berquin. "There was a little boy named Henry," said Mr. Glassington, "about your age. His parents had but lately fixed him at a boarding school. He was a special boy, forever at his book, and happened once to get the highest place at exercises. His mother was told it. She could nohow keep from dreaming of the pleasure, and when morning came she got up early, went to speak with the cook, and said as follows: 'Cook, you are to make a cake for Henry, who yesterday was very good at school.' 'With all my heart,' replied the cook, and set immediately about it. It was as big as, let me see, as big as a hat when flapped. The cook had stuffed it with nice almonds, large pistachio nuts, and candied lemon peel, and iced it over with a coat of sugar, so that it was very smooth and a perfect white. The cake no sooner was come home from baking than the cook put on her things and carried it to school. When Henry first saw it, he jumped up and down like any merry andrew. He was not so patient as to wait till they could let him have a knife, but fell upon it tooth and nail. He ate and ate till school began, and after school was over he ate again. At night, too, it was the same thing, till bedtime. Nay, a little fellow that Henry had for a playmate told me that he put the cake upon his bolster when he went to bed, and waked a dozen times that he might take a bit. I cannot so easily believe this last particular, but then it is very true, at least, that on the morrow, when the day was hardly broke, he set about his favourite business once again, continuing at it all the morning, and by noon had eaten it up. The dinner bell now rung, but Henry, as one may fancy, had no stomach, and was vexed to see how heartily the other children ate. It was, however, worse than this at 5 o'clock, when school was over. His companions asked him if he would not play at cricket, tan, or kits. Alas, he could not, so they played without him. In the meantime Henry could hardly stand upon his legs. He went and sat down in a corner very gloomily, while the children said to one another, "What is the matter with poor Henry, who used to skip about and be so merry? See how pale and sorrowful he is." The master came himself, and, seeing him, was quite alarmed. It was all lost labor to interrogate him. Henry could not be brought to speak a single word. By great good luck a boy at length came forward in the secret, and his information was that Henry's mother had sent him a great cake the day before, which he had swallowed in an instant, as it were, and that his present sickness was occasioned only by his gluttony. On this the master sent for an apothecary, who ordered him a quantity of physic, phial after phial. Henry, as one would fancy, found it very nauseous, but was forced to take the whole for fear of dying, which, had he omitted it, would certainly have been the case. When some few days of physic and strict regimen had passed, his health was re-established as before, but his mother protested that she would never let him have another cake. Percival: "He did not merit so much as the smell of such a thing. But this is but one cake, father, and you informed me that there were 3, if you remember, in your story." Mr. G.: "Patience, patience. Here is another cake in what I am now going to tell. Henry's master had another scholar, whose name was Francis. He had written his mother a very pretty letter, and it had not so much as a blotted stroke, in recompense for which she sent him likewise a great cake. And Francis thus addressed himself: 'I will not, like that glutton Henry, eat up my cake at once, and so be sick as he was. No, I will make my pleasure last a great deal longer.' So he took the cake, which he could hardly lift by reason of its weight, and watched the opportunity of slipping up into his chamber with it, where his box was, and in which he put it under lock and key. At playtime every day he slipped away from his companions, went upstairs a tiptoe, cut a tolerable slice off, swallowed it, put by the rest, and then came down and mixed again with his companions. He continued this clandestine business all the week, and even then the cake was hardly half consumed. But what ensued? At last the cake grew dry, and quickly after mouldy. Nay, the very maggots got into it, and by that means had their share, on which account it was not then worth eating, and our young curmudgeon was compelled to fling the rest away with great reluctance. However, no one grieved for him." Percival: "No, indeed, nor I, father. What, keep a cake locked up 7 days together, and not give one's friends a bit? That's monstrous. But let us have the other now." There was another little gentleman who went to school with Henry and Francis, likewise, and his name was Gratian. His mother sent him a cake one day, because she loved him, and indeed he loved her also very much. It was no sooner come than Gratian thus addressed his young companions: "Come and look at what mother has sent me. You must every one eat with me." They scarcely needed such a welcome piece of information twice, but all got round the cake, as you have doubtless seen the bees resorting to a flower just blown. As Gratian was provided with a knife, he cut a great piece off, and then divided it into as many shares as he had brought boys together by such a courteous invitation. Gratian then took up the rest, and told them that he would eat his piece next day, on which he put it up and went to play with his companions, who were all solicitous to have him choose whatever game he thought might entertain him most. A quarter of an hour had scarcely passed as they were playing, when a poor old man who had a fiddle came into the yard. He had a very long white beard, and being blind was guided by a little dog, who went before him with a collar round his neck. To this a cord was fastened, which the poor blind man held in his hand. It was noticed with how much dexterity the little dog conducted him, and how he shook a bell, which, I forgot to say, hung underneath his collar, when he came near any one, as if he had designed to say by such an action, "Do not throw down or run against my master." Being come into the yard, he sat him down upon a stone, and hearing several children talking round him, "My dear little gentleman," said he, "I will play you all the pretty tunes that I know, if you will give me leave." The children wished for nothing half so much. He put his violin in tune, and then thrummed over several jigs and other scraps of music, which, it was easy to conjecture, had been new in former times. Little Gratian saw that while he played his merriest airs, a tear would now and then roll down his cheeks, on which he stopped to ask him Why he wept. "Because," said the musician, "I am very hungry. I have no one in the world that will give my dog or me a bit of anything to eat. I wish I could but work and get for both of us a morsel of something, but I have lost my strength and sight. Alas, I labored hard till I was old, and now I want bread." The generous Gratian, hearing this, wept too. He did not say a word, but ran to fetch the cake which he had designed to eat himself. He brought it out with joy, and as he ran along began, "Here, good old gentleman, here is some cake for you." "Where?" replied the poor musician, feeling with his hands. "Where is it? For I am blind and cannot see you." Gratian put the cake into his hand, when, laying down his fiddle on the ground, he wiped his eyes and then began to eat. At every piece he put into his mouth he gave his faithful little dog a bit, who came and ate out of his hand, and Gratian, standing by him, smiled with pleasure at the thought of having fed the poor old man when he was hungry. Percival. "Oh, the good, good Gratian! Let me have your knife, father." Mr. G. "Here, Percival, but why my knife?" Percival. "I will tell you. I have only nibbled here a little of my cake, so pleased I was in listening to you, so I will cut it smooth. There, see how well I have ordered it. These scraps, together with the currants, will be more than I shall want for breakfast, and the first poor man that I meet going home shall have the rest, even though he should not play upon the violin." End of The Three Cakes. Section 62 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Amendment. Charles Grant lived in a good house, and wore fine clothes, and had a great many pretty toys to play with. Yet Charles was seldom happy or pleased, for he was never good. He did not mind what his mother said to him, and would not learn to read, though he was now 7 years old. He called the servants names, pinched and beat his little sister Clara, and took away her playthings, and was not kind and good to her as a brother should be. "Oh, what a sad boy Charles is!" was his mother's daily bitter exclamation. His father was a proud, bad man, who let Charles have his own way, because he was his only son, and he thought him handsome. But how can anyone be handsome that was so naughty? I am sure that when he was froward, and put out his lip, and frowned, he looked quite ugly. Mother told him so, and said that no one was pretty that was not good. But Charles did not mind his mother, and was so vain he would stand before the looking-glass half the day instead of learning his lessons, and was so silly he would say, "What a pretty little boy I am! I am glad I'm not a shabby boy like Giles Bloomfield, our cowboy." At such times his mother would say to him, "I wish, Charles, you were only half as good as Giles. He is not much older than you, yet he can read in the Bible quite well. He works hard for his poor mother, and never vexes her as you do me. And when he comes home of an evening, he nurses the baby, and is kind to all his sisters. I dare say he never pinched nor beat any of them in his life." "Oh," said that wicked Charles, "I hate him for all that, for he wears ragged clothes, and has no toys to play with." "Oh, fie, Charles," said his mother, "you are a wicked boy. Have not I often told you that God made the poor as well as the rich, and he will hate those who despise them? Now, Charles, if God, to punish you for your pride, were to take away your father and me, and you had no money to buy food, and your clothes became old and ragged, you would then be a poor shabby boy, and worse off than Giles, for you could not earn your own living as he does, and you would consequently be starved to death if God did not take care of you. And if, while you were rich, you hated the poor, how could you expect God to care for you when you grew poor like those you had scorned?" But Charles, however, was so naughty, he would not stay to hear what his mother said, but ran away into the fields. Then Charles's mother was so vexed that she could not help crying at his being such a wicked, proud boy, and she could not sleep all that night for the grief his conduct had occasioned her. The next day she was forced to take a long journey to visit a friend who was very ill, and who lived in London. She was very sorry to leave her children, for she knew if Charles behaved naughty when she was with him, he would be a sad boy indeed when he was left to himself, and had none to correct him and tell him of his faults. When the carriage that was to take Mrs. Grant to London drove to the door, she kissed her children a great many times, and begged that they would be very good while she was away from them. "You, my dear Clara, I know, will mind what nurse says to you, and will try to be good while I am gone, for you know that God will see everything you do amiss if I do not, and I hope you will never forget to say your prayers to him night and morning." Clara kissed her dear mother, and promised that she would attend to all she said, and her mother was satisfied, for she knew that Clara never told stories, though she was but a little girl. Then Mrs. Grant turned to Charles, and said, "As for you, Charles, I cannot help feeling great pain at leaving you, for you are such a bad, wilful boy, that I shall not have a happy moment while I am away from you, lest you should do anything amiss. But if you love me, you will try to be good, and whenever you are about to do anything wrong, say to yourself how much this would grieve my poor mother if she knew it, and how much it will offend God, who does see and knows not only everything I do, but even my most secret thoughts, and he will one day bring me to an account for all I do or say against his holy will and my kind parents' commands." Charles, who knew he was a bad boy, hung down his head, for he did not like to be told of his faults. Then his mother said, "My dear Charles, do try to be good, and I will love you dearly." "But what will you bring me from London," said Charles, "if I am a good boy? For I never will behave well for nothing." "Do you call the love of God and of dear mother nothing?" said Clara. "I will behave well, even if mother forgets to bring me the great wax doll and the chest of drawers to keep her clothes in, which she told me about yesterday." Mrs. Grant smiled fondly on her little girl, but made no reply to Charles, and soon the coach drove away from the door. Charles was very glad when his mother was gone, and he said, "Now mother is gone to London, I will do just as I please. I will learn no ugly lessons, but play all day long. How happy I shall be! I hope mother may not come for a whole month." But Charles soon found he was not so happy as he thought he should have been. He did not know the reason, but I will tell you why he was not happy. No one can be happy who is not good, and Charles was so naughty as to resolve not to obey his kind mother, who loved him so much. Charles brought out all his toys to play with, but he soon grew weary of them, and he kicked them under the table, saying, "Nasty, dull toys! I hate you, for you do not amuse me or make me happy. I will go to father and ask him to give me something to please me that I am not used to." But father was busy with some friends in the study, and could not attend to his wants. Charles was a rude, tiresome boy, so he stood by his father, and shook his chair, and pulled his sleeve, and teased him so much that his father at last grew angry, and turned him out of the room. Then Charles stood and kicked at the door, and screamed with all his might, when one of the gentlemen said to him, "If you were my little boy, I would give you something to cry for." So Charles's father told him if he did not go away, he would come out of the study and whip him. When Charles heard this, he ran away, for he was afraid of being beaten. But instead of playing quietly with his toys, he went and laid under the great table in the hall, and sulked and fretted till dinner time. When nurse came to call him to dinner, he said, "I won't come. Go away, ugly nurse." Then said nurse, "Master Charles, if you like to punish yourself by going without your dinner, no one will prevent you, I am sure." Then Charles began to cry aloud, and tried to tear nurse's apron, but nurse told him he was a bad boy, and left him. Now when Clara sat down to dinner, she said to nurse, "Where is brother Charles? Why is he not here?" "Miss Clara, he is a naughty child," said nurse, "and chooses to go without his dinner, thinking to vex us, but he hurts no one but himself with his perverse temper." "Then," said Clara, "I do not like to dine while Charles goes without, so I will try and persuade him to come and eat some pie." "Well, Miss Clara," said nurse, "you may go if you please, but I would leave the bad boy to himself." When Clara came to Charles and asked him if he would come and eat his dinner, he poked out his head and made such an ugly face that she was quite frightened at him, and ran away. Nurse did not take the trouble of calling him to tea, though he was very hungry. He was too sulky to come without being asked, so he lay under the table and cried aloud till bedtime. But when it grew dark, he was afraid to stay by himself, for bad children are always fearful. So he came upstairs and said in a cross, rude tone of voice, "Nurse, give me something to eat." Nurse said, "Master Charles, if you had been good, you would have had some chicken and some apple pie for your dinner, and bread and butter and cake for your tea. But as you were such a bad boy and would not come to your meals, I shall only give you a piece of dry bread and a cup of milk, and you do not deserve even that." Then Charles made one of his very worst faces, and threw the bread on the ground and spilt the milk. Nurse told him that there were many poor children in the world who would be glad of the smallest morsel of what he so much despised, and that the time would come when he might want the very worst bit of it, and she bade him kneel down and say his prayers, and ask God to forgive him for having been such a wicked boy all day. But Charles did not mind what she said, and went crying to bed. Thus ended the first day of Charles Grant's happiness. He awoke very early the next morning, and told nurse to get him his breakfast, for he was very hungry. But nurse said he must wait till 8 o'clock, which was the breakfast hour. He now found it was of no use sulking, as no one seemed to care for his tempers, so he looked about for something to eat, but found nothing but the piece of bread he'd thrown on the ground the night before, and he was glad to eat that, and only wished there had been more of it. As soon as breakfast was over, Clara brought her books and began to learn her lessons, and nurse asked Charles if he would do the same. But Charles said, "No, indeed, I do not mean to learn any lessons while mother is away, for I mean to please myself and be happy." "You did as you pleased yesterday, Master Charles," said nurse, "yet I do not think you were so very happy, unless happiness consists in lying under a table and crying all day, and going without dinner and tea, merely to indulge a sullen, froward temper." Now Charles hated to be told of his faults, so he left nurse and went into the garden to try and amuse himself. When there, instead of keeping in the walks, as he ought to have done, he ran on the beds, trampled down the flowers, and pulled the blossoms from the fruit trees. The gardener's boy earnestly requested Charles not to do so much mischief, but Charles told him he was a gentleman's son, and would do as he pleased. So he again ran over the new raked borders, and pulled up the flowers, and the poor boy was sadly vexed to see his nice work all spoiled. Charles did not care for that, and would have behaved still worse, had not the gardener, who then came up, taken him in his arms and carried him into the house, in spite of his kicking and screaming. He cried for a long time, and made a sad noise, but finding that no one paid any regard to him, he became quiet, and went into the nursery, and asked Clara to come and play with him. "I cannot come just now, brother Charles," said she, "for I want to finish this frock that I am making for Giles Bloomfield's little sister." "I am sure," said Charles, "if I were you, I would much rather play than sit still and sew." "Not if you knew what pleasure there is in doing good," said Clara; "but if you will wait till I have finished it, you shall go with me and give it to the poor woman, and then you will see how pleased she will be, and how nicely the baby will look when she is dressed in this pretty frock instead of her old faded ragged one." Charles did not know how to amuse himself, so he sat down on his little stool and watched his sister while she worked. When Clara had finished making the frock, she said, "Thank you, dear nurse, for cutting out and fixing the frock for me." So she threw her arms round nurse's neck and kissed her cheek, and nurse put on Clara's tippet and her new bonnet, and walked with Charles and her to Dame Bloomfield's cottage. The good woman took the baby out of the cradle and laid it on Clara's lap, and Clara had the pleasure of dressing it herself in the nice new frock. And the baby looked so neat and pretty, and the poor mother was so pleased, that Clara was much happier than if she had spent her time in playing or working for her doll. While Clara was nursing and caressing the baby, Charles went into the little garden, where he found Giles Bloomfield, who had just returned from working in the fields, with a beautiful milk white rabbit in his arms, which he had taken out of the hutch and was nursing with much affection. "Oh, what a pretty rabbit!" said Charles. "Giles, will you sell it to me?" "No, Master Charles," said Giles, "I cannot sell my pretty Snowball." "And why not?" asked Charles in a fretful tone. "Because, Master Charles, the old doe, its mother, died when Snowball was only a week old, and I reared it by feeding it with warm milk and bran, and it is now so fond of me that I would not part with it for a great deal." So saying, he stroked his pretty favorite, who licked his hand all over and rubbed her soft white head against his fingers. Then Giles said, "My dear Snowball, I would not sell you for the world." "But you shall sell Snowball to me," said Charles, making one of his ugly faces. "I will give you a shilling for her, and if you do not let me carry her home this very day, I will tell father of you, and he will turn you out of the cottage." When Giles's mother heard Charles say so, she came out of the house and said, "Pray, Giles, let Master Charles have the rabbit." "Dear mother," said Giles, "Master Charles has a pony and a dog, and a great many fine toys to play with, and I have only my pretty Snowball, and it will break my heart to part with her." "Then," said his mother, "would you rather see your mother and sisters turned out of doors than part with your rabbit? You know, Giles, that I had so many expenses with your poor father's illness and death that I have not paid the rent due last quarter day, and you know it is in our landlord's power to turn us into the streets to morrow." "Well, mother," cried Giles, bursting into tears, "Master Charles must have the rabbit. But oh," continued he does not love you as I do, my pretty Snowball. He will not feed and take care of you as I have done, and you will soon die, and I shall never see you again." And his tears fell fast on the white head of his little pet as he spoke. Clara was quite grieved, and begged her naughty brother not to deprive poor Giles of his rabbit, But Charles was a wicked and covetous boy. He therefore took Snowball from Giles, and carried her home in his arms, and put her in a box. He went into the fields and gathered some green herbs for her to eat, and said, "I am glad I have got Snowball. Now I shall be quite happy." But how could Charles be happy when he had broken God's holy commandment, which says, "Thou shalt not covet"? Nurse and Clara told him so, and begged him to give Snowball back again to Giles. But Charles said he would not, for he meant to keep her all his life. But the next morning, when he went into the stable to look at her, he found her stretched at the bottom of the box. He called her, but Snowball did not stir. He then took her out of the box to see what ailed her, but she was quite cold and dead. Oh dear, how Charles did cry! But it was of no use. He had better not have taken her away from Giles, for he did not know what to feed her with, and had given her, among the greens he had gathered, an herb called hemlock, which is poisonous, and will kill whatever eats it, and it had killed poor Snowball. The coachman told Charles so when he saw how swollen she was, and Charles cried the more. Giles cried too when he heard what a sad death poor Snowball had died, but he had been a good dutiful boy in parting with her when his mother wished it, though it had cost him much pain and many tears. Well, Charles's mother was gone a long time, more than a month, and it would quite shock you to be told how naughty Charles was all that time. At last a letter came to say she was very ill, and then another to tell them she was dead. What would Charles then have given if he had not grieved her so often with his perverse temper and wicked conduct? He now said when he saw her again he would beg her to forgive him, but when Charles did see his poor mother again, she was in her coffin and could not hear him, and he cried exceedingly and wished he had been good. Clara, though she cried as much as Charles for her dear mother, was glad she had obeyed her, and had been so good while she was away. "And I will always be as good as if dear mother could see me and love me for it too," said she to the nurse the day after her mother was buried. "My dear young lady," said nurse, "your mother will see it, and love you for doing your duty." "How can dear mother see me? Her eyes are closed, and she is in the dark grave," said Clara. "But she will see you from heaven, Miss Clara, where she is gone to receive the reward of her good conduct in this world, for though her body is in the earth, her spirit is in heaven." "And shall I never see my own dear mother again?" said Clara. "Yes, Miss Clara, if you are good, you will go to heaven when you die, and become an angel like her." "Then," said Clara, "I will pray to God to make me good, and when I am going to do anything wrong, I will say to myself, 'If I do this, I shall never go to heaven and see my dear mother when I die.'" "I wish," said nurse, "that Master Charles was like you, and would try to be good." But though Charles was sometimes sorry for his bad behavior, he did not try to mend, because he thought it was too much trouble to be good, and said he did not care, because he was the son of a gentleman. Charles did not know that at this very time his father had spent all his money, and owed a great many debts to different people, and at last he ran away that he might not be put in prison, and the people to whom he owed so much money came and seized his fine house and gardens, and the coach, and all the furniture, and sold them by auction to raise money to pay the debts. So Charles found that instead of being rich, he was now very, very poor. When the auction was over and all the things were sold, and it was getting quite dark, for it was in the month of November, Clara and Charles stood in one of the empty parlors, and wondered what they should do for supper, and where they should sleep that night, for all the beds were sold, and they saw the servants go away one after another. At last nurse came in with her bonnet and cloak, and said, "Miss Clara, I am going away to my own cottage, and as you have always been a good kind child, you shall go with me, and I will take care of you." Then Clara said, "Thank you, but will you not take Charles also?" "No," said nurse, "he has always been such a proud, bad boy that I will not take him. I have very little to spare, for I am a poor woman, and what I have is not more than will keep my own children and you, Miss Clara." Saying this, she got into the cart and took Clara on her lap, and one of the footmen got in after her, and drove away from the door. Charles stood on the step of the door, and looked after them till they were out of sight, and then he began to cry as if his heart would break. The servant of the gentleman who had purchased the house came and locked the door, so Charles could not get in any more, and he sat down on the stone steps, covered his face with his hands, and cried bitterly. "Unhappy child that I am," sobbed he, "what will become of me? Oh, if I had but been good like Clara, I should have found a friend as she has, but no one cares what becomes of me, because I have been so wicked. I used to despise the poor, and God, to punish me, has made me poor indeed." It was very cold, and the snow began to fall fast, and it grew quite dark. Charles rested his head on his knees, and was afraid to look round. His clothes were almost wet through, and his limbs were benumbed with cold. He had no place where he could ask shelter, for no one loved him, and he thought he should be obliged to stay there all night, and perhaps be frozen to death. Just then some one softly touched his hand, and said, "Master Charles, I have been looking for you for more than an hour." Charles looked up, but when he saw it was Giles Bloomfield, who had come to seek him in his distress, he remembered how ill he had behaved to him, so he hid his face and began to weep afresh. Then Giles sat down by him on the steps, and said, "Dear Master Charles, you must not stay here. See how fast it snows. You will catch your death of cold." "Yes, I am very cold and hungry," sobbed Charles, "but I have no home now. I have nowhere else to go, and must stay here all night." "No, Master Charles," said Giles, "you shall come home with me, and shall share my supper and my bed, though it is not such as you have been used to. Notwithstanding we are very poor, we will do our best to make you comfortable." "Oh, Giles," said Charles, throwing his arms around Giles's neck, "I do not deserve this kindness. I have been such a proud, wicked boy, and have treated you so ill. I am sure you can never forgive me for having taken your pretty snowball, and if you forgive me, I can never forgive myself." "Dear Master Charles, do not think of that now," said Giles, taking both Charles's cold hands in his. "Indeed, Master Charles, I should never dare say my prayers if I was so wicked as to bear malice, and now you are in distress, I would do anything in my power to serve you. So pray come home with me, and warm yourself and get some supper." But Charles hid his face on Giles's bosom, and cried the more. At last he said, "Giles, I am so ashamed of having behaved so cruelly to you, that I can never go to your home, and eat the food that you are obliged to labor so hard for." "Master Charles," said Giles, "that is because you are so proud." "Oh, no, no," sobbed Charles, "I am not proud now, and I think I shall never be proud again." So he kissed Giles, and they both went home to Dame Bloomfield's cottage together. When Giles's mother saw Charles, she said, "Why did you bring this proud, cross young gentleman here, Giles?" Charles, when he heard her say so, thought he should be turned out again into the cold, and began to cry afresh. But Giles said, "Dear mother, Master Charles has no home to go to now. He is cold and hungry. I am sure you will let him stay here and share my bed and my supper." "He can stay here if he likes," said Dame Bloomfield, "but you know, Giles, we are forced to work hard for what food we have, and I am sure we cannot afford to maintain Master Charles." "Then," said Giles, "he shall have my supper to night. He wants it more than I do, for he has had no food all day." "You may please yourself about that, Giles, but remember, if you give your food to Master Charles, you must go without yourself." "Well," said Giles, "I shall feel more pleasure in giving my supper to Master Charles than in eating it myself." So he brought a stool, and placing it in the warmest corner by the fire, made Charles sit down, and chafed his cold frozen hands, and tried to comfort him, for Charles was greatly afflicted when he saw that everyone hated him. But he knew that it was his own fault, and a just punishment for his pride and bad conduct. When Giles brought his basin of hot milk and bread for his supper, he could not thank him for crying, and he was ashamed to eat it while Giles went without, but he was so hungry, and the milk looked so nice, that he did not know how to refuse it, and Giles begged him so earnestly to eat that at last he did so, and once more felt warm and comfortable. Then Giles said to him, "Now, Master Charles, will you go to bed? Mine is but a coarse hard bed, but it is very clean." So he took the lamp to show Charles the way to the chamber in which he was to sleep. Charles was surprised at seeing no staircase, but only a ladder. Giles laughed when he saw how Charles stared, and he said, "You have been used to live in a grand house, Master Charles, and know nothing of the shifts the poor are forced to make." Then Charles climbed up the ladder, and Giles showed him a little room not much larger than a closet, with no furniture in it but a stump bed without any hangings, and covered with a coarse woolen rug. Charles Grant had never even seen such a bed before, but he was thankful that he could get any place to sleep in, out of the cold and snow. Giles helped Charles to undress, for Charles was so helpless he did not know how to undress himself. When he was going to step into bed, Giles exclaimed, "Will you not say your prayers before you go to bed, Master Charles?" Charles blushed and hung down his head, for he had been so naughty that he had not said his prayers for a long time past, and had almost forgotten what his dear mother had taught him, and he told Giles so at last. "Dear, dear," said Giles, "I never dare go to bed without saying mine." Then Charles said, "I am sorry I have been so naughty as to forget my prayers. will you teach me yours, and I will never forget them again." Then they both knelt down by the side of the little bed, and Giles taught Charles such prayers as he knew, and Charles went to bed much happier than he'd been for a long time. Though the bed was hard and the sheets brown and coarse, Charles was so weary that he soon fell asleep, and slept so soundly that he did not awake till it was broad day, and Giles was up and gone to work in the fields. When Charles looked round, he thought he had never seen such a shabby room in his life. There was not so much as a chair or table or carpet in it. He could see all the thatch and the rafters in the roof, for the chamber was not even ceiled, but showed the thatch and rafters, and, as I said before, there was not a single article of furniture in the room except the bed. How different from the pretty little chamber in which Charles used to sleep, with the nice white dimity window curtains and hangings, and mahogany tent bed, with such comfortable bedding and handsome white counterpane. However, he now thought himself very fortunate that he had any roof to shelter him, or any bed, however homely it might be, on which he could sleep. He thought he should like to get up and go downstairs, but he had always been used to have a servant to dress him, and he didn't know how to dress himself. So while he was considering what he should do, Giles came into the chamber. He had returned to get his breakfast, and not seeing Charles downstairs, he concluded the cause of his absence, and came to assist him to dress. Charles observed how this matter was arranged, and resolved to do it for himself the next morning. When he was dressed, they both knelt down by the bedside and said their prayers, for though Giles had said his at the dawn of day, yet he never omitted an opportunity of repeating his thanksgivings and praises to his heavenly Father, for the mercies and blessings which he enjoyed through his grace. For Giles possessed a grateful and contented heart, which made him look upon that state of life into which it had pleased God to call him as that which was meet and fit for him. So he worked hard, and ate the bread of labor with cheerfulness and satisfaction. When Charles and Giles joined the family below, Dame Bloomfield set a porringer of milk and a piece of brown bread for every one but Charles, who looked ready to cry. But Giles put his porringer before him, and gave him another spoon, and said, "Master Charles, we will eat together, for there will be enough for both of us." The tears came into Charles's eyes, and he whispered, "Dear Giles, you are very good." So these boys ate out of the same porringer, and broke of the same bread. After breakfast Giles went out to work, and Charles thought it very dull till he returned to dinner. When Dame Bloomfield gave her children their dinners, there was a dumpling for every one but Charles. Then Giles cut his dumpling in half, and gave one part to Charles, and ate the other half himself. Now this was very good of Giles, for he was very hungry himself, but he could not bear to see Charles sad and hungry while he was eating, and Giles liked to do good because he knew it was pleasing to God. As soon as dinner was over, Giles went out to work again, and Charles was as dull as he had been in the morning, for all the family were at work in some way or other, and could not spare time to amuse or talk to him, and he did nothing but sigh and fret to himself till evening, when Giles came home from work. Giles's eldest sister made a bright fire, and they all sat round it and talked and told stories, and Giles nursed the baby and played with the other little ones, and seemed quite happy, and so he was, for he had done his duty, and every one loved him for being so good. After supper Giles taught those of his sisters who were old enough to read and write, and when they had finished learning their tasks, Charles took up the book and said, "Giles, will you teach me to read?" And Giles said, "Certainly, Master Charles, but I am sure you must know how to read a great deal better than such a poor boy as I am." "I might have done so," said Charles, "but, Giles, I was a sad, naughty, perverse boy, and hated to learn anything that was good. But I hope I know better now, and if you will only take the trouble of teaching me, I will try and make up for my lost time." So Giles gave Charles a lesson that very night, and every evening after supper he heard him read and spell what he had learned during the day, and Charles took such pains that he soon began to read so well that he used to amuse himself by reading pretty stories, and by teaching little Betty, one of Giles's youngest sisters, to read. Still Charles used to be exceedingly hungry, for he had not more than half the quantity of food he was used to eat, and Giles was hungry too, and grew pale and thin. Then Charles said to himself, "It is not right for me to eat the bread which poor Giles works so hard to earn. I will try and get my own living, for why should I not do so as well as Giles?" So one morning, when Giles rose as usual at 5 o'clock, Charles got up too. Then Giles said, "Why do you rise so early this cold morning, Master Charles?" "Because I am going out to work with you, Giles, if you will permit me," answered Charles. "Oh, Master Charles, such work as I do is not fit for a young gentleman like you," said Giles. You must not call me a young gentleman now, for I am only a poor boy, and poorer than other poor boys, for they can earn their own living, while I should have been starved to death had not you given me half of the bread you work so hard for. But I will not be a burden to you any longer, but learn to work and get my own living as you do." Charles now meant to keep his word, and they both went out into the fields and worked together at picking stones off the young crops of wheat and clover, and before breakfast. Giles had picked up 2 bushels of stones, and Charles 1, and the farmer gave them a penny per bushel for gathering them up. Then they made haste back to the cottage, and Giles gave his mother the money he had earned, and Charles did the same. And when the dame poured out the milk for the family, Charles saw that she filled a porringer for him also, and they had all a good breakfast that morning, and Charles felt quite happy because he had not eaten the bread of idleness. So he went out to work with Giles again, and earned 2d. before dinner. When Dame Bloomfield took up the dumplings, Charles saw there was one for him, and he felt happy that poor Giles had not to deprive himself of half his food that he might eat. Charles went out to work every day with Giles, and in the evening he learned to read and write. He became quite good and gentle, and enjoyed more happiness than he had experienced in his life before. And why was Charles happy? I will tell you, my dear children. Because he was no longer a proud, froward boy as he had been, but was kind and sweet-tempered to every one, and did his duty both to God and himself. The winter passed swiftly away, and the spring came, and the birds began to sing, and the trees looked green and gay, and the pretty flowers bloomed in the gardens, and covered the meadows all over, and scented the air with their fragrance. And Charles thought it very pleasant to work in the fields and hear the birds sing as they tended their young, or built their nests among the green boughs or in the hedges. One day Giles said to Charles, "Master Charles, we cannot work together in the fields any more. I have got a new employment." "But why cannot I work with you?" asked Charles. "Because, sir, you will not like to work where I am going," answered Giles. Charles asked where that was. "In the garden of the great house, Master Charles, where you used to live," said Giles. Charles looked very sorrowful, and remained silent for some minutes. At last he said, "Well, Giles, I will go with you. My clothes are grown shabby now, and nobody will know me, and if they did, I hope I am too wise to be ashamed of doing my duty. So let us go directly." Then Giles took Charles into the garden, and the gardener gave them each a hoe and a rake, and told them to hoe up the weeds on the flower borders, and then rake them neatly over, and promised if they worked well he would give them 8d. per day. Now this was much pleasanter than picking stones in the field, but Charles was very sad, and could not refrain from shedding tears when he thought of the time when he used to play in that very garden. And he thought, too, of his dear mamma who was dead, and of his sister Clara, whom he had not seen for so many months. But he worked as hard as he could, and the gardener praised them both, and he gave them a basket to put the weeds in, and showed them how to rake the borders smooth. Just as they had finished the job, and Charles was saying to Giles, "How neat our work looks," a little boy dressed very fine came into the garden, and as he passed them he said, "I am glad I am a gentleman's son, and not obliged to work like these dirty boys." When Charles thought the little boy was out of hearing, he said to Giles, "That little boy is as wicked as I used to be, and I doubt not but that God will punish him in the same way if he does not mend his manners." The little boy, who had overheard what Charles said, was very angry, and made ugly faces, and ran into the newly raked beds, and covered them with footmarks. Then Charles said, "I am sorry for you, young gentleman, for I see you are not good." "How dare you say I am not good?" said this naughty child. "I am a great deal better than you, for I am a gentleman, and you are only a poor boy." "Yes," said Charles, his eyes filling with tears as he spoke, "I am indeed only a poor boy now, but I was once rich like you, and lived in this very house, and wore fine clothes, and had plenty of toys and money, and was just as proud and naughty as you are. But God, to punish me, took away my parents, and all those things that I had been so proud of, and that I had made such a bad use of, and reduced me to a poor boy, as you see." When the little boy heard this, he looked very serious, and said, "I have been very naughty, but I will do so no more," and he went into the house, and never teased Charles or Giles again. A few months after this, when Charles and Giles were working as usual in the garden, they saw a gentleman come down one of the walks, leading by the hand a little girl dressed in a black silk frock and bonnet trimmed with crape. "Ah, Giles," said Charles, "how like that young lady is to my sister Clara! I wonder whether I shall ever see my dear sister Clara again." "Brother Charles, dear brother Charles, you have not then quite forgotten your sister Clara?" said the little girl, throwing her arms round his neck as she spoke. When Charles saw that it was indeed his own dear sister Clara, he kissed her and cried with joy. Then he told Clara all that had happened to him since the day they had parted, and how sorry he had been for all his past conduct. And he asked her who the gentleman was that brought her into the garden. "It is our uncle, dear Charles. You know our dear mother had a brother who lived in India that she used frequently to talk about. Well, when he came home and heard that mother was dead, and we were in distress, he came to nurse's cottage and took me home to his house, and has now come to find you, for he is very good and kind, and loves us both for our dear mother's sake." "And he will take me home too?" said Charles. "Yes, my boy," said Charles's uncle, taking him by the hand, "because you are good and kind, and are no longer cross and proud, as I heard you used to be. You shall come home with me this very day, if you please, and I will teach you everything that a young gentleman should know. And you and Clara shall be my children, so long as you continue to be deserving of my love, and are not unkind, nor despise those who are beneath you in situation." "Indeed, uncle," said Charles, "I can now feel for the poor, and I would rather remain as I am than be rich, if I thought I should ever behave as I used to do." "My dear child," said his uncle, kissing him with great affection, "continue to think so, and you will never act amiss. The first and greatest step toward amendment is acknowledging our faults. What is past shall be remembered no more, and I doubt not but that we shall all be happy for the time to come." "But, uncle," said Charles, laying his hand on his uncle's arm, "I have something to ask of you." "Well, Charles, and what would you have of me?" said his uncle. Then Charles led Giles to his uncle, and related all he had done for him, how he had taken him to his own home, and given him half of his food and his bed, and taught him to read and to work. He likewise told his uncle how ill he had behaved to Giles in depriving him of his pretty Snowball, and he said, "Dear uncle, will you allow Giles to share my good fortune? For I cannot be happy while he is in want, and he is better than me, for he returned good for evil." Then his uncle said, "Charles, I should not have loved you had you forgotten your kind friend." And he asked Giles if he would like to go to his house and live with him, and spend his time in learning to read and write, and in improving his mind, instead of hard labor. "I should like it very much indeed, sir," said Giles, "but I cannot accept your kind offer." "And why not, my good little friend?" "Because, sir," said Giles, bursting into tears, "my poor mother and sisters must go to the workhouse or starve if I did not stay and work for them, and I could not be happy if I lived in a fine house and knew they were in want of a bit of bread to eat." "Then," said the gentleman, smiling, "for your sake they shall never want anything, for I will put them into a cottage of my own, and will take care of them, and you shall live with me, and I will love you as if you were my own child. And remember, Giles, I do this as a reward for your kindness to Charles when he was unhappy and in great distress." Charles's uncle was as good as his word, and Giles received the blessings of a good education, while his mother and sisters were maintained by the benevolence of his benefactor. Charles was so careful not to relapse into his former errors, that he became as remarkable for his gentleness and the goodness of his heart as he had been formerly for his pride and unkindness. And in the diligent performance of his duty, both to God and man, he proved to his uncle the sincerity of his amendment. End of Section 62. Section 63 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Trial of a complaint made against sundry persons for breaking in the windows of Dorothy Careful, widow, and dealer in gingerbread, by John Aiken and Mrs. Barbeau. The court being sat, there appeared in person the widow Dorothy Careful to make a complaint against Henry Luckless and other person or persons unknown for breaking 3 panes of glass, value 9d., in the house of the said widow. Being directed to tell her case to the court, she made a curtsy and began as follows: "Please your lordship, I was sitting at work by my fireside between the hours of 6 and 7 in the evening, just as it was growing dusk, and little Jack was spinning beside me, when all at once crack went the window, and down fell a little basket of cakes that was set up against it. I started up and cried to Jack, 'Bless me, what's the matter?' So says Jack, 'Somebody has thrown a stone and broke the window, and I dare say it is some of the schoolboys.' With that I ran out of the house, and saw some boys making off as fast as they could go. So I ran after them as quick as my old legs would carry me, but I should never have come near them if one had not happened to fall down. Him I caught and brought back to my house, when Jack knew him at once to be Master Henry Luckless. So I told him I would complain of him the next day, and I hope your worship will make him pay the damage, and I think he deserves a good whipping into the bargain for injuring a poor widow woman." The judge, having heard Mrs. Careful's story, desired her to sit down, and then, calling up Master Luckless, asked him what he had to say for himself. Luckless appeared with his face a good deal scratched, and looking very ruefully. After making his bow, and sobbing 2 or 3 times, he said, "My lord, I am as innocent of this matter as any boy in the school, and I am sure I have suffered enough about it already. My lord, Billy Thompson and I were playing in the lane near Mrs. Careful's house when we heard the window crash, and directly after she came running out towards us. Upon this Billy ran away, and I ran too, thinking I might bear the blame, but after running a little way I stumbled over something that lay in the road, and before I could get up again she overtook me and caught me by the hair, and she began lugging and cuffing me. I told her it was not I that broke her window, but it did not signify. So she dragged me to the light, lugging and scratching me all the while, and then she said she would inform against me, and that is all I know of the matter." "I find, good woman," said the judge, "you were willing to revenge yourself without waiting for the justice of this court." "My lord, I must confess I was put into a passion. I did not properly consider what I was doing." "Well, where is Billy Thompson?" "Here, my lord." "You have heard what Henry Luckless says. Declare upon your honor whether he has spoken the truth." "My lord," said Billy, "I am sure neither he nor I had any concern in breaking the window. We were standing together at the time, and I ran on hearing the door open, for fear of being charged with it, and he followed, but what became of him I did not stay to see." "So you let your friend," the judge remarked, "shift for himself, and thought only of saving yourself. But did you see any other person about the house or in the lane?" "My lord, I thought I heard some one creeping along the other side of the hedge a little before the window was broken, but I saw nobody." "You hear, good woman, what is alleged in behalf of the person you have accused. Have you any other evidence against him?" "One might be sure," the widow replied. "They would deny it, and tell lies for one another, but I hope I am not to be put off in that manner." "I must tell you, mistress, that you give too much liberty to your tongue, and are as guilty of much injustice as that of which you complain. I should be sorry indeed if the young gentlemen of this school deserved the general character of liars. You will find among us, I hope, as just a sense of what is right and honorable as among those who are older, and our worthy master would certainly not permit us to try offences in this manner if he thought us capable of bearing false witness in each other's favor." "I ask your lordship's pardon. I did not mean to offend. But it is a heavy loss for a poor woman, and though I did not catch the boy in the act, he was the nearest when it was done." "As that is no more than a suspicion, and he has the positive evidence of his schoolfellow in his favor, it will be impossible to convict him consistently with the rules of justice. Have you discovered any other circumstance that may point to the offender?" "My lord, next morning Jack found on the floor this top, which I suppose the window was broke with." "Hand it up. Here, gentlemen of the jury, please examine it, and see if you can discover anything of its owner." "Here is P.R. cut upon it." "Yes," said another boy, "I am sure I remember Peter Riot having just such a one." "So do I," still another remarked. "Master Riot, is this your top?" "I don't know, my lord," said Riot. "Perhaps it may be mine. I have had a great many tops, and when I have done with them I throw them away, and anybody may pick them up that pleases. You see, it has lost its peg." "Very well, sir. Mrs. Careful, you may retire." "And must I have no amends, my lord?" "Have patience. Leave everything to the court. We shall do to you all the justice in our power." As soon as the widow was gone, the judge rose from his seat, and with much solemnity thus addressed the assembly: "Gentlemen, this business, I confess, gives me much dissatisfaction. A poor woman has been insulted and injured in her property, apparently without provocation, and although she has not been able to convict the offender, it cannot be doubted that she, as well as the world in general, will impute the crime to some of our society. Though I am in my own mind convinced that in her passion she charged an innocent person, yet the circumstance of the top is a strong suspicion, indeed almost a proof, that the perpetrator of this unmanly mischief was one of our body. The owner of the top has justly observed that its having been his property is no certain proof against him. Since, therefore, In the present defect of evidence, the whole school must remain burdened with both the discredit of this action and share in the guilt of it, I think fit, in the first place, to decree that restitution shall be made to the sufferer out of the public chest, and, next, that a court of inquiry be instituted for the express purpose of searching thoroughly into the affair, with the power to examine all persons upon honor who are thought likely to be able to throw light upon it. I hope, gentlemen, these measures meet with your concurrence." The whole court bowed to the judge, and expressed their entire satisfaction with his determination. It was then ordered that the public treasurer should go to the widow Careful's house and pay her a sum of 1 shilling, making at the same time a handsome apology in the name of the school, and 6 persons were taken by lot of the jury to compose the court of inquiry, which was to sit in the evening. The court then adjourned. On the meeting of the court of inquiry, the first thing proposed by the president was that the persons who usually played with Master Riot should be sent for. Accordingly, Tom Frisk and Bob Loiter were summoned, and the president asked them, upon their honor, if they knew the top to have been Riot's. They said they did. They were then asked if they remembered when Riot had it in his possession. "He had it," said Frisk, "the day before yesterday, and split a top of mine with it." "Yes," said Loiter, "and then, as he was making a stroke at mine, the peg flew out." "What did he do with it?" "He put it into his pocket, and said, as it was a strong top, he would have it mended." "Then he did not throw it away, or give it to any one?" "Yes, a day or two before he went to the widow Careful's shop for some gingerbread, but as he already owed her 6d., she would not let him have any till he paid his debts." "How did he take the disappointment?" "He said he would be revenged upon her." "Are you sure he used such words?" "Yes, Loiter heard him as well as myself." "I did, sir," said Loiter. "Do either of you know any more of this affair?" "No, sir," replied both boys together. "You may go," said the president, adding that these witnesses had done a good deal in establishing proof against Riot, for it was pretty certain that no one but himself could have been in possession of the top at that time the crime was committed, and it also appeared that he had declared a malicious intention against the woman, which it was highly probable he would put into execution. As the court were debating about the next step to be taken, they were acquainted that Jack, the widow's son, was waiting at the school door for admission, and a person being sent out for him, Riot was found threatening the boy, and bidding him go home about his business. The boy, however, was conveyed safely into the room, when he thus addressed himself to the president: "Sir, and please your worship," said Jack, "as I was looking about this morning for sticks in the hedge over against our house, I found this buckle. So I thought to myself, sure this must belong to the rascal that broke our window. So I have brought it to see if any one in the school would own it." "On which side of the hedge did you find it?" "On the other side from our house, in the close." "Let us see it, gentlemen," said the president. "This is so smart a buckle that I am sure I remember it at once, and I dare say you all do." "It is Riot's!" exclaimed all together. "Has anybody observed Riot's shoes to day?" the president asked. "Yes, he has got them tied with strings," a boy replied. "Very well, then, gentlemen, we have nothing more to do than to draw up the evidence we have heard, and lay it before his lordship. Jack, you may go home." "Pray, sir, let somebody go with me, for I am afraid of Riot, who has just been threatening me at the door." "Master Bold will please to go along with the boy." The minutes of the court were then drawn up, and the president took them to the judge's chamber. After the judge had perused them, he ordered an indictment to be drawn up against Peter Riot, for that he meanly and clandestinely, and with malice aforethought, had broken 3 panes in the window of Widow Careful with a certain instrument called a top, whereby he had committed an atrocious injury upon an innocent person, and had brought a disgrace upon the society to which he belonged. At the same time he sent an officer to inform Master Riot that his trial would come on the next morning. Riot, who was with some of his gay companions, affected to treat the matter with great indifference, and even to make a jest of it. However, in the morning he thought it best to endeavor to make it up, and accordingly, when the court was assembled, he sent one of his friends with a shilling, saying that he would not trouble them with further inquiries, but would pay the sum that had been issued out of the public stock. On the receipt of this message, the judge rose with much severity in his countenance, and observing that by such contemptuous behavior toward the court the criminal had greatly added to his offense, he ordered 2 officers with their staves immediately to go and bring in Riot, and to use force if he should resist them. The culprit, thinking it best to submit, was presently led in between the 2 officers, when, being placed at the bar, the judge then addressed him: I am sorry, sir, that any member of this society can be so little sensible of the nature of a crime, and so little acquainted with the principles of a court of justice, as you have shown yourself to be, by the proposal you took the improper liberty of sending us. If you mean it as a confession of your guilt, you certainly ought to have waited to receive from us the penalty we thought proper to inflict, and not to have imagined that an offer of the mere payment of damages would satisfy the claims of justice against you. If you had only broken the window by accident, and on your own accord offered restitution, nothing less than the full damages could have been accepted. But you now stand charged with having done this mischief meanly, secretly, and maliciously, and thereby have added a great deal of criminal intention to the act. Can you, then, think that a court like this, designed to watch over the morals as well as to protect the property of our community, can so slightly pass over such aggravated offences? You can claim no merit from confessing the crime, now that you know so much evidence will appear against you, and if you choose still to plead not guilty, you are at liberty to do it, and we will proceed immediately to the trial, without taking any advantage of the confession implied by your offer of payment." Riot stood silent for some time, and then begged to be allowed to consult with his friends what was the best for him to do. This was agreed to, and he was permitted to retire, though under guard of an officer. After a short absence he returned with more humility in his looks, and said that he pleaded guilty, and threw himself on the mercy of the court. The judge then made a speech of some length for the purpose of convincing the prisoner, as well as the bystanders, of the enormity of his crime. He then pronounced the following sentence: "You, Peter Riot, are hereby sentenced to pay to the public treasury the sum of half a crown as a satisfaction for this mischief you have done, and your attempt to conceal it. You are to repair to the house of Widow Careful, accompanied by such witnesses as we shall appoint, and then, having first paid her the sum you owe her, you shall ask her pardon for the insult you offered her. You shall likewise to morrow, after school, stand up in your place, and before all the scholars ask pardon for the disgrace you have been the means of bringing upon the society, and in particular you shall apologize to Master Luckless for the disagreeable circumstances you were the means of bringing him into. Till after this is complied with, you shall not presume to come into the playground, or join in any of the diversions of the school, and all persons are hereby admonished not to keep your company till this is done." Riot was then dismissed to his room, and in the afternoon he was taken to the widow, who was pleased to receive his submission graciously, and at the same time to apologize for her own improper treatment of Master Luckless, to whom she sent a present of a nice ball by way of amends. Thus ended this important business. End of section 63. Section 64 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. A plot of gunpowder. An old lady seized for a guy. Ascribed to William Martin, Peter Parley. Gunpowder. Yes, it is a dreadful thing, and many a little boy has lost his eyesight by it. Next to playing with fire, I do not know anything so bad as playing with gunpowder. Every one knows of the 5th of November, the day set apart for commemorating the deliverance of King James and his Parliament from the horrible plot to blow them up with gunpowder, and how on that day Guido Fawkes, who was to have put the plan in execution, has his effigy paraded about. Well, it was the 5th of November in the year 1789, when Peter Parley was a boy, that the circumstances took place of which I am going to give a relation. The boys of those days, I think, were more fond of Guy Fawkes and bonfires and squibs and crackers than they are now. I remember it was the 1st of November, early in the morning, that a lad who was on a visit to my father, and who was my second cousin, got out of bed and said to me, for we both slept in one room, "Peter," said he, "do you have a Guy in this town? I had a famous one last year, and such a bonfire as you never saw, for we burnt down a haystack. I should like to have a Guy this year. Do let us make one." I was only about 12 years old, and very fond of a bit of fun, and so I said, "That is a good idea." I was thinking of the same thing last night, because the clerk gave out in the church that there would be prayers on the 5th of November, on account of the gunpowder plot. And as I came out of the church porch, I saw a very old woman sitting there. She looked just like an old witch, and I said to myself, I should like to seize her for a Guy. Seize an old woman for a Guy! Well, that would be the drollest thing that ever happened, said he, and I should like to go you halves. Shall we go partners in it? We can easily get a chair and tie her down in it, and get a dark lantern and some matches and all that." "But she must be dressed like a man," said I, "for there never was a female Guy Fawkes. The people would laugh at us." "So much the better," said he. "That is just what we want. I like something original, out of the common way. Now, a female Guy Fawkes is a thing that few persons ever saw, or even heard of." "But shall we not be taken up," said I, "perhaps put in prison, and get ourselves into a hobble?" "Well, what if we do? But we shall not do that. I am sure it is all right enough. But, however, to be quite certain, if you like, we will ask Ephraim Quid. You know, his father is a lawyer, and he will tell us in a minute. So, when we go to school, we will ask him, shall we?" "With all my heart," said I. And so, with that, we began to dress ourselves, and went downstairs to breakfast. I was so full of the matter that I sat and thought of it all the time I was eating my food, and at last my imagination painted the old woman sitting in a chair, calling out, "I am no Guy, I am no Guy," the mob laughing, and the boys hurrahing so vividly that I burst into a fit of laughter myself. "Why, Peter," said my father, "what is the matter now?" Instead of telling him, I continued to laugh, till at last he grew very angry with me, and ordered me from the breakfast table. I then took my hat and bag, and went off to school. Simon Sapskull, for that was my cousin's name, soon followed me. When he came up with me, he said, "I thought what you were laughing at. It will be good fun. Let us make haste and see Quid before he goes in. It will be good fun, won't it?" And here Master Simon jumped and capered about with delight. When we came to the schoolyard, there were several boys assembled, and Quid among them. Simon immediately ran up to him. "Quid," said he, "I want to ask you a question. You know the law, do you not? Your father is the town clerk, and you ought." "I do know the law," said Quid. "Have I not been bred to? And is not my father to be made recorder next year?" "Well, then, answer me this," said Simon. "Is there any law against seizing an old woman for a guy?" The next morning Sapskull and myself, with Thomas Hardy and half a dozen other boys, met with a view to talk about the intended exploit. We withdrew to the back yard of the schoolroom, and there, in a corner where we thought we could not be overheard, we began to plot against the liberty of Dame Clackett. Hardy was one of the rarest boys for making fireworks I ever knew in my life. He had bought a book called "Every Boy His Own Squib Maker," in which were directions for making squibs, crackers, rockets, Roman candles, serpents, slow fire, blue lights, and other descriptions of fireworks. This he nearly knew by heart. Sapskull said, "Look in your book, and see if there is not in it how to make a guy." So Hardy looked all over the book, but to no purpose. There was no description of a guy manufactory. It was of no consequence. We had a guy in our head, and we only now wished to know how we should get hold of the old lady, and what we should do on this joyful occasion. Hardy said he had several pounds of gunpowder, and would sell us all squibs and crackers, but these we did not so much want. What we wanted was an old chair, an old jacket, hat, and other matters, to dress up the old lady when we could catch her. But how to get her into the chair was the difficulty, and some proposed one thing, and some another. Sapskull said, "We must make her merry with some beer." Hardy said, "We must tie her down." But I proposed to ask her to sit for her picture as a guy, and then carry her off. Master Quid was, however, more cunning than any of us, and said, "I know how to nab her. I have a plan, and a capital one it is, too." "What is it? What is it?" said all of us. The fact was, old Dame Clackett was a very staunch churchwoman, and used always to go both on Wednesdays and Fridays, rain or shine, hot or cold. Nothing could keep her away from her church, and we silly boys laughed at her for it. Poor old creature! She felt more real pleasure in this than we could imagine. "I will tell you what we will do," said Quid. "There is in our outhouse an old wheeled chair, which my mother used to ride about in when she was so long ill a year or two ago. Now I know old Dame Clackett is very lame just now, from having let fall her fender on her foot. I will take this chair down, and offer to draw her to church in it, and then, when we have once got her in the chair, we can do as we like with her. Hurrah!" "Won't that be fun?" continued Quid. "Let us do it. Let us do it. There is no law against it. The thing was never thought of. It is just like the law that was never made among the Romans that I read about in my lessons yesterday. There was no law against a child killing his own father. I tell you," said he, "if there were 20 old women to be seized and burnt, nobody could be hurt for it. But you do not mean to burn her, I suppose, do you?" "Oh no," said we. "We only want to have some fun. We should like to make a guy of her, that is all, and rare fun it will be." "Let me join you," said one. "Let me join," said another, till at last the whole school entered into the plot. We all forgot what we should have remembered, namely, that instead of despising or ridiculing people who are old and helpless and poor, we ought to treat them with kindness, respect, and consideration. We forgot that we, if suffered to live long enough, should also become old, and that it would be hard for us to bear the coldness and neglect of the world, but much harder to endure the ridicule and ill behavior of wicked children. Ay, we were thoughtless lads, and so we suffered for it, as you will afterward hear. The old lady whom I had seen sitting in the church porch, who was so ugly, as I thought, and so withered and old, was a very poor widow. Her husband had died in battle long ago, and she had from year to year supported herself by her spinning wheel, and the little relief she had from the parish. She lived in a little hut on a piece of waste ground, and kept a little poultry, and now and then a pig or two. Among other animals, the old lady kept an enormous goat, or rather he kept himself. It was one her husband had brought her from abroad, of the Syrian breed. It was quite young when it came over, but at last grew, and grew so as to become a very formidable animal, so strong and fierce that every dog was afraid of it, being no doubt terrified by the sight of its large horns and undaunted aspect. The name of this dread animal was Hannibal. Poor old Goody Clackett, for that was her name, had little thoughts of ever being smugged, as it was termed by our schoolfellows, to make a guy on the 5th of November, and sat quietly enough spinning her wheel and drawing out her yarn. Sometimes the thrum of the old wheel would send her soundly to sleep, and then she never dreamed of such a thing as was to happen to her. Every boy was delighted with this proposition, and it was arranged that on the following evening I and my cousin Simon should assist in the endeavor to get the chair from the outhouse to a convenient place, while Hardy was to provide lantern, matches, cap, and feathers, with red and black paint to disfigure the features of the poor old creature. "We will make her amends," said Quid. "All the money we get shall be hers." "Oh yes, that is quite fair," said I. When the evening came and it was quite dark, Simon and I went to the back part of Quid's father's house. After waiting some little time, we heard a knock. Presently Quid opened the gates and came out. "There, get it," said he. "Look about to see if anybody is coming, and you can take it away." We did so. The coast was clear, and out rolled the chair. Simon and I took hold of it, one behind and one before, at the handle stick. Away we went, as had been preconcerted between us in the stable yard of another schoolfellow of ours in the plot, who placed it near the gate, and covered it over with loose straw, so that no one could see it. The next evening, which was the 4th of November, we met again by appointment at the dark hollow of the churchyard. This meeting was for the purpose of determining about the way in which Dame Clackett should be dressed in her triumphal entry into the town hall, the place where the bonfires were usually made. Hardy had brought what was of essential service, namely, an old coat which had formerly belonged to his father when in the yeomanry cavalry, an old helmet, a cartridge box, and a pair of boots. "We shall never get the boots on," said I. Another boy brought an old lantern with the horn burnt out, a third a bunch of matches, and then there was a mask and a lath sword and a drum, with sticks and straw in abundance. They were all deposited in the same place with the chair. The conspirators, for conspirators we were, then made a promise to each other not to split, as they call it, that is, not to betray each other, and to go through with our work like Britons. So we all shook hands and parted. The next morning was a holiday, and we were up betimes. After a consultation, it was determined that I and Quid should go to the old dame and see how she was, and if she was determined to go to church, and if there would be any difficulty to get her to accept of the convenience of our vehicle. So off we set. In less than half an hour we reached the old dame's cottage, and found her at that very moment dressing her foot. Quid was the first who spoke. "Good morning, Goody," said he. "What, is not your foot well yet? Why, I hear you have not been to church lately. The curate was at father's last night, and said if you were so lame that you could not walk, you might have our easy 4-wheeled chair. But I suppose you won't go to church to day. It is only the 5th of November." "Not go to church!" said the old woman. "Not go to church! I have always gone on the 5th of November for 40 years. My poor husband was in a French prison, and he knew well enough what the Jacobites are. Was he not blown up, poor fellow, in the Glorious? And were not King James and all his people to have been blown up so high by the horrid Papist plot, that I suppose they would not have been done by this time? No, Popery, I say. I should sooner crawl to church on my hands and knees than not go to-day, young gentlemen. And then Mr. Hassock, the kind good curate, to ask for me. Yes, and then there is the coal money given on the 5th, that all the widows in the parish may have a good fire through the winter, you know, Goody. Yes, I must go to church, said Mrs. Clackett. That you must, said Quid, and I will tell you what these young gentlemen and I will do. We will bring you down the chair, and take you there ourselves. I'm sure it would please Mr. Hassock, would it not, Parley? Yes, and the rector also, said I, and I have no doubt but the churchwardens would like to see Goody at church, for the tickets for flannel petticoats are to be given away to-day. What is that? said Mrs. Clackett. Oh, yes, I could not keep away from my church. Good young gentleman, I shall never forget your kindness. We stopped to hear no more. We were overjoyed with the success of our plot. Away we ran to our companions, and without stopping to explain, cried out, "The chair, the chair! We shall have a guy, the best in the whole country." So away we ran with the chair, and all our other preparations for dressing and tying and securing. The whole party surrounded the chair, some pushing, some pulling. When, however, we got within a convenient distance of the old lady's hut, Hardy and the others stepped on one side, and placed the helmet, coat, lantern, matches, etc., under a hedge, to be ready when required, while Quid, Sapskull, and myself went on with the chair to the old lady's cottage. When we got there, we found her spruce and prim, with her best black silk bonnet, something in shape like a coal scuttle, her stick in her hand, and her shoes on her feet. We drove up the chair in fine style. There were several cottages close by, and the neighbors came out to see the old lady ride. At last some one who knew Quid said, "Why, that is the lawyer's son. Sure enough, old Goody has got some money left her." So then there was a talking and a surmising, and before Goody got to church, it was reported all over the town that she was made the possessor of several £1,000 prize money, that she was to be a lady and ride in her carriage. Being sent for, as it was supposed, by the lawyer, must be for something, a large legacy, no doubt. The chair wheeled on with Goody in it. The boys looked as if they were up to something, and sure enough they were. When they came to that part of the lane at which the various habiliments had been left, the chair stopped, and out rushed the other conspirators. "Do not be alarmed, Goody," said Hardy. "We are only going to make a guy of you for an hour or two. No one shall harm you, and you shall have all the money we get." "I want to go to church, I want to go to church," said the old lady, and tried to get out of the chair. Hardy, however, very dexterously threw some cord round the arms, and tied the poor old creature down. "We won't hurt you, Goody," said he. "We only want you for a guy. You shall have all the money." "I won't be a guy, I won't be a guy," said Goody. "I do not want any money. Let me out, let me out." She then made a blow with her broomstick, and struck Master Hardy on the nose, from which the blood flowed freely. This, however, only made him the more determined, and in a few minutes the poor old woman's arms were secured, as well as her legs. "Oh, help, neighbors, they are going to burn me," said the old lady, and then she fell coughing, for she had long suffered from asthma. While convulsed with this fit, the boys took the opportunity to besmear her face with red and black paint, and to place the helmet on her head, and the coat round her, so that the arms hung on each side, with nothing on them. The chair was then crammed with straw, and the lantern and the matches suspended from it. In this state the chair was wheeled rapidly along in the direction of the town. Other boys soon joined and surrounded the vehicle, shouting and laughing. The old lady made several ineffectual attempts to get out of the chair. She called out, "A plot, a plot, a popery plot! No popery! Oh, I shall be killed!" and many such exclamations. The populace took this as a part of the character, and laughed most heartily. The greatest number of persons thought the guy to be a boy dressed up, and cried out that he acted his part well. No one suspected it was old Dame Clackett. Away they went in the midst of the hubbub, up one street and down another, over the market place and by the church. Just as the clock struck 12, the boys of the free school came from the latter place and joined the procession. It was now a national affair, and as it proceeded from the church doors, it was thought to be the church Guy Fawkes, and so it was. "Hurrah! hurrah!" shouted 100 voices, and while Hardy and his companions held on the chair, Quid and I went about with our hats to collect as much money as we could. The old lady was vociferous, and struggled to get out. She flung her arms about and cried out, "Deliver me from the flames! Save me from being burnt!" And everybody thought that the part of Guy was acted to perfection. Quid and I got a great deal of money, silver and copper, and even gold. 7-shilling pieces were in circulation at that time, and the squire and Mr. Hassock passing us, one threw 6d. and the other a 7-shilling piece to us, for which we gave a louder cheer than usual. In short, our hats were very nearly half full of money. The old woman began to be more pacified as she saw the money coming in, particularly as we put it all into her lap and told her it should be hers. But the sight of the squire and the curate, and the 7-shilling piece, which latter we put into her mouth, seemed quite to reconcile her to her fate. She then became gentle as a lamb. She said, "Do as you like, do as you like, only don't burn me for a Guy, and give me a drop of something to drink." "Oh yes," said Quid, "here is something for you. Hold up your head." And half a pint of good strong ale soon found its way down the throat of the dame. After this the chair again moved on, till at last it came to the market place opposite the town hall, where an enormous bonfire was in preparation, over which stood a gallows. The old lady, when she saw the gallows, screamed, "Murder! Fire! Brimstone!" and all sorts of horrid cries, but nobody took any heed of it except to laugh. They thought it was in keeping with her character. "We will not hurt you, we will not hurt you," said I. But it was of no use. The old lady refused to be pacified. Just at this moment Quid felt a severe blow from behind, which sent him sprawling. I also received a push or a drive, and a loud laugh burst from those around. When I turned to see what was the cause of the laughter, what should I observe but Hannibal the goat, who had, it appeared, followed his mistress, and, being excited by her cries, dashed at my schoolfellow in the way described. Several of the spectators now tried to seize the goat, but he, being of extraordinary strength, butted and pushed so vigorously that several measured their length upon the earth, to the no small merriment of the clownish persons who had collected together to the burning of the Guy. During all this time Dame Clackett cried out loudly, and in the confusion her chair was upset, and she became liberated from her duress. As soon as she was free, she laid about on all sides of her with her stick, pulled off the helmet and jacket in which she had been nearly smothered, and cried out at the top of her voice, "I am no Guy, I am Dame Clackett. For goodness' sake do not burn me for a witch." She, however, kept her apron close in which the money was, and took care not to let the 7-shilling piece fall out of her mouth. The mob cheered. It would have been well if this had been all, but no. As soon as ever the old lady told her story that she had been seized for a Guy, an effort was immediately made to secure the offenders. The constable, who happened to be present, laid hold of me and cousin Simon. Several others were seized by the bystanders, and the whole, with the exception of Quid, were dragged off to what in the country is called the goose house, that is, the cage. Quid, lawyer-like, contrived to get out of the scrape, leaving others in it. So we were all put into the cage, and bolted and barred. It was very dark, and as we were terribly frightened, we all began to howl most hideously. As to Quid, he went homewards as if nothing had happened, and soon made his reappearance, prepared for the usual squibbing and cracking, with his pockets full of squibs and crackers. He was so pleased with the success of the scheme, in which he had been so forward an actor, that he determined to have more fun before he went to bed. So he looked about, and it was not long before he saw a fit object, as he thought. At the corner of the street leading to the market-place sat poor old Hannah Grimley, as she was called. She had sold roasted chestnuts on the 5th of November for a score of years, and many a pinch of gunpowder had been put under the lid of the saucepan upon which the chestnuts were laid. Quid determined to have a good explosion, and took the opportunity while the chestnuts were being put into his hand to introduce a packet of gunpowder into the kettle. He thought to run away before it should ignite, but there being a small hole in the paper, the moment it touched the fire, the whole went off with a loud explosion. Quid's hand was shattered to pieces, and he fell stunned with the effects of the powder. He was taken home senseless, and put to bed. The rest of the conspirators, including myself, were kept in the cage all night in bitter tears. The next morning we were taken before the magistrates. The chairman, who happened to be the very squire who had given us the 7-shilling piece, looked very severely at us, and said, "This is the most horrible plot I ever heard of, seizing an old woman for Guy. Gentlemen," said he to those around him, "if this be permitted, none of us are safe." Some people used to call the magistrates old women, and so this raised a laugh. He then called to the clerk to look over the Act of Parliament, to see what could be the punishment for such an offence, but found none. Quid was right. There was no law against seizing an old woman for a Guy. The bench were puzzled what to do. At last Quid's father said we should be indicted for stealing his chair, and be put on our trial for robbery and sacrilege, the first for abduction of the chair, the second for keeping the old lady from church. Our fathers and mothers, however, pleaded so eloquently that, after a severe admonition, we got off upon payment of the costs, and a handsome compensation to Dame Clackett. When I reached home, my father took me into the stable and gave me a sound whipping, and at the conclusion of the flagellation he said, "Now, Peter Parley, I think you will not again seize an old woman for a guy." And I never did. End of section 64. Section 65 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Uncle David's Nonsensical Story About Giants and Fairies, by Catherine Sinclair. In the days of yore, children were not all such clever, good, sensible people as they are now. Lessons were then considered rather a plague. Sugar plums were still in demand. Holidays continued yet in fashion, and toys were not made then to teach mathematics, nor storybooks to give instructions in chemistry and navigation. These were very strange times, and there existed at that period a very idle, greedy, naughty boy, such as we never hear of in the present day. His father and mother were no matter who, and he lived no matter where. His name was Master No Book, and he seemed to think his eyes were made for nothing but to stare out of the windows, and his mouth for no other purpose but to eat. This young gentleman hated lessons like mustard, both of which brought tears into his eyes, and during school hours he sat gazing at his books, pretending to be busy, while his mind wandered away to wish impatiently for dinner, and to consider where he could get the nicest pies, pastry, ices, and jellies, while he smacked his lips at the very thoughts of them. Whenever Master No Book spoke, it was always to ask for something, and you might continually hear him say in a whining tone of voice, "Father, may I take this piece of cake? Aunt Sarah, will you give me an apple? Mother, do send me the whole of that plum pudding." Indeed, very frequently, when he did not get permission to gourmandize, this naughty glutton helped himself without leave. Even his dreams were like his waking hours, for he had often a horrible nightmare about lessons, thinking he was smothered with Greek lexicons, or pelted out of the school with a shower of English grammars. While one night he fancied himself sitting down to devour an enormous plum cake, and all on a sudden it became transformed into a Latin dictionary. One afternoon, Master No Book, having played truant all day from school, was lolling on his mother's best sofa in the drawing-room, with his leather boots tucked up on the satin cushions, and nothing to do but suck a few oranges, and nothing to think of but how much sugar to put on them, when suddenly an event took place which filled him with astonishment. A sound of soft music stole into the room, becoming louder and louder the longer he listened, till at length, in a few moments afterward, a large hole burst open in the wall of his room, and there stepped into his presence two magnificent fairies, just arrived from their castles in the air to pay him a visit. They had travelled all the way on purpose to have some conversation with Master No Book, and immediately introduced themselves in a very ceremonious manner. The fairy Do Nothing was gorgeously dressed, with a wreath of flaming gas round her head, a robe of gold tissue, a necklace of rubies, and a bouquet in her hand of glittering diamonds. Her cheeks were rouged to the very eyes, her teeth were set in gold, and her hair was of a most brilliant purple. In short, so fine and fashionable looking a fairy never was seen in a drawing-room before. The fairy Teach All, who followed next, was simply dressed in white muslin, with bunches of natural flowers in her light brown hair, and she carried in her hand a few neat small volumes, which Master No Book looked at with a shudder of aversion. The two fairies now informed him that they very often invited large parties of children to spend some time at their palaces, but as they lived in quite an opposite direction, it was necessary for their young guests to choose which it would be best to visit first. Therefore they had now come to inquire of Master No Book whom he thought it would be most agreeable to accompany on the present occasion. "In my house," said the fairy Teach All, speaking with a very sweet smile and a soft pleasing voice, "you shall be taught to find pleasure in every sort of exertion, for I delight in activity and diligence.
My young friends rise at 7 every morning, and amuse themselves with working in a beautiful garden of flowers, rearing whatever fruit they wish to eat, visiting among the poor, associating pleasantly together, studying the arts and sciences, and learning to know the world in which they live, and to fulfill the purposes for which they have been brought into it. In short, all our amusements tend to some useful object, either for our own improvement or the good of others, and you will grow wiser, better, and happier every day you remain in the palace of knowledge." "But in Castle Needless, where I live," interrupted the fairy Do Nothing, rudely pushing her companion aside with an angry, contemptuous look, "we never think of exerting ourselves for anything. You may put your head in your pocket and your hands in your sides as long as you choose to stay. No one is ever asked a question that he may be spared the trouble of answering. We lead the most fashionable life imaginable, for nobody speaks to anybody. Each of my visitors is quite an exclusive, and sits with his back to as many of the company as possible, in the most comfortable armchair that can be contrived. There, if you are only so good as to take the trouble of wishing for anything, it is yours, without even turning an eye round to look where it comes from. Dresses are provided of the most magnificent kind, which go on themselves, without your having the small annoyance with either buttons or strings. Games which you can play without an effort of thought, and dishes dressed by a French cook, smoking hot under your nose from morning till night, while any rain we have is either made of lemonade or lavender water, and in winter it generally snows iced punch for an hour during the forenoon." Nobody need be told which fairy Master No Book preferred, and quite charmed at his own good fortune in receiving so agreeable an invitation, he eagerly gave his hand to the splendid new acquaintance, who promised him so much pleasure and ease, and gladly proceeded in a carriage lined with velvet, stuffed with downy pillows, and drawn by milk-white swans, to that magnificent residence, Castle Needless, which was lighted by 1,000 windows during the day, and 1,000,000 of lamps every night. Here Master No Book enjoyed a constant holiday and a constant feast, while a beautiful lady covered with jewels was ready to tell him stories from morning till night, and servants waited to pick up his playthings if they fell, or to draw out his purse or his pocket handkerchief when he wished to use them. Thus Master No Book lay dozing for hours and days on rich embroidered cushions, never stirring from his place, but admiring a view of trees covered with the richest burnt almonds, grottos of sugar candy, a jet d'eau of champagne, a wide sea which tasted of sugar instead of salt, and a bright clear pond filled with goldfish that let themselves be caught whenever he pleased. Nothing could be more complete, and yet, very strange to say, Master No Book did not seem particularly happy. This appears exceedingly unreasonable when so much trouble was taken to please him, but the truth is that every day he became more fretful and peevish. No sweetmeats were worth the trouble of eating, nothing was pleasant to play at, and in the end he wished it were possible to sleep all day as well as all night. Not 100 miles from the Fairy Do Nothing's palace there lived a most cruel monster called the giant Snap 'em Up, who looked, when he stood up, like the tall steeple of a great church, raising his head so high that he could peep over the loftiest mountains, and was obliged to climb up a ladder to comb his own hair. Every morning, regularly, this prodigiously great giant walked round the world before breakfast for an appetite, after which he made tea in a large lake, used the sea as a slop basin, and boiled his kettle on Mount Vesuvius. He lived in great style, and his dinners were most magnificent, consisting very often of an elephant roasted whole, ostrich patties, a tiger smothered in onions, stewed lions, and whale soup. But for a side dish, his greatest favorite consisted of little boys, as fat as possible, fried in crumbs of bread, with plenty of pepper and salt. No children were so well fed or in such good condition for eating as those in the Fairy Do Nothing's garden, who was a very particular friend of the giant Snap 'em Up's, and who sometimes laughingly said she would give him a license and call her own garden his preserve, because she always allowed him to help himself whenever he pleased to as many of her visitors as he chose, without taking the trouble to even count them, and in return for such extreme civility the giant very frequently invited her to dinner. Snap 'em Up's favorite sport was to see how many brace of little boys he could bag in a morning. So, in passing along the streets, he peeped into all the drawing rooms without having occasion to get on tiptoe, and picked up every young gentleman who was idly looking out of the windows, and even a few occasionally who were playing truant from school. But busy children seemed always somehow quite out of his reach. One day, when Master No Book felt even more lazy, more idle, and more miserable than ever, he lay beside a perfect mountain of toys and cakes, wondering what to wish for next, and hating the very sight of everything and everybody. At last he gave so loud a yawn of weariness and disgust that his jaw very nearly fell out of joint, and then he sighed so deeply that the giant Snap-'em-up heard the sound as he passed along the road after breakfast, and instantly stepped into the garden with his glass at his eye to see what was the matter. Immediately, on observing a large, fat, overgrown boy, as round as a dumpling, lying on a bed of roses, he gave a cry of delight, followed by a gigantic peal of laughter which was heard 3 miles off, and picking up Master No Book between his finger and thumbs, with a pinch that very nearly broke his ribs, he carried him rapidly toward his own castle, while the fairy Do Nothing laughingly shook her head as he passed, saying, "That little man does me great credit. He has only been fed for a week, and is as fat already as a prize ox. What a dainty morsel he will be! When do you dine to day, in case I should have time to look in upon you?" On reaching home, the giant immediately hung up Master No Book by the hair of his head on a prodigious hook in the larder, having first taken some large lumps of nasty suet, forcing them down his throat to make him become still fatter, and then stirring the fire, that he might be almost melted with heat, to make his liver grow larger. On a shelf quite near, Master No Book perceived the bodies of 6 other boys, whom he remembered to have seen fattening in the fairy Do Nothing's garden, while he recollected how some of them had rejoiced at the thought of leading a long, useless, idle life, with no one to please but themselves. The enormous cook now seized hold of Master No Book, brandishing her knife with an aspect of horrible determination, intending to kill him, while he took the trouble of screaming and kicking in the most desperate manner, when the giant turned gravely round and said that as pigs were considered a much greater dainty when whipped to death than killed in any other way, he meant to see whether children might be improved by it also. Therefore she might leave that great hog of a boy till he had time to try the experiment, especially as his own appetite would be improved by the exercise. This was a dreadful prospect for the unhappy prisoner, but meantime it prolonged his life a few hours, as he was immediately hung up in the larder and left to himself. There, in torture of mind and body, like a fish upon a hook, the wretched boy began at last to reflect seriously upon his former ways, and to consider what a happy home he might have had if he could only have been satisfied with business and pleasure succeeding each other like day and night, while lessons might have come in as a pleasant sauce to his play hours, and his play hours as a sauce to his lessons. In the midst of many reflections, which were all very sensible, though rather too late, Master No Book's attention became attracted by the sound of many voices laughing, talking, and singing, which caused him to turn his eyes in a new direction, when, for the first time, he observed that the fairy Teach-all's garden lay upon a beautiful sloping bank not far off. There a crowd of merry, noisy, rosy-cheeked boys were busily employed, and seemed happier than the day was long, while poor Master No Book watched them during his own miserable hours, envying the enjoyment with which they raked the flower borders and gathered the fruit, carried baskets of vegetables to the poor, worked with carpenter's tools, drew pictures, shot with bows and arrows, played at cricket, and then sat in the sunny arbors learning their tasks, or talking agreeably together, till at length, a dinner bell having been rung, the whole party sat merrily down with hearty appetites and cheerful good humor to an entertainment of plain roast meat and pudding, where the fairy Teach-all presided herself, and helped her guests moderately to as much as was good for each. Large tears rolled down the cheeks of Master No Book while watching this scene, and remembering that if he had known what was best for him, he might have been as happy as the happiest of these excellent boys, instead of suffering ennui and weariness as he had done at the fairy Do Nothing's, ending in a miserable death. But his attention was soon after most alarmingly roused by hearing the giant Snap-'em-up again in conversation with his cook, who said that if he wished for a good large dish of scalloped children at dinner, it would be necessary to catch a few more, as those he had already provided would scarcely be a mouthful. As the giant kept very fashionable hours, and always waited dinner for himself till 9 o'clock, there was still plenty of time, so With a loud grumble about the trouble, he seized a large basket in his hand, and set off at a rapid pace toward the fairy Teach-all's garden. It was very seldom that Snap-'em-up ventured to think of foraging in this direction, as he never once succeeded in carrying off a single captive from the enclosure, it was so well fortified and so bravely defended. But on this occasion, being desperately hungry, he felt as bold as a lion, and walked with outstretched hands straight toward the fairy Teach-all's dinner table, taking such prodigious strides that he seemed almost as if he would trample on himself. A cry of consternation arose the instant this tremendous giant appeared, and, as usual upon such occasions, when he had made the same attempt before, a dreadful battle took place. 50 active little boys bravely flew upon the enemy, armed with their dinner knives, and looked like a nest of hornets, stinging him in every direction, till he roared with pain, and would have run away, but the fairy Teach-all, seeing his intention, rushed forward with the carving knife, and brandishing it high over her head, she most courageously stabbed him to the heart. If a great mountain had fallen to the earth, it would have seemed like nothing in comparison with the giant Snap-'em-up, who crushed 2 or 3 houses to powder beneath him, and upset several fine monuments that were to have made people remembered forever. But all this would have seemed scarcely worth mentioning, had it not been for a still greater event which occurred on the occasion, no less than the death of the fairy Do-nothing, who had been indolently looking on this great battle, without taking the trouble to interfere, or even to care who was victorious, but being also lazy about running away. When the giant fell, his sword came with so violent a stroke on her head that she instantly expired. Thus, luckily for the whole world, the fairy Teach-all got possession of immense property, which she proceeded without delay to make the best use of in her power. In the first place, however, she lost no time in liberating Master No-book from his hook in the larder, and gave him a lecture on activity, moderation, and good conduct, which he never afterward forgot, and it was astonishing to see the change that took place immediately in his whole thoughts and actions. From this very hour, Master No-book became the most diligent, active, happy boy in the fairy Teach-all's garden, and on returning home a month afterwards, he astonished all the masters at school by his extraordinary reformation. The most difficult lessons were a pleasure to him. He scarcely ever stirred without a book in his hand, never lay on a sofa again, would scarcely even sit on a chair with a back to it, but preferred a 3-legged stool, detested holidays, never thought any exertion a trouble, preferred climbing over the top of a hill to creeping round the bottom, always ate the plainest food in very small quantities, joined a temperance society, and never tasted a morsel till he had worked very hard and got an appetite. Not long after this, an old uncle, who had formerly been ashamed of Master No-book's indolence and gluttony, became so pleased at the wonderful change that on his death he left him a magnificent estate, desiring that he should take his name. Therefore, instead of being any longer one of the No-book family, he is now called Sir Timothy Bluestocking, a pattern to the whole country around for the good he does to every one, and especially for his extraordinary activity, appearing as if he could do 20 things at once. Though generally very good-natured and agreeable, Sir Timothy is occasionally observed in a violent passion, laying about him with his walking-stick in the most terrific manner, and beating little boys within an inch of their lives. But on inquiry it invariably appears that he has found them out to be lazy, idle, or greedy, for all the industrious boys in the parish are sent to get employment from him, while he assures them that they are far happier breaking stones on the road than if they were sitting idly in a drawing-room with nothing to do. End of section 65. Section 66 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Inquisitive Girl. Dr. Hammond was a physician in great practice in the west of England. He resided in a small market town, and his family consisted of one son named Charles and 2 daughters, Louisa and Sophie. Sophie possessed many amiable qualities, and did not want for sense, but every better feeling was lost in her extreme inquisitiveness. Her faculties were all occupied in peeping and prying about, and, provided she could gratify her own curiosity, she never cared how much vexation she caused to others. This propensity began when she was so very young that it had become a habit before her parents perceived it. She was a very little creature when she was once nearly seized to death between two double doors, as she was peeping through the keyhole of one of them to see who was in the drawing room, and another time she was locked up for several hours in a closet, in which she had hid herself for the purpose of overhearing what her mother was saying to one of the servants. When Sophie was 11 and her sister about 16 years old, their mother died. Louisa was placed at the head of her father's house, and the superintendence of Sophie's education necessarily devolved on her. The care of such a family was a great charge for a young person of Miss Hammond's age, and more especially as her father was obliged to be so much from home that she could not always have his counsel and advice, even when she most needed it. By this means she fell into an injudicious mode of treating her sister. If Louisa received a note, she carefully locked it up, and never spoke of its contents before Sophie. If a message was brought to her, she always went out of the room to receive it, and never suffered the servant to speak in her sister's hearing. When any visitors came, Louisa commonly sent Sophie out of the room, or, if they were intimate friends, she would converse with them in whispers. In short, it was her chief study that everything which passed in the family should be a secret from Sophie. Alas! This procedure, instead of repressing Sophie's curiosity, only made it more keen. Her eyes and ears were always on the alert, and what she could not see, hear, or thoroughly comprehend, she made out by guesses. The worst consequence of Louisa's conduct was that, as Sophie had no friend and companion in her sister, who treated her with such constant suspicion and reserve, she necessarily was induced to find a friend and companion among the servants, and she selected the housemaid Sally, a good-natured, well-intentioned girl, but silly and ignorant and inquisitive like herself, and it may easily be supposed how much mischief these two foolish creatures occasioned, not only in the family, but also among their neighbors. It happened soon after that for an offence which was the cause of very great vexation to her brother, and was the occasion of his being for a time deprived of the friendship of Sir Henry and Lady Askham, two of Dr. Hammond's nearest and most intimate neighbors, her father ordered Sophie, as a still further punishment, to be locked up in her own room till the Sunday following. This was on Friday, and Sophie had 2 days of solitude and imprisonment before her. The first day she passed very dismally, but yet not unprofitably, for she felt truly ashamed and sorry for her fault, and made many good resolutions of endeavoring to cure herself of her mischievous propensity. The second day she began to be somewhat more composed, and by degrees she was able to amuse herself with watching the people in the street, which was overlooked by the windows of her apartment, and she began, almost unconsciously to herself, to indulge in her old habit of trying to find out what everybody was doing, and in guessing where they were going. She had not long been engaged in watching her neighbors before her curiosity was excited by the appearance of a servant on horseback, who rode up to the door, and after giving a little 3-cornered note to Dr. Hammond's footman, rode off. The servant she knew to be Mrs. Arden's, an intimate friend of her father, and the note she conjectured was an invitation to dinner, and the guessing what day the invitation was for, and who were to be the company, and whether she was included in the invitation, was occupying her busy fancy when she saw her sister going out of the house with the 3-cornered note in her hand, and cross the street to Mr. McNeil's stocking shop, which was opposite. Almost immediately afterward, Mr. McNeil's shopman came out of the shop, and running down the street was presently out of sight, but soon returned with Mr. McNeil himself. She saw Louisa reading the note to Mr. McNeil, and in a few minutes afterward returned home. Here was a matter of wonder and conjecture. Sophie forgot all her good resolutions, and absolutely wearied herself with her useless curiosity. At length the term of her imprisonment was over, and Sophie was restored to the society of her family. At first she kept a tolerable guard over herself. Once she saw her father and sister whispering, and did not, though she longed much to do it, hold her breath that she might hear what they were saying. Another time she passed Charles's door when it was ajar, and the little study open, and she had so much self-command that she passed by without peeping in, and she began to think she was cured of her faults. But in reality this was far from being the case, and whenever she recollected Mrs. Arden's mysterious note, she felt her inquisitive propensities as strong as ever. Her eyes and ears were always on the alert, in hopes of obtaining some clue to the knowledge she coveted, and if Mrs. Arden's or Mr. McNeil's names were mentioned, she listened with trembling anxiety in the hope of hearing some allusion to the note. At last, when she had almost given up the matter in despair, an unlooked-for chance put her in possession of a fragment of this very note, to which she attached so much importance. One day Louisa wanted to wind a skein of silk, and in looking for a piece of paper to wind it upon, she opened her writing-box, and took out Mrs. Arden's note. Sophie knew it again in an instant from its three-cornered shape. She saw her sister tear the note in two, throw one half under the grate, and fold the other part up to wind her silk upon. Sophie kept her eye upon the paper which lay under the grate in the greatest anxiety lest a coal should drop upon it and destroy it when it seemed almost within her grasp. Louisa was called out of the room, and Sophie, overpowered by the greatness of the temptation, forgot all the good resolutions she had so lately made, and at the risk of setting fire to her sleeve, snatched the paper from among the ashes and concealed it in her pocket. She then flew to her own room to examine it at her ease. The note had been torn the lengthway of the paper, and that part of it which Sophie had possessed herself contained the first half of each line of the note. Bolting her door for fear of interruption, she read, with trembling impatience, as follows: "Will you be kind enough to go Mr. McNeil and tell him he has made a great mistake. The last stockings he sent, charging them as silk, he has cheated of several pounds. I am sorry to say that he has behaved very ill, and Mr. Arden tells me that it must end in his being hanged. I am exceedingly grieved, but fear this will be the end." When Sophie had read these broken sentences, she fancied that she fully comprehended the purport of the whole note, and now she saw the reason for her sister's hastening to Mr. McNeil's immediately on the receipt of the note, and of the hurry in which he had been summoned back to his shop. It appeared very clear to her that he had defrauded Mrs. Arden of a considerable sum of money, and that he was no longer that honest tradesman he had been supposed. The weight of this important discovery quite overburdened her, and, forgetful of her past punishment and regardless of future consequences, she imparted the surprising secret to Sally. Sally was not one who could keep such a piece of news to herself. It was therefore soon circulated through half the town that Mr. McNeil had defrauded Mrs. Arden, and that Mr. Arden declared he would have him hanged for it. Several persons in consequence avoided Mr. McNeil's shop, who saw his customers forsaking him without being able to know why they did so. Thus the conduct of this inconsiderate girl took away the good name of an honest tradesman on no better foundation than her own idle conjectures, drawn from the torn fragments of a letter. Mr. McNeil at length became informed of the injurious report that was circulated about him. He immediately went to Mrs. Arden to tell her of the report, and to ask her if any inadvertency of his own in regard to her dealings at his shop occasioned her to speak so disadvantageously of him. Mrs. Arden was much astonished at what he told her, as she might well be, and assured him that she had never either spoken of him or thought of him but as thoroughly an honorable and honest tradesman. Mrs. Arden was exceedingly hurt that her name should be attached to such a cruel calumny, and, on consulting with Sir Henry Askham, it was agreed that he and Mrs. Arden should make it their business to trace it back to its authors. They found no real difficulty in tracing it back to Sally, Dr. Hammond's servant. She was accordingly sent for to Mr. McNeil's, where Sir Henry Askham and Mr. Arden, with some other gentlemen who were assembled on this charitable investigation. Sally, on being questioned who had told her of the report, replied without hesitation that she had been told by Miss Sophie, who had seen all the particulars in Mrs. Arden's handwriting. Mr. Arden was greatly astonished at hearing this assertion, and felt confident that the whole must have originated from some strange blunder. He and the other gentlemen immediately proceeded to Dr. Hammond's, and having explained their business to him, desired to see Sophie. She, on being asked, confirmed what Sally had said, adding that to satisfy them she could show them Mrs. Arden's own words, and she accordingly produced the fragment of the note. Miss Hammond, the instant she saw the paper, recollected it again, and, winding off the silk from the other half of Mrs. Arden's note, presented it to Mr. Arden, who, laying the two pieces of paper together, read as follows: "Dear Mrs. Hammond, will you, as soon as you receive this, be kind enough to go to your opposite neighbor, Mr. McNeil, and tell him I find by looking at his bill he has made a great mistake as to the price of the last stockings he sent, and it seems to me by not charging them as silk he has cheated himself, as he'll see, of several pounds. I am sorry to say of our new dog that he has behaved very ill and worried 2 sheep, and Mr. Arden tells me he very much fears it must end in his being hanged, or he'll kill all the flock. I am exceedingly grieved, for he is a noble animal, but fear this will be the end of my poor dog. I am, dear Louisa, yours truly, Mary Arden." Thus, by the fortunate preservation of the last half of the note, the whole affair was cleared up, Mrs. Arden's character vindicated from the charge of being a defamer, and Mr. McNeill from all suspicion of dishonesty. And all their friends were pleased and satisfied. But how did Sophy feel? She did feel at last both remorse and humiliation. She had no one to blame but herself. She had no one to take her part, for even her father and her brother considered it due to public justice that she should make a public acknowledgment of her fault to Mr. McNeill, and ask his pardon. End of section 66. Section 67 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Busy Idleness by Jane Taylor. Mrs. Dawson being obliged to leave home for 6 weeks, her daughters Charlotte and Caroline received permission to employ the time of her absence as they pleased. That is, she did not require of them the usual strict attention to particular hours and particular studies, but allowed them to choose their own employments, only recommending them to make a good use of the license, and apprising them that, on her return, she should require an exact account of the manner in which the interval had been employed. The carriage that conveyed their mother away was scarcely out of hearing, when Charlotte, delighted with her freedom, hastened upstairs to the schoolroom, where she looked around on books, globes, maps, drawings, to select some new employment for the morning. Long before she had decided upon any, her sister had quietly seated herself at her accustomed station, thinking that she could do nothing better than finish the French exercise she had begun the day before. Charlotte, however, declined attending to the French that day, and after much indecision, and saying, "I have a great mind to," 3 several times without finishing the sentence, she at last took down a volume of Cowper, and read in different parts for about half an hour. Then, throwing it aside, she said she had a great mind to put the bookshelves in order, a business which she commenced with great spirit. But in the course of her laudable undertaking she met with a manuscript in shorthand, whereupon she exclaimed to her sister, "Caroline, don't you remember that old Mr. Henderson once promised he would teach us shorthand? How much I should like to learn! Only mamma thought we had not time. But now this would be such a good opportunity. I am sure I could learn it well in 6 weeks, and how convenient it would be! One could take down sermons, or anything, and I could make Rachel learn, and then how very pleasant it would be to write to each other in shorthand! Indeed, it would be convenient in 100 ways." So saying, she ran upstairs without any further delay, and putting on her hat and spencer, set off to old Mr. Henderson's. Mr. Henderson happened to be at dinner. Nevertheless, Charlotte obtained admittance on the plea of urgent business, but she entered his apartment so much out of breath, and in such apparent agitation, that the old man, rising hastily from the table and looking anxiously at her over his spectacles, inquired in a tremulous tone what was the matter. When, therefore, Charlotte explained her business, he appeared a little disconcerted, but having gently reproved her for her undue eagerness, he composedly resumed his knife and fork, though his hands shook much more than usual during the remainder of his meal. However, being very good-natured, as soon as he had dined, he cheerfully gave Charlotte her first lesson in shorthand, promising to repeat it regularly every morning. Charlotte returned home in high glee. She, at this juncture, considered shorthand as one of the most useful and decidedly the most interesting of acquirements, and she continued to exercise herself in it all the rest of the day. She was exceedingly pleased at being able already to write 2 or 3 words, which neither her sister nor even her father could decipher. For 3 successive mornings Charlotte punctually kept her appointment with Mr. Henderson, but on the 4th she sent a shabby excuse to her kind master, and, if the truth must be told, he from that time saw no more of his scholar. Now the cause of this desertion was twofold. First, and principally, her zeal for shorthand, which for the last 48 hours had been sensibly declining in its temperature, was on the above morning within half a degree of freezing point, and second, a new and far more arduous and important undertaking had by this time suggested itself to her mind. Like many young persons of desultory inclinations, Charlotte often amused herself with writing verses, and it now occurred to her that an abridged history of England in verse was still a desideratum in literature. She commenced this task with her usual diligence, but was somewhat discouraged in the outset by the difficulty of finding a rhyme to Saxon, whom she indulged the unpatriotic wish that the Danes had laid a tax on. But though she got over this obstacle by a new construction of the line, she found these difficulties occur so continually that she soon felt a more thorough disgust at this employment than at the preceding one. So the epic stopped short, some 100 years before the Norman Conquest.
difficulty which quickens the ardor of industry always damps and generally extinguishes the false zeal of caprice and versatility. Charlotte's next undertaking was, to be sure, a rapid descent from the last in the scale of dignity. She now thought that by working very hard during the remainder of the time, she should be able to accomplish a patchwork counterpane, large enough for her own little tent bed, and the ease of this employment formed a most agreeable contrast in her mind with the extreme difficulty of the last. Accordingly, as if commissioned with a search warrant, she ransacked all her mother's drawers, bags, and bundles in quest of new pieces, and these spoils proving very insufficient, she set off to tax all her friends, and to tease all the linen drapers in the town for their odds and ends, urging that she wanted some particularly. As she was posting along the street on this business, she espied at a distance a person whom she had no wish to encounter, namely, old Mr. Henderson. To avoid the meeting she crossed over, but this manoeuvre did not succeed, for no sooner had they come opposite each other than, to her great confusion, he called out across the street in his loud and tremulous voice, and shaking his stick at her, "How do you do, Miss Shorthand? I thought how it would be. Oh fie! Oh fie!" Charlotte hurried on, and her thoughts soon returned to the idea of the splendid radiating star which she designed for the centrepiece of her counterpane. While she was arranging the different patterns and forming the alterations of light and shade, her interest continued nearly unabated, but when she came to the practical part of sewing piece to piece with unvarying sameness, it began, as usual, to flag. She sighed several times, and cast many disconsolate looks at the endless hexagons and octagons, before she indulged any distinct idea of relinquishing her task. At length, however, it did forcibly occur to her that, after all, she was not obliged to go on with it, and that, really, patchwork was a thing that was better done by degrees when one happens to want a job than to be finished all at once. So with this thought, which would have been a very good one if it had occurred in proper time, she suddenly drew out her needle, thrust all her pieces, arranged and unarranged, into a drawer, and began to meditate a new project. Fortunately, just at this juncture, some young ladies of their acquaintance called upon Charlotte and Caroline. They were attempting to establish a society among their young friends for working for the poor, and came to request their assistance. Caroline very cheerfully entered into the design, but as for Charlotte, nothing could exceed the forwardness of her zeal. She took it up so warmly that Caroline's appeared in comparison only lukewarm. It was proposed that each member of the society should have an equal proportion of the work to do at her own house. But when the articles came to be distributed, Charlotte, in the heat of her benevolence, desired that a double portion might be allotted to her. Some of the younger ones admired her industrious intentions, but the better judging advised her not to undertake too much at once. However, she would not be satisfied till her request was complied with. When the parcels of work arrived, Charlotte with exultation seized the larger one, and, without a minute's delay, commenced her charitable labours. The following morning she rose at 4 o'clock to resume the employment, and not a little self-complacency did she feel when, after nearly 2 hours' hard work, she still heard Caroline breathing in sound sleep. But alas! Charlotte soon found that work is work, of whatever nature or for whatever purpose. She now inwardly regretted that she had asked for more than her share, and the cowardly thought that, after all, she was not obliged to do it, next occurred to her. For the present, therefore, she squeezed all the things, done and undone, into what she called her Dorcas bag, and, to banish unpleasant thoughts, she opened the first book that happened to lie within reach. It proved to be an introduction to botany. Of this she had not read more than a page and a half before she determined to collect some specimens herself, and, having found a blank copy-book, she hastened into the garden, where, gathering a few common flowers, she proceeded to dissect them, not, it is to be feared, with much scientific nicety. Perhaps as many as 3 pages of this copy-book were bespread with her specimens before she discovered that botany was a dry study. It would be too tedious to enumerate all the subsequent ephemeral undertakings which filled up the remainder of the 6 weeks. At the expiration of that time, Mrs. Dawson returned. On the next morning after her arrival, she reminded her daughters of the account she expected of their employments during her absence, and desired them to set out on 2 tables in the schoolroom everything that they had done that could be exhibited, together with the books they had been reading. Charlotte would gladly have been excused her part of the exhibition, but this was not permitted, and she reluctantly followed her sister to make the preparation. When the 2 tables were spread, their mother was summoned to attend. Caroline's, which was first examined, contained, first, her various exercises in the different branches of study regularly executed the same as usual, and there were papers placed in the books she was reading in school hours to show how far she had proceeded in them. Besides these, she had read in her leisure time in French Florian's Numa Pompilius, and in English Mrs. Moore's Practical Piety, and some parts of Johnson's Lives of the Poets. All the needlework which had been left to do or not, at her opinion, was neatly finished, and her parcel of linen for the poor was also completely and well done. The only instance in which Caroline had availed herself of her mother's license was that she had prolonged her drawing lessons a little every day, in order to present her mother with a pretty pair of screens with flowers copied from nature. These were, last of all, placed on the table with an affectionate note requesting her acceptance of them. Mrs. Dawson, having carefully examined this table, proceeded to the other, which was quite piled up with different articles. Here, amid the heap, were Charlotte's 3 pages of shorthand, several scrolls of paper containing fragments of her poetical history, the piece, not large enough for a doll's cradle, of her patchwork counterpane, her botanical specimens, together with the large unfinished pile out of the Dorcas bag, many of the articles of which were begun, but not one quite finished. There was a baby's cap with no border, a frock body without sleeves, and the skirt only half hemmed at the bottom, and slides, tapes, and buttonholes were all, without exception, omitted. After these followed a great variety of thirds, halves, and quarters of undertakings, each perhaps good in itself, but quite useless in its unfinished state. The examination being at length ended, Mrs. Dawson retired without a single comment to her dressing room, where, in about an hour afterwards, she summoned the girls to attend her. Here also were 2 tables laid out, with several articles on each. Their mother, then leading Caroline to the first, told her that as the reward of her industry and perseverance, the contents of the table were her own. Here, with joyful surprise, she beheld, first, a little gold watch, which Mrs. Dawson said she thought a suitable present for one who had made a good use of her time. A small telescope next appeared, and lastly, Paley's Natural Theology, neatly bound. Charlotte was then desired to take possession of the contents of the other table, which were considerably more numerous. The first prize she drew out was a very beautiful French fan, but upon opening it, it stretched out in an oblong shape, for want of the pin to confine the sticks at the bottom. Then followed a new parasol, but when unfurled there was no catch to confine it, so that it would not remain spread. A penknife handle without a blade, and the blade without the handle, next presented themselves to her astonished gaze. In great confusion she then unrolled a paper, which discovered a telescope apparently like her sister's, but on applying it to her eye she found it did not contain a single lens, so that it was no better than a roll of pasteboard. She was, however, greatly encouraged to discover that the last remaining article was a watch, for, as she heard it tick, she felt no doubt that this at least was complete. But upon examination she discovered that there was no hour hand, the minute hand alone pursuing its lonely and useless track. Charlotte, whose conscience had very soon explained to her the moral of all this, now turned from the tantalizing table in confusion, and burst into an agony of tears. Caroline wept also, and Mrs. Dawson, after an interval of silence, thus addressed her daughters: "It is quite needless for me to explain my reasons for making you such presents, Charlotte. I assure you, your papa and I have had a very painful employment the past hour in spoiling them all for you. If I had found on your table in the schoolroom any one thing that had been properly finished, you would have received one complete present to answer it. But this, you know, was not the case. I should be very glad if this disappointment should teach you what I have hitherto vainly endeavored to impress upon you, that as all those things, pretty or useful as they are in themselves, are rendered totally useless for want of completeness, so exertion without perseverance is no better than busy idleness. That employment does not deserve the name of industry, which requires the stimulus of novelty to keep it going. Those who will only work so long as they are amused will do no more good in the world, either to themselves or others, than those who refuse to work at all. If I had required you to pass the 6 weeks of my absence in bed or in counting your fingers, you would, I suppose, have thought it a sad waste of time. Yet I appeal to you whether, with the exception of an hour or 2 of needlework, the whole mass of articles on your table could produce anything more useful. And thus, my dears, may life be squandered away in a succession of busy nothings. I have now a proposal to make to you. These presents, which you are to take possession of as they are, I advise you to lay by carefully. Whenever you can show me anything that you have begun and voluntarily finished, you may at the same time bring with you one of these things, beginning with those of least value, to which I will immediately add the part that is deficient. Thus by degrees you may have them all completed, and if by this means you should acquire the wise and virtuous habit of perseverance, it will be far more valuable to you than the richest present you could possibly receive. Section 67.